Good morning, Chitty Hoos.
Hello, everybody.
You all, everybody.
Manny got the Who got the belt today?
Yeah, I think it was Manny.
Manny got the belt.
I think he beat Russell by like a
A
nanosecond.
split second. If I'm gonna do that and actually send like the winner of the week something, I'm gonna have to get better at knowing for sure who the.
You have to like keep it up on the whiteboard.
Yeah. Well, and I'm gonna have to make sure I'm in here so I know. What up, Warren? What up, David? What's up, Kyron? Spencer? James, say hi to Spencer.
Hi, Spencer. Why is Russell saying the belt is his? I'm just saying. I watched it unfold live. I did.
He said Manny got the belt.
Oh.
That's just good quality competition from Russell. I respect that. Oh, where is it? Cut the shit!
Oh. Yeah, I would have, I forgot. We don't have Jesse here, and so it throws everything off because he usually builds this here chat, the live stream. And then I realized he wasn't here, and I opened it up, and it's not built, so I had to throw it together real quick.
I might just be a Bears fan now, Manny. I like Roma Dunze so much. What up, Johnny?
They
what up,
added,
Michigan?
didn't they? Yeah.
It was big time for your boy JJ. And your Colts. I love Latu a lot. I'm a little afraid of his injury stuff for sure, but join us. Join us where? I'm muted?
Well, I usually say join us on the Twitter.
Oh. What up, TC?
Maybe I should tweet it out.
Yeah, I need to do better about that.
Quote tweet. Join us.
Oh, the Bears. The Bears.
The
Bears.
The Bears.
Catch me in my Bears sweater vest. My aviators.
Drew Down, I'm with you. What in the hell is Atlanta doing?
Bro, okay, we'll talk about it, Ramsey.
Hooey.
We'll talk about it. All right, here we go.
It's time now to go beyond the headlines. And for the next 2 hours, go where every sports fan wants to go. Behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Man, Chatty House got me going today. I have so many things to respond to.
Oh, yeah.
Talking a lot of NFL draft today. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and they will take you into the weekend. The NFL draft, day one in the books. The Raiders, love what they did. The 49ers, we got to talk about it. There was a shocker with the Falcons taking quarterback Michael Penix, number 8 overall. 6 quarterbacks in the top 12 picks. 14 consecutive offensive players to start the draft.
Wild.
Just incredible. So much fun last night watching the NFL draft. Dude, first things first. I'll get to the Chatty House for sure. And you can join us there at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. But also want to shout out everybody listening on 1320 AM and the free Odyssey app. Let me start here. Going to the NFL draft looks like a terrible experience. As a person who's not a big fan of being surrounded by people, like obviously I'll go to Disneyland, right? I'm a big Disneyland guy, but I definitely prefer like when a parade starts, I'm off Main Street, bro. Get me away from there. If fireworks, I'll watch from outside.
Okay.
I don't want to be on. I've watched them from Main Street before, but being surrounded by a crush of people just looks awful. Detroit, shout out to Detroit. They showed out. That was incredible. Just as far as the eye could see, there were people. They estimated like 200,000+.
No, that's a lot.
I'm out, dude.
You know,
I want no part of it. I'll sit at home. I'll eat some dinner. I'll do some tweets.
I do like the outdoor venue thing that can happen, because I know we were in Vancouver one time and the Canucks were in the Stanley Cup Finals. Is that who Vancouver Canucks? Am I right? I don't know. Whatever the Vancouver hockey team is.
Yeah.
And it was wild. We were there when they like blew up the city and like tore stuff up and went crazy. But being out in the street and watching something on like a gigantic screen with like thousands and thousands, I thought it was pretty cool. But I don't know that I would want to go to an NFL draft that just drags on and on and on, and there's 15 minutes between picks, and then your commissioner just butchers every single name and every single like nice thing they're trying to do. The dude fumbles over his words.
Really tough night for Raj.
Yeah, like what in the world is happening?
Apparently, so I said on the internet last night that Roger Goodell was not having a good night. Or I said, is Roger Goodell okay? And somebody said he just had back surgery. It might be pain meds. And that would make sense. That would track with kind of just how he again, I don't want to, in my opinion, he just looked a little bit, sounded a little bit loopy. Maybe it was my TV. Maybe it's my ears. Okay. I don't want to put anything on him, but it's like, that would make sense. If that was the case, that would make sense. And if that's the case, then have someone else do it, bro.
No, I totally agree.
There's an assistant commissioner or something. Have them go do it. Have a bunch of former players come out. I don't know, man. I did not think it was a great night for Roger Goodell, who still very clearly hates the booing. Like, you're a commissioner of a sport.
I love that he gets booed every time.
It's great. No, and that's what happens. Commissioner gets booed when they come out.
Yes.
That's kind of the vibe, right? And David Stern was great. David Stern leaned into it. He was like, yeah, I want to hear it. Come on. Like, because who cares?
Yeah.
Like, you're a multimillionaire. You're running this league, and you're fine. It's really clear that Raj is not a fan. Is not a fan of the booing, but
it's okay. I think a lot of NFL fans just aren't a fan of him, and I think the booing of him, just like it would be for Major League Baseball's commissioner, is warranted. Like, I think that there are plenty of things that Roger Goodell has done wrong over his tenure, and like continues to do wrong. That I'm okay with the booing. Like Adam Silver, you can boo Adam Silver. You can't boo Adam Silver.
Sure, you can.
You
boo
can.
Whoever you want.
I guess you can, but
it's not on the fans for booing. It's how the commissioner's receiving it.
Yeah.
It's really, really clear. He's like awkward and doesn't. It's like, bro, do this. Go full heel. Tell people to get like. That's how you lean into it, man.
Yeah. No, I get you.
Yeah, of course. You're a commissioner. Like, of course, you're not going to be well liked. Adam Silver probably has the highest Q rating of any commissioner
ever. Yeah.
At least in my life.
Like, I mean, he's kept like the ship running. There is no lockouts. There's nothing. Like, he does a great job of like, oh no, let's just figure this out.
Yeah, and he's willing to revamp stuff and think about stuff.
I think I want to work with that guy. I think that's what everyone looks at him. They're like,
players for the most part like him.
Yeah, I think everyone likes him.
Anyways,
I've met him quite a few times. He's a very nice man.
Well, good.
Yeah,
you're not gonna boo him.
Probably not. No.
Okay.
I mean, I got to meet David Stern quite a few times as well, but
did you boo him?
No. I mean, he saved the Sacramento Kings. I don't think I was gonna boo that. David J. Stern Rock. I've told you that story. The Kings took us to Folsom Prison. They
what? No, you have not told me this.
The Kings took us to Folsom Prison during the Luke Walton era. They took us to Folsom Prison, where they played inside the walls of Folsom. Not the players. There were again, Luke Walton was there, and then like his staff, and some people from the front office, like that played basketball and stuff. So we as media went to Folsom Prison, which was crazy because when you get there, they you got to hand over everything. You can't take your phone in. You can't take anything in.
Yeah, of course.
You basically they searched us, each one of us.
Yeah. And
then we all go inside, and then it was freezing cold. Like whatever happened, like a cold front moved in, and we were all freezing, and we were sitting there watching
because you're all naked.
We're watching inmates versus some King staffer and Luke, And so it's like this really interesting night of being
fun.
literally in Folsom Prison. They bring out popcorn for all the
course.
inmates, and
Yeah.
like they get soda, and like it was like an event. We walked outside and got our phones. As soon as you turn on your phone, we got the notification that David Stern had had a massive stroke, and I had heard
Oh my
like
God,
within 5 minutes, I had heard that it was already like it was not something he was going to recover from. Like boom. Like we were in Folsom Prison that day. We walk outside, and that's what we were greeted with. Yeah,
Well,
bizarre. Sorry to tell you a sad story.
yeah, I was not. That took a.
You didn't think it was going to take that turn?
Good Lord, it should just break now. Damn.
No, we still got 5 minutes, Kyle.
I know we do. NFL draft. That's what we're going back to. R.I.P. David Stern. A legend. The NFL draft. So overall, and we'll dive further into this. I got a bunch of stuff that the Chatty House brought up that I definitely want to get to. And again, if you want to participate there, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, or you can give us a call at 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. And that's the Farmer's Dog Talk Line. A healthy life starts with healthy food. Overall, really good day for the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
I am so proud of them. I am so proud of the Raiders.
Yeah. That's the only way I felt this. Like, that's what you have to feel for them. Like, oh my gosh, you didn't blow it.
Right. Well,
it was sitting there, and you're like, we did the right thing.
Yeah. And okay, I understand that. Yeah, did they want to get a quarterback? Yeah, probably.
Sure.
But they didn't overpay to move up. They sat there and said, what we talked about yesterday. Could they use a quarterback? Like, yeah, for sure. But also, they have other needs. And was tight end at the top of their list of needs? Like, no, I think Michael Mayer is a good player. But Brock Bowers is a beast, bro.
Yes.
Brock Bowers is a different... Michael Mayer is a really capable NFL starting tight end. I don't want to take anything away from him. Brock Bowers is different, dude. Brock Bowers is awesome.
Yeah.
He can block. He can run after the catch. He's good at the catch point. You can line him up all over the field. He's a terrific athlete. It's like, yeah, dude, just get that guy in your building. I think sometimes in the draft, and we'll talk about this a little bit with the 49ers pick, Ricky Pearsall as well. I think sometimes in the draft, we get so caught up in like team need or positional value or whatever it is. And it's like, no, sometimes just getting really damn good football players in your building is the best team building strategy.
Yeah, I think sometimes you get caught up in 40 times and the arm length for offensive linemen, and like you get caught up in all of these things. And realistically, what you want is, I think it's partially what the 49ers deem their gold helmet guys, like the right player, the guy who when he steps on the field, you notice him, you know who he is because he's good at football, and it doesn't matter what position or what his 40 time is. His game sort of goes above everything that you would think of him, and there you have a starting level player, potentially a Pro Bowl or an All Pro level player. You got the best tight end in the draft, and I thought that was one hell of a pick by the
yeah,
Raiders.
Man. There's just so many things you can do with that, and you can keep him on your team for a long time, and maybe Michael Mayer just kind of falls by the wayside at some point. You can run a bunch of multiple tight end stuff with how versatile I think both of them are. You can have them both on the field. There is so many fun things you can do with two capable pass catching tight ends who can also block. And when Bo Nix went at 12, I breathed a little sigh of relief because I thought I'm not a big Bo Nix guy, but some people are. Apparently Sean Payton is. But when Bo Nix went and the quarterbacks were gone, I was like, okay, the Raiders have a chance to like really not blow this. They have a chance to really do a good here. And I think they did. They didn't worry about positional value. They didn't worry about, positional need. We need it. Nope. Just say, this is a really damn good football player. We're on the clock. We're going to pick him, get him in the building. We're rolling.
I think we're so trained and used to the Raiders blowing it in that situation. That, like, over the course of my lifetime watching, every single time you're thinking, oh, man, it's just sitting there. It's a layup. And then Darius Hayward-Bay happens. And you're like, wait,
yeah, right.
What just happened? Like,
right.
Why did you do that?
Yes.
every single time. You're like, what is happening?
Mhm.
And this is one where you're like, oh my gosh,
Interesting. Man.
somebody had it up on a tee and you actually just hit it and crushed it over the fence.
Yeah, and there were several players they could have taken there where I would have been like, hell yeah, like perfect. But Brock Bowers is just it's clear that was just they looked at their in my brain they have a giant whiteboard with all the names on it. I'm sure that's something like that, but I'm sure it's a lot digital as well. But they looked at their board and they went, all right, Brock Bowers at the top, run up the card.
That's right.
Come on, man.
Love it.
I'm so proud of them. They got tied to Michael Penix a lot, the Washington quarterback, and we talked about how that was a bad idea, just in terms of where they are from a team building standpoint. And then the Falcons drafted him number 8 overall. We'll get into that. We'll get into some of the other surprises from day one of the NFL draft. And of course, we'll talk about who the 49ers took as well, because a little bit of a shock with Ricky Pearsall at number 31, but I've been talking myself into it. I'll tell you why next, and we'll also talk about what this means for Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. Is one of them getting traded today? We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Wow.
I'm not going to talk about, I've saved some messages in here. I'm not going to talk about, dude, facts. I will, I have some starred. I'm going to answer them on air, though.
Oh, okay.
We're going to play this, Tyler. Quinyon Mitchell can play, bro.
I'm just going to spend the next 10 minutes going through Raiders busted ass draft picks.
Hang on, I've got my group chat where people who know things is blowing up right now.
Uh-oh. Yeah, we're going to get to the Joel Embiid stuff, Lizzie. Just straight up crazy. Straight up crazy. I think it's interesting too. Like I've covered so many drafts for the NBA, and on draft night you do end up talking yourself into things. And I know for a long time everyone was convinced that I didn't like Keegan Murray, and that wasn't it at all. I just thought that you want a player, and you know that the team behind you wants a certain player, and you've got to find a way to get assets out of that person in order for them to get the player that they want. And sometimes you got to play the game. But I was also really heavy in on Keegan Murray early. I had watched him in their tournament play and was like, holy cow, this guy's, I like him.
I want to play this Steve Smith video, but I got to make sure he doesn't say the F word first.
Charlie's here. Charlie's here.
Hey, Charlie.
Worst gaff of the night. Roger Goodell. Hey, Big D.
Oh.
You don't go to Detroit and not call it Motor City.
That's true. Yeah. He had quite a few gaffes. Really, really awkward.
Sweet. Hell yeah. I'll play this one too. Actually, I will play that.
No profanity?
Nope. I'll play that after we play the CJ Stroud reaction.
Man, who did this draft? The 2014 Dennis Allen. Oh, that's a coach. Who is their GM? Reggie McKenzie. Wow, what a draft.
Reggie McKenzie, what a legend.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at most of their drafts. They top out at like their high.
Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
A lot of NFL draft today, day one in the books. We had coverage for you last night on ESPN 1320. We will also have coverage for you today of day two of the draft. That's rounds 2 and 3. That begins at 4 o'clock. And then Saturday, tomorrow, we finish up rounds 4 through 7. Every single pick, all the way through Mr. Irrelevant, will be right here on ESPN 1320. Saturday's coverage begins at 9 a.m. But that's not all this weekend, guys. We've got Nuggets at Lakers Saturday at 5. You can hear that right here on ESPN 1320. And then Sunday night baseball begins 3 o'clock on Sunday. We've got the Cubs at the Red Sox. Should be a ton of fun. And then we've also got $500 to give you today.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of housekeeping, but it'll be worth it for you because you'll get a chance to win $500. We will give that keyword, which you'll enter at ESPN1320.com, part of the Nothing But Net giveaway. We'll give that away in the 11 o'clock hour. Talking a ton of NFL draft today. Liked what the Raiders did. Did you find anything interesting in your Raiders deep dive of past drafts? Because you and I are both big fans of the Brock Bowers selection. We'll talk about Ricky Pearsall and the 49ers in a bit, but you were doing some research at the break.
Yeah, I just like the Raiders are so bad at drafting that it's like shocking, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like the 2014 draft, great. They had like 5 or 6 players who have played 150 games in their NFL careers.
Mm-hmm.
But you get to like the 2017 NFL draft. The leader out of all their picks, David Sharp was taken in the 4th round, and Markel Lee was taken in the 5th round.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys have played 45 games in the NFL.
Yikes.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Their first pick played 31 games. Their second pick.
What year was that?
This is 2017. So 7 years. These guys, so their picks, that's what the crazy thing is. Their picks aren't just bad. They're out of the NFL bad.
Yeah.
So 2017, we're talking 6 NFL seasons, but like their first pick played 31 games total in the NFL. Garyon Conley.
Oh, yeah.
Their second round pick is Obi Melifonwu.
Obi Melifonwu, of course.
Played 7 games total in the NFL.
NFL Combine legend.
Eddie Vanderdoes.
Of course.
19 games.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's so epically bad that it's not just that they miss everywhere. Like the depth of their team has been so like battered by poor drafts. It's just shocking. So anyway.
Yeah, good on them. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That is the Farmer's Dog Talk line. A healthy life starts with healthy food. We don't screen calls on this program, so we do it live on air. Hey, caller, you're on. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, what's going on, man? Kyle and Ham, this TC.
TC, what's going on, baby?
What's up with my bros?
Chilling, man.
Hey, check it out. Listen, before we get to the Niners, Ham, Kyle, the King's going to be all right, man. Hey, Monty got something up his sleeve, bro. I know I'm barely getting over that loss. I haven't watched the playoffs, a minute of it, but I'm going to get into it, man. And I was just super jaded, Ham and Kyle, about that situation. But moving forward, I believe Monk will be back.
Okay.
And we're going to make some noise, and Monty going to make some noise. Kyle, let me ask you personally, what do you think about the pick, bro? Do you like the pick? Man.
You're out?
That's all I can say.
Okay.
I mean,
all right. We'll talk about
like
it. We'll talk about it. Thanks, TC. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you want to hop on the show. Ricky Pearsall, the 49ers selection at number 31 overall.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit surprising, for sure. Not a player who had been tied to the 49ers much pre-draft at all, had not had a lot of first-round buzz. And we could do an hour on the idea of a reach in the draft. And Daniel Jeremiah, I think, had Pearsall 40th on his big board, and Dane Brugler had him 45th. So in that sense, yeah, it was definitely a reach. Mel Kiper Jr. had 2 or 3 receivers ahead of him as well. But where I land with this is I think that Ricky Pearsall is going to just be a really high quality football player. Will he ever make a Pro Bowl? Maybe not. Is he ever going to be an All-Pro? Probably not. I don't think he has that kind of ceiling. But with wide receivers, we get so wrapped up in 40 time, right? Like Xavier Worthy, like a 4.21. Holy crap. And then you look at somebody like Brian Thomas from LSU. You go, man, 6'4" with that kind of size and that kind of speed. Like, wow, what amazing the ceiling on this guy. And I think we get so wrapped up in that we forget things like getting open and catching the football.
Yeah.
Two important aspects of the position.
Very.
And, there are size requirements and athleticism requirements and this and that. Like, no doubt. There are benchmarks there. But I think Ricky Pearsall is just a solid player. Is it a quote-unquote reach in the first round if you're going and drafting a guy who might never make a Pro Bowl? Yeah, probably. But at the same time, if he's going to be a guy who can catch in a regular volume passing offense, and Niners don't throw it as much as other people, but in a normal volume passing offense, is going to year in and year out be a 75 to 100 catch guy, then sure. Like, why not?
Yeah. Okay, so Kyle, this is how I kind of look at this. When you look at the 49ers, they're so good that finding a player that can fit in is super important. And I'll relate this to the Kings, right? The Kings are at a point in their build where they're not going out and looking for an 18-year-old with a gigantic ceiling but no floor. Like, he could
They
fall.
don't want year one Jalen Green.
Yeah. No, he could fall right through and like never be seen ever again, right? He could be a Raiders draft pick, right?
Sure.
So if you're the 49ers, what you have to do is you have to find skilled players that can step in and play. Whether that's in the first round or it's in the third round, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for players who aren't a gamble. Like, you can take 1 or 2 throughout the draft, but I think that for me, I still would have looked offensive line. And I still would have looked defensive line, but there's still a ton of those guys available. So I can see why they like looked at him and said, we have all kinds of future issues at our wide receiver spot.
Yes.
This guy is probably going to play in the league for 8 to 10 years.
Yes.
He is a straight up NFL player that we know can be serviceable in year one and can go out there and catch passes.
Yep.
And that's, you only need to see a couple of highlight clips of this guy with the one-hand grabs and just like...
That one against Charlotte's so sick.
Yeah, just he's so solid.
Yeah, that's the thing is there's nothing... Is he going to be a monster, like, downfield beast of a wide receiver? Like, no, probably not. He's not Randy Moss, right?
No.
But if Kyle Shanahan watches him and goes, yeah, this is a guy who's going to consistently get open, and on 3rd and 4 in the Super Bowl, with the game on the line, can this guy get open? Like, I think that's kind of what they're looking at.
Yeah.
And Juwan Jennings is potentially a free agent. They're still working out an extension, but he could theoretically be a free agent next offseason. We don't know what's going to happen with Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. We'll get into all of that because that's been nuts over the last 24 hours. But like you said, man, at that point of the draft, I don't think there was an offensive lineman they loved. They don't value, like, look at history under Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. They don't value cornerback enough to take one in the first round.
Yeah, they could have had Kool-Aid.
Yeah, or Cooper DeJean, or they could have had Johnny Newton, the defensive lineman from Illinois, but he's got some injury stuff, I think, that they're worried about. So there are a bunch of players. Jackson Powers Johnson, the center from Oregon. There are so many players there for sure who could help them. But I think at that point of the draft, if there's not a player that they are like, flip the table over, we need to go get this guy, then they went, hey, we're going really high floor, making sure that they're taking a receiver who's not Danny Gray, who's not going to have one catch for 10 yards as a rookie and then sit on IR his entire second season.
Yeah, who's basically almost out of the league.
Yeah, I would be...
maybe he makes it, but...
I would be very surprised if Danny Gray is on the 49ers roster this year.
Yeah.
Or at after final cuts. But I think that's what they were looking for.
Yeah.
So is it super exciting? No. Is it what I would have done? Probably not. But in talking to some of the people I know who follow the draft much closer than I do and do tape deep dives much more than I do, they were like, yo, this is a heck of a pairing. Like Kyle Shanahan with Ricky Pearsall is going to be nasty. So that's what I'm buying. We'll talk about the Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel stuff, but one of my favorite things from last night was CJ Stroud's reaction to Ricky Pearsall getting picked by the 49ers. We'll have that video for you and the audio as well if you're listening on the Odyssey app or on ESPN 1320. But if you have not seen it yet, we'll be showing it on our video stream. CJ Stroud's reaction, and then Steve Smith's breakdown. Steve Smith Sr., former Panthers receiver, Hall of Famer. Is he in the Hall of Fame yet?
Ooh, that's a good question. He will be.
I think did Steve Smith make the Hall of Fame? Yeah, he should have a gold jacket. Anyways, future Hall of Famer, if not already Hall of Famer, Steve Smith really likes the pick as well. We will hear their breakdowns next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader.
He's not in the Hall. Huh. No, but I mean, that dude played forever. Yeah, 14,731 yards for his career, 81 touchdowns. Yeah, he was fun.
One of my friends who is very well plugged in the media here in Sacramento and nationally, text me one day. I think I've told this story before. If I have, stop me. But I love Steve Smith so much. And one of my favorite non-49ers to ever suit up. And I get this text from my friend who's very plugged in around in media. And they go, hey, do you want to get lunch with Steve Smith today? I'm sorry, what? Like,
did you ask which Steve Smith?
No, because I knew we had talked about their connection to Steve Smith before.
Okay.
And they knew how much I liked Steve Smith. And I was like, are you doing a bit? Like, don't. And they're like, no, we're gonna go down to McCooney and meet us there. We'll be there at this time. It was great. Super chill dude. Smith? Super normal guy. Huh. It was great. He has an LLC that's like, it's I think I believe his LLC and earmuffs for the children. I'll give you about 10 seconds here before I say what his LLC name is, so you can turn it down if you're at work or around people who may have sensitive ears. He has an LLC called like D's Nuts or something.
Oh, all right.
It's incredible.
That makes perfect sense.
He's incredible. Super chill, super nice guy. Had all kinds of amazing stories.
That's fun, dude. I every once in a while getting to, like, again, I went to my uncle used to do a celebrity amateur.
Yeah. We're good. 2
tournament.
minutes. You're good. Yeah.
And I would go and help. I would take everyone's golf bags out of their car and put it on their cart, like Lon Simmons, wheels up,
Sure.
and you like
incredible.
I'm in the driving range with Willie McGee right next to me. I'm like, this is freaking crazy. Anyway, at the end, it's every year. It's like, okay, you get to hop in with whoever's short, like in their foursome. It's like, okay. And I got to spend an entire day riding in the golf cart with Mike Davis, the old right fielder for the A's.
That's so sick.
Oh, he was, dude.
So cool.
First of all, he could hit the ball like 400 yards.
Of course. Yeah.
Just a huge man.
Yeah.
But like just the nicest guy ever. We just hung out all day.
That's dope. That's so cool.
A lot of emails in my inbox today.
I was not a big Cooper DeJean guy. That's the other thing is I saw some reaction last night that was like, why didn't they trade down? It's like, I'm certain they tried. Like, I think they definitely tried. John Lynch basically said, though, they weren't close on anything, so. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
A lot of NFL draft stuff today.
Yeah.
Day 1 of the draft in the books. Day 2 begins at 4 o'clock today. We have coverage for you on ESPN 1320. We'll get to the phones in a second. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Before we get to the phones, you got to check out this video. If you've not seen it or heard it yet, you're going to want to check this out. This is C.J. Stroud, the quarterback of the Houston Texans. He was on Bleacher Report's live NFL draft show last night with Micah Parsons. Then I think it's Mike Renner, formerly of PFF, and somebody else. He's a draft analyst. Here is CJ Stroud's reaction when the 49ers picked Ricky Pearsall. Let me make sure this computer is on and up. I know how to do my job. Here we go.
With the 31st pick, the Niners select.
Not going to be any sound because the computer's muted. Here we go. Here's CJ Stroud reacting to the pick on Bleacher Report's live show.
With the 31st pick, the Niners select. Wow. Your guy.
Well, we probably was going to get a receiver. But, hey, shout out to Pearson.
That was the first reaction I've seen you do that.
Good. Damn.
And that brings up a lot of questions about Debo and Brandon Ayuk as the Niners for a season at Arizona State. He will be a 24-year-old rookie. He's kind of a slot guy. Nickname is Slick Rick. Over 2,400 yards in his career. Ricky Pearsall, the pick for the Niners.
How? What? How is he even on their radar? I'm happy for him, though, because he want to go in the first round and get more money. I talked to him a couple times, man. Congrats, bro. That's big time. Bro, he's elite. You'll see.
He gets
open. Especially in that offense, man. Kyle's going to dial it up for him. That's why I feel like he was going to fit in our system.
4.41 with a 1.49 10-yard split.
Oh, he's nasty, bro.
He goes on and on and on about how much he loves Ricky Pearsall. He compares him to Tank Dell, the Texans wide receiver, rookie wide receiver from last year who had a ton of success until his injury, 11 games in. Yeah, CJ Stroud was not a happy camper.
No, you
Ricky
can tell
Pearsall
he's
didn't
like
last to 42.
He's visibly like upset.
Yeah, he's like shook.
Yeah, like he really thought they were going to get him.
Well, if you were listening, you couldn't see when they make that pick, he like turns and like buries his face in his arms, like off to the side of the couch. Like he was visibly upset.
And then he starts texting like right away.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he said he texted his buddy.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, and he does. He goes on and talks about, he's like, I'm not a wide receiver guru, but like I'm a quarterback. I've seen good wide receivers, and that's a guy I would want to play with.
Yeah.
And he talks about how Bobby Slowick, formerly a 49ers assistant under Kyle Shanahan, he loved how Pearsall would have fit in their system. So obviously he's going to fit in the Niners system. It's just a fun reaction. CJ Stroud's been like a media darling lately.
Huh. Well, he's an incredible player.
Yes.
Like he's so much fun.
He did a segment with Micah Parsons, I think also on Bleacher Report, where he built out his top offense, like his dream offense of active players, and drew up a play to try and beat Micah Parsons' top 11 defensive players.
Oh.
It was a super fun, like, inside football segment, but also two guys just, like, guys at a bar arguing about football. Like, this guy would beat this guy one-on-one. No, it was so good. It was good content. Shout out to CJ Stroud.
There we go.
I'm having a really hard time not being a huge CJ Stroud guy.
Oh, yeah. I'm having a hard time not, like, my fantasy football team not throwing back Mahomes and just going CJ Stroud
Do you have him on your team?
I have Mahomes on my team. No, but drafting CJ Stroud early. Because in our draft, like,
Wait,
I'd probably
the
get him in
person-
the third round.
Whoa. The person who had CJ Stroud last year punted him?
Well, we'll see because we have a keeper league and we'll see what who they keep.
All right.
But usually only one or two quarterbacks total get kept, and it's usually us keeping Mahomes, and then like maybe somebody else. Well, on occasion, someone does something really stupid, like keep Aaron Rodgers or something. But like every once in a while, someone does something silly. But for the most part, they don't. Like maybe Lamar Jackson, will get kept.
Wow.
But and then
if it's not a top like 3 or 4 quarterback, they're gone.
Yeah, and our first 2 rounds are keeper rounds. So if you don't keep 2, you enter the keeper rounds earlier than everyone else.
I
And
see.
so the third round is the first official round of the
Got
draft.
it.
So I think I could probably get him in the third round without any problems.
I see. Ramsey was on the line and now he's gone. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. I think the logical connection to make with this 49ers pick. Oh, there he is. Ramsey is on the line. Ramsey, what's going on?
Not too much, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. I was just mesmerized, or just running my mind on how much talent Arizona State has let walk out of that university in the past 5 years.
Man.
I mean, granted, Brandon Ayuk stayed, but as they said on that clip, Ricky Pearsall played alongside Brandon Ayuk as a slot receiver, having balls thrown to him by Jaden Daniels.
Yeah. That's nuts.
Absolutely wild.
The Herm Edwards allegations got some people out of there.
Yeah, and Ricky Pearsall is going to be a nice slot receiver in the Bay Area for what San Francisco wants to do. They just have to put him in the slot. I mean, along the other side, if they keep Brandon Ayuk and Samuel and Juwan Jennings, keep him in the slot, and that's what he's going to do. He'll be like an Adam Thielen, Julian Edelman type receiver for San Francisco.
Perfect. Thanks, Ramsey. Appreciate the call. It's a good pick when Ramsey is complimenting something the 49ers did.
Oh, yeah.
That's how that says a lot. That speaks more volumes than CJ Stroud's reaction for me.
I also he brought up Jaden Daniels, who goes number 2 overall. He said that Ayuk is who he's been talking to the whole time. Like he talks to Brandon Ayuk 3 or 4 times a day, all the way through the draft process, like just picking his brain and trying to. So yeah, like that connection, that entire team was stacked. Like the ones, like there's a signing day, and they showed like the 8 guys that got signed, and they're all like in the NFL. Yeah, just wild.
Yeah. Pearsall transferred to Florida because of the Herm Edwards recruiting violations. I didn't dive deep on what he did, but it's why he is no longer coaching at Arizona State, and I think it's why a lot of those guys wound up ultimately leaving Arizona State. But yeah, ton of good players that are like ASU, but then finish their career at this school.
Yeah, and all over the place.
Yeah.
All over the place.
Yeah. So what does the Ricky Pearsall pick mean for Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk? That was the immediate question last night. I got hit on every platform. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, my text messages, Slack with the NFL wires. I was like, Brandon Ayuk's gone. Guess that means Ayuk's out of here. All the reporting around the Brandon Ayuk stuff was that if the Niners weren't getting a mid first for him, they weren't moving him. So I don't think it has anything to do with Brandon Ayuk. I also, in the immediate, so this is where things get interesting. In the immediate, I don't think it has anything to do with Deebo Samuel either. And I say that because in the sense that we'll get to the Deebo stuff in a second, but I say that because I don't think the Niners took Ricky Pearsall. We just talking in the last segment, like what leads to this? They need an offensive line, a defensive line. I think they just took Ricky Pearsall because they think he's good. I don't think it was, we need to take a receiver because one of our receivers is going to be gone. I don't think that was the case.
I think it's tough because you can't expect a rookie wide receiver in the NFL. We talked about this yesterday, how like there's this new trend where rookie wide receivers can have an impact. But for years, that wasn't the case. Like if Ricky Pearsall came in and somehow caught, say, 45 balls for like 550 yards, I wouldn't like that seems about right.
Yeah.
For a 3rd/4th wide receiver. Like I don't expect him to like walk in the door and just be spectacular and you can't keep him off the field type deal. But at the same time, I think it does open the door for like if you do need to attack certain things and if you do need to go address your offensive line, you need a bunch of draft picks to do it. Maybe you do go trade one of these guys, but it's tough, man, because I just don't think that like it doesn't matter who it is you're drafting there at 31. You can't expect them to walk in the door and replace anybody. You're a team that lost a Super Bowl.
Right.
Like that's not a guy, but next year, okay.
Right. And
we can have expectations.
So that's the whole thing is I think that this means, and okay, so John Lynch last night said, you never close the door on a trade. That's what he said. But from that standpoint of, I guess the Patriots are pushing really hard to try to get Ayuk. The Patriots have the 34th pick in this year's draft.
Mhm.
Let me tell you right now, if the 49ers trade Brandon Ayuk for anything less than a first-round pick, I will drag them until John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are fired.
Yeah, multiple. Like I mean, like if you're going to get the second round pick right there,
Mhm.
like I need next year's first, and I need
And
something else.
other stuff.
Oh yeah. I need
for
a
Brandon
third
Ayuk.
or a fourth.
But
Yeah.
but so that's I honestly I think the Brandon Ayuk thing is if they weren't getting a top 12 or 13 pick or whatever this year, I don't think they were ever going to move him. But that's because I think I think most players on the 49ers are probably available for a top 12 or 13 pick. To be totally frank. But anyways, I think what this means, if they're going to trade Debo, I think a team like the Patriots would have to call and say, we will give you 34 and a third rounder this year and maybe like a fourth or fifth next year. It would have to be an offer that you go, oh, that's kind of an overpay by that team. Because the Niners don't want to get rid of these guys. They don't financially, they don't have to get rid of anybody this year. They can extend Ayuk and keep Deebo Samuel on the roster this year. Extending Ayuk does not jack up his number this year. In fact, it probably drops it could theoretically, depending on how the structure of the deal is, it theoretically could drop his $14 million cap hit this year. They could drop that to 10, 11 million, 8, 9 million, whatever.
Got it.
So that's where people go, you can't pay them both. Like, you can this year, though. You absolutely can. They can do nothing and keep them both on the roster this year. They're both under contract. So
that's what I'm doing.
Same. That's exactly what. Unless a team calls and gives you some insane offer for Deebo Samuel, in which case, okay, now you're listening. I would $21.7 million in dead cap this year with $6.9 million in savings, I think, this year, and it's off the books. It's done. But it would need to be like a wild offer that we're like, wow, yeah, no way, you couldn't turn that down. And that's why I don't know that deal is going to be out there. I don't know that the Niners aren't eager to move either one of them. It's like, yeah, they'll listen, but they're not trying to trade one of them.
I would say this: if I'm going to trade one of them, it's clearly Deebo.
Yes,
but it's tough because Deebo adds an element to your offense that you just don't have someone else who can do that. Like there's no one else on their roster that has the electricity, that when he gets in space, you don't know what's going to happen and he can go to the house.
Yep.
Right. You don't have that.
Right.
Like McCaffrey can do great things. And Ayuk's a hell of a wide receiver, but Deebo adds something different. But the problem I have with him is that he's very often hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And like there is a point where he is going to turn into a pumpkin.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to be not the team that watches him turn into a pumpkin. You need to be the team that got rid of him before that happened. And I think you're really close to that right now, where like the injuries just are going to be too much and they're catching up to him. So I wouldn't be like horribly like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that just happened. I would be like, okay, that makes sense to me because eventually you've run out of money to pay everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and you might be able to address that position somewhat in the second, third, fourth rounds with a wide receiver that brings something different that can run the ball and do some of the things that Deebo's done. But it's tough. I'm not like I'm signing Ayuk and I'm giving him all the monies and locking him up. And that's what I'm with Ayuk. It's just totally different.
Right. And you can do that this year and also keep Deebo Samuel. Like that's the thing is there's not some urgency to move one of these guys.
No.
Next year is where things get interesting. Next year is probably where you see Deebo either cut or traded. The impetus behind trading him this year would be if they're going, yeah, hey, we can get a second and third this year and a fifth next year instead of next offseason where they might like need to get rid of him and a team's going like, hey, we know we'll give you a sixth.
Yeah.
Like that would kind of be the impetus to move him this year, but they're trying to win still. And the 49ers with Deebo Samuel are better than the 49ers without Deebo Samuel.
Oh yeah.
But just full stop. But next year, that's where the pay starts to become a thing. That's where you got to then pay Brock Purdy. And what does that contract look like? How is Brandon Ayuk's contract structured? Like there's all these things where now, okay, and now it's a little bit cheaper to get rid of Deebo Samuel. You get a little bit more savings. And that is where Ricky Pearsall can really step into the fore. Could he have a role this year? 1,000%. Like you said, I totally agree with you. He looks like a player who can step on the field day one and have some kind of impact. Probably I don't know that he'll overtake Juwan Jennings or anything on the depth chart, but as a fourth receiver where he's on the field here and there, can step in if somebody's injured, you feel really good about him this year.
Yeah.
But then next year, you're still going to have him under contract for 4 years. Well, 3 years with an option. You don't know what the future of Juwan Jennings is.
Yeah.
You don't know what the future of Deebo Samuel is. And we talked about this leading up to the draft. It's like you're drafting for this year for sure. You need help at various positions this year for sure. But you also have to look at 2025 and beyond. When this roster is going to start getting expensive and you're going to have guys age out and you're getting rid of guys like Deebo Samuel and George Kittle and maybe Trent Williams retires, you have to have contingency plans for all this. And that's why I think you can take Ricky Pearsall this year and have it have no bearing on whether the 49ers are going to trade one of Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel. I just don't think it has any impact on it whatsoever.
No, I'm with you. Like, look, at a certain point, again, I'm concerned more about him as a player than I am his contract. Like, will he hold up? Can he continue to give you what he's giving you? There's some like legitimate concerns there.
No doubt.
But I also, with the new kick return ideas and all that, like maybe Deebo is a player that you hold on to and that you try different things with, at least in the short term. And then eventually, like if he can't stay on the field, then you make the decision you have to make at a certain point. But I guess it's just like, do you want to get out? Do you want to get value for him now?
Yeah.
As opposed to losing him for nothing or losing him for much less.
Here's something I don't buy. And Mike Silver, I trust Mike Silver a lot. Okay. He's a columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle, covering the 49ers. And he's usually very plugged in on this stuff. But he tweets this morning, a couple hours ago. I'm just going to read his tweet directly. Play this out. 49ers don't trade Deebo. They pay Ayuk. Deebo then has a lame duck season in which he watches his successor and the incumbent receiver they chose over him be focal points of the offense. Seems awkward. I expect to trade. He also said that it's likely. Earlier, he said it's likely that Deebo gets traded. Now he's saying he expects a trade. But you honestly think that Deebo Samuel, think of the person that Deebo Samuel is going to step into camp this year and go, oh man, I got Ricky Pearsall and Brandon Ayuk are the focal points. I'm not going to, oh man, I'm so shook. Like, no. He's going to go out there, he's going to ball out, and he's going to try and get paid by whatever team he goes to. That's what that is. I don't think the 49ers drafted Ricky Pearsall, and maybe Mike Silver knows something I don't. That is definitely on the table. He talks to way more people than I do. Maybe the 49ers go, yep, Pearsall is a dude. He is the number 2 wide receiver right now. And Deebo's role is going to be diminished because of Ricky Pearsall. I like Ricky Pearsall. I think he's a good player. I don't think that he is diminishing Deebo's role in some way. I think you wouldn't notice much of a difference in the offense except that Ricky Pearsall is on the field sometimes instead of Ray McCloud.
Yeah. Those minutes are gone.
Yeah, there's no more Ray McCloud minutes. Yeah.
Those snaps are gone. Yeah, those Ray snaps.
I love the idea of calling them minutes in the NFL though. That's a fun bit.
Even the Chris Connolly like snaps.
Yeah, a lot of Chris Connolly snaps.
No, they're gone.
Yeah. And maybe he even gets some looks over Juwan Jennings. Maybe there's some special things they do with him on end arounds and this and that. Like, there are so many ways that Ricky Pearsall can coexist with Deebo Samuel on the roster for 1 year. And if you think that Deebo Samuel, of all people, is going to be like, I'm taking my ball, I'm going home. Get out. I don't buy that for 1 second.
Yeah.
That's how he would do that.
No, he's an NFL player with a gigantic ego like everyone else who wants to go out there and succeed and wants to make as much money as possible.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yes. That's what they do. To go do.
Yeah. That's what they do.
So again, maybe he gets, and like I said, we're having this whole conversation, but if the Patriots call an offer number 34 and a 3rd round pick and something next year, then Deebo's gone. Just to be totally honest.
Yeah.
I think that's a deal they would do. I don't think they would deal Ayuk for a second rounder. That would be insane.
A 26-year-old, like,
and especially
Pro
when you go look at AJ Brown, I think the Titans gave
3-year 96.
got the 10th pick for him.
Oh yeah.
When they traded him to the Eagles.
And then he just got his extension yesterday,
18?
right?
Whatever they got. Yeah. He got another massive extension. Yeah. So they got a first round pick for him. Marquise Brown, the Ravens got a first round pick for him from the Cardinals.
Oh.
I mean, that's kind of how this goes when you trade a top receiver, which is Brandon Ayuk was a second team All Pro.
Yeah.
You're just giving him away, man.
No. Not especially at 26. You're not giving him away.
No.
That'd be foolish.
Yeah, I totally agree. The draft in general is crazy. Like the amount of people who probably had not heard of Ricky Pearsall before last night were just like, oh, obvious reach.
Obvious reaching. Clearly they're trading one of their stars.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Yeah, the knee-jerk reaction like came at like so many different angles. You're like, man, I don't think your knee is supposed to move that way.
Yeah, dude.
Like that's a lot of reactions for a guy taken with the 31st pick in the draft.
Yeah, man. It's not like if they had traded up for him or something like that would have then okay, but I don't know. It reads to me like they did ostensibly what the Raiders did. The Raiders sat there at number 13 and they said, we're going to let you guys all jockey for position on quarterbacks and tackles and whatever. And we're just going to see how the board falls and we're going to take the best player. And that's exactly what they did. And it's going to help their team.
Mm-hmm.
The 49ers got, the process of what the 49ers did last night, because I don't know if Ricky Pearsall is going to be a good or bad player. I have no idea. I have what I like. Just kind of you look at his profile and how he played in college and you go, okay, yeah, you can see him being a good NFL player. But I can't guarantee it. I have no idea. But the process of what the 49ers did last night, to me, they got better. There's no real debate with the Raiders. The Raiders definitely got better. They got the best tight end in the class.
Of course, I totally think the Raiders did. Yeah, like wonderful draft.
Brock Bowers might be the rookie of the year. Like he is the offensive rookie of the year. I think he's that good. But with the 49ers, it's a little more ambiguous. And what I don't know. I don't buy the idea of, and also this is one last thing. You could have traded back.
Yeah.
You don't know that. No,
that's true.
I'm sure that unless they had some intel, which that's the thing is they know what other teams are going to do on some level, or at least what other teams are thinking. Like there's an information exchange of, I'll tell you this if you can tell me that. And that just kind of information goes flying around. So the Niners had some inkling of what, who was it at 32? The Bills had traded with the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
Had some inkling what the Bills were going to do with 32. And then the Panthers ultimately trade up and wind up taking a receiver, Xavier Leggett from South Carolina, who I like a lot. But you don't know. Maybe the Niners heard that the Panthers were going to trade up for Ricky Pearsall, or that the Bills were definitely taking Ricky Pearsall, or whatever it was.
Well, I mean, we do know that the range, right? The range was like 40 to 45, right?
On big boards, yeah.
On most boards.
From
you know who's a 42nd pick? Texans.
The Texans, right? Yeah, like
and to move
the Niners
for them to jump up 5 spots in the early second round, that wouldn't cost them all that much if somehow the Niners had moved back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I mean, who knows?
Yeah, man. And how John Lynch said they weren't close on any trades. So maybe they called around and tried to trade back.
Yeah.
Maybe they called the Panthers and said, "Hey, you want to come up to 31?" And the Panthers went, "No, we got 32 for cheaper." I mean, that was the whole thing with the Kings and Keegan Murray too. A lot of the reaction to that pick was like, should have traded back and you could have gotten him there. It's like, or maybe they tried.
Oh no, I think they did try, but again, that's about playing the game. Like the NBA is
right, but that's
much more constricted.
Right, sure, right. But that's my point. Is I'm sure Monty McNair was on the phone going, yeah, hey Detroit, you want this 4th pick? I'll take it. Hey, well, you want to jump up a spot?
Yeah.
Jaden Ivey's right there. You take, and maybe Detroit said, no, we'll call your bluff. No trade.
That's what they
we
did.
think you're taking. Right. They tried.
Yeah.
But why didn't you just trade down? Yeah, because they couldn't.
Yeah.
Anyways,
that's where you have to involve third teams in like the fear of someone coming up to get that player.
Right.
Of moving up to get Jaden Ivey, and
or sometimes just go get your dude.
Sometimes you just have to draft your dude.
Just get your dude.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ricky Pearsall. Shout out to Brock Bowers. Excited to watch both of them play football in the NFL. Not gonna lie though, a little bit more excited to watch Brock. Big Brock Bowers guy.
2 Brocks in the Bay Area. We got
no, not anymore.
Oh no, that's true. Forgot that team moved.
Oh yeah, they sure did.
Yeah, they sure did.
That sucks. All right, let's do the second hour. We'll give away $500. We'll talk about the NBA playoffs. We'll talk about Joel Embiid continuing this remarkable run of basketball that he is on. And we'll sprinkle in some Kings as well as we continue talking about the NFL draft, the NBA playoffs, and more right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader.
Yeah, I think we should also spend most of next segment talking about how the Oakland A's have 7 of their 9 starters in the starting lineup batting under 200.
Yeah, their team batting average is
crazy. They have Seth Brown batting 203, so of their top 9, he's batting to it. And JJ Bleday is leading the starting group batting 236. And then of course we have Tyler Nevin and Estuary Ruiz killing it off the bench. Like they just don't have enough at bats to be considered yet. They will. But your team batting average, Kyle, the Mendoza line, 201. 201 is A's team batting average. I feel bad for, their pitching hasn't been that bad. JP Sears has been good. Ross Stripling and Alex Wood have not.
JP Sears has been a really reliable no-run first inning pick on Prize Picks.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Mason Miller has 23 strikeouts in 11 innings.
Hey, how the hell is Prize Picks not sponsoring this show?
I've asked this too many times. Too many times I've asked. I don't know.
Oh, hey, Joe.
Hey, it's Joe.
Big Joe guy.
Yeah.
Pro tip. If there's kids listening who want to get into media, when you get your foot in the door, get a foot in the door however you can. And then once your foot is in the door, be eager and listen and take any opportunity that is given to you. And you will win over a lot of people. Shout out to Joe.
I agree. My advice to everybody is always show up every day and do the job. It's so much about this job is grinding and being there, being pleasant to everyone. Everyone.
One time someone who used to work in radio in Sacramento told me, be a person that people like being around. Let's go.
No, that's a good idea. Where's he at now?
Oregon, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I told you he randomly called me on accident, right?
Yes.
The other day?
Yeah, you got
Like-
a little butt dial.
Last month or something.
I've
I
tried
sent-
to reach out to him a couple of times and haven't gotten a.
I sent him a text back, and I would say hi. Yeah, I mean, all of that makes sense, man. Like I do a lot of like mentoring with the
Mhm.
younger guys, and like because I can't do this forever, and like I think there's a path forward for a lot of these guys that are
Mhm.
really bright young guys, and a lot of it is just like, man, show up every day, be professional.
We're back.
Talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hour number 2. Welcome in. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then D'Lo and KC will hop in here. We were talking some NBA playoffs today. Talking a ton of NFL draft, though, with night one. A wild one last night. Finally in the books. A reminder, though, in this second hour, we're giving you $500. We'll be giving you a keyword. Enter that keyword at ESPN1320.com, and you will be entered to win $500. We're not going to do it right now, but we will at some point in this hour.
That's right.
Also, speaking of the NFL draft, 4 p.m. today, right at the end of D'Lo and KC, day 2 coverage begins. That'll be rounds 2 and 3. And then Saturday, we'll have rounds 4 through 7, beginning at 9 a.m. Every single pick right here on ESPN 1320. NBA playoffs were last night. It was really tough having to second screen the NBA playoffs.
It was wild, man. Watching the NBA playoffs were crazy.
Yeah. Luckily the Magic just kind of dismantled the Cavs.
Yeah, I
So-
mean, that made it easy, right?
Hey, real quick. 121-83 the final there. Losing a playoff game by damn near 40 points is so hard.
I think, though, when it starts to go that way, just let it go. And like, hey, we're not going to give
Yes.
you anything.
Yes, that is 100% how that game went last night.
That's how it has to go. Like when you get to a point where you're like, hey, everything that they take goes in. You give it a shot. You're down. What is it? 45-61 at half, right?
Yeah. And then they got smacked in the
Smacked
third
in
quarter too.
Yeah, but mid third, I'm like, okay, I'm pulling the plug on this, and
Yes.
you get nothing.
Yes.
We are not doing any game plan. We're just gonna sit here and study while everyone plays.
Yeah.
And tough.
What's so funny about them blowing out the Cavs though by 38 points is I go back to this is, man, the Magic would be really dangerous with a Malik Monk type player.
Yeah.
And it is just, but then you see Jalen Suggs hit some threes and you're like, hey, look at that. Jalen Suggs, Cole Anthony.
Yeah, but
You
I
guys are
think
set.
like I think their vision is Jalen Suggs alongside.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
But even in the process of them hitting a bunch of threes and scoring 121 points and Paolo Banchero looking like a future All NBA guy, it's just like, man, it is jarring how much better a scorer like that would be. Just a creator, playmaker.
Oh yeah.
It's the missing piece for them.
Yeah.
Man.
No, I agree. And the fact they're still up 2-1 in that series.
Yeah, the Cavs are, yeah.
So it's like, that's okay.
I think the Cavs win the next 2.
Okay.
Maybe the Magic shocked me, but that felt like the kind of game where the Magic hit a bunch of shots. And like you said, the Cavs, some point early third quarter went, okay, there's no 25-0 run here. We're punting. And it just happens.
The other thing I loved was the Denver Lakers matchup because, we talked about this yesterday
Dude.
with Dame. Inevitable.
It is
Inevitable.
It's tough because we talked about this with Damian, and then I heard D'Lo and KC talk about it on their show as well, where they're both in the camp that like, no, Denver's not that dominant. And I agree with you. I agree with the idea that they're not the 2017 Warriors. They're not the 2011 Miami Heat or 2012 Miami Heat, whatever you're the one. They're not that. But and maybe it's just the matchup with the Lakers. Maybe they get into the second round and really struggle. But dude, it is just the methodical dismantling of teams that it's just it reminds me of Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs in a way of, man, there's just nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
It's not, hey, one huge play to Tyreek Hill. It used to be. But now it's like, yeah, hey, here's 8 yards to Travis Kelce here. Oh, you stopped the run, 3rd and 2? Yep, sorry about it. Here's Rashee Rice, 4 yards, first down. We're going to keep the chains moving. And there's just nothing you can do. That's exactly how I feel watching the Nuggets. I don't look at the Lakers and go, because the Lakers aren't terrible. The Lakers aren't some team that's way out of their depth. But they just have nothing. They have no answers.
There's always a point in a Nuggets game where I feel like it's almost like they just hit the fast forward button and they just run right past you for like a 4-minute stretch and the game's over.
Mhm.
And you're like, what just happened?
Dude,
Like,
1,000%.
Yeah, you're like, that was so quick, and it wasn't like 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. It's just like, no, they gotta stop. They score every time. They keep getting stops, they score, and the game's over. You're just sitting back like, I don't know what just happened, but that game, it got out of control very quickly, and it doesn't matter. They don't care how far they're down. They don't care like who's hot and who's not. They just literally walk into a game knowing that there's going to come a moment in the game where they put their foot on the gas and run right past somebody, and then that team is left scrambling the rest of the way, and they're not. And they're just like, okay, we got you.
Yeah, they're just it's like tortoise in the hare type of stuff.
Yeah.
It is methodically, they're just going to move along and just do their thing.
They literally have a
system.
giant tortoise.
Yeah.
They do. They do. They have a gigantic tortoise who just wanders up and down the court, and then every time you need him, it's like fall away 18-footer that scrapes the bottom of the scoreboard over 3 guys, nothing but net.
The ugliest jump shot in the league. It is amazing, dude.
Yeah.
And the thing is I think it was Kenny. It might have been Damian. One of the two said that the Lakers have been up in all these games.
Oh yeah. They're up 10 at the end of the first quarter last night.
Yeah, they were up 20 in the second half the other night. But like that's the way that the Nuggets are dominant to me.
Yeah.
Is the fact they get down like this and it's just never panic time. It's just nope. We're just moseying along. We're gonna do this thing. Like we got a sledgehammer and we're about to hit you with it, and we'll get there. Hang on.
Yeah.
Like,
It's coming.
Man,
you just don't know when.
Man.
Yeah.
It was just so impressive last night.
I think
when
it's,
the Lakers,
it's funny we had that discussion with Damian, because Damian was like, oh, I don't see it. And we're like, oh no, we do.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
it is what it is.
And I get the argument of,
yeah,
no, they're not. They have a Hall of Famer. We'll see where Jamal Murray winds up, but it's not like they're this loaded super team. There's just that people can't guard one-on-one.
Yeah.
Man, so I totally get that. I 1,000% understand. But watching them last night, again, with how the Lakers played early in that game, I went, oh, hey, the Lakers are going to get one. I just kind of, like I said, I was on a second screen last night. But keeping an eye on it, I'm watching, I'm like, man, early, the Lakers are playing really well. I think they're going to get this game at home tonight. They're gonna finally be, and I think the Nuggets win the next 2 bit. And then nope, didn't matter.
No.
I'm blown away by the Nuggets, dude. They're incredible.
I think there's a possibility if he does make the Hall, he'll make the Hall in the same way that we just saw Chauncey Billups make the Hall.
Jamal Murray?
Yeah.
Just by being part of a team that wins multiple titles.
Well, yeah, but like even with that, the multiple titles, like somebody else had to be in the Hall besides Ben Wallace. You couldn't just like ignore. Somebody else has to be, because to be honest with you, I don't think Chauncey Billups had a Hall of Fame career at all. Like I have 15.2 and 5.4 assists per game. He was a big game guy, but again, like there's nothing about his career that like outwardly says, oh, like surefire Hall of Famer, 5-time All-Star, all that stuff.
He got in because you can't tell the story of the NBA without those early 2000s Pistons teams.
Yeah.
And Chauncey Billups was the dude for them.
Yeah. I mean, he was 2-time All-Defensive Team, but also you have to remember that Chauncey Billups, again, he's drafted by Boston, goes to Toronto, goes to Denver, goes to Minnesota, and that's all before he's 26. And then he ends up in Detroit, and that's when they start to roll. And yeah, I mean, like, look, he's a good ball player, but it's just, for me, it's kind of stunning that that's where Jamal Murray is for me. Like there's a possibility if he were to get into the Hall to be on that. But again, he's never made an All-Star team.
Yeah, Stephen McBride in the YouTube chat says Jamal Murray might have already had a Hall of Fame playoff career. Like, yeah, if there was a playoff Hall of Fame, like, yeah, Jamal Murray's probably there.
Yeah,
the way he elevates his game, and that's what people are going to remember about him, I think. But again, he has so much career left, so I don't want to put anything on him. But I think right now you look at that team and you go, Nikola Jokic, surefire Hall of Famer. Everybody else,
yeah. No, I'm with you, like 100%.
And then the 76ers got on the board against the Knicks, 125-114. Joel Embiid is just unbelievably impressive.
It's the most bizarre
He's got a knee thing. He's got Bell's palsy.
Yes.
So his
entire face started drooping mid-game.
Yeah, just it's like a nerve issue.
Yeah, so I looked at it. It's usually caused by a viral infection.
Yes. Right.
And then it like attacks the
nerves in your
facial
face.
Paralysis.
Yes.
Yeah. In the middle of a game.
And he's just out there dropping 50.
50 with like no knee, and his face is like sliding off. Yeah. Wow.
I don't love the foul grifting.
Yeah.
Went to the free throw line 21 times, but also sometimes that is just a matter of him being huge and getting in the lane and nobody being able to stop him.
There's no way to stop him. Yeah.
Man. Impressive postseason from Joel Embiid. He has my undying respect. Let's give away $500 next. We'll continue talking about the NFL draft. Some major surprises early on. We will get into all of that on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
You're listening to The Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and 98.5 HD2, Sacramento's sports leader.
The Bell's palsy.
The best golf demo days in California return to Hagen Oaks Golf Complex with your chance to be fitted for your new golf clubs by the factory reps that work with today's tour players. Right now is the perfect time for you to find the right golf clubs to help make you a better player and have more fun. This month, you can schedule a fitting with Cobra Golf or Titleist. Book your fitting at Hagen Oaks by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531. Hagen Oaks, Fulton Avenue, Cap City Freeway. Call 808-2531 for more fun in your game.
Whenever Night Elk Grove Dodge says all remaining, I know that's code for great deals. Like 14 grand off MSRP on all remaining new 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Lodestars. 6 at that net savings. During truck month at Night Elk Grove Dodge, save $14,000 on all remaining new 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Lodestars in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or...
Oh, I don't hear
Thanks,
it.
Adios.
Intriguing.
I'm going to tell you guys this on the stream because I don't want to say it on air. This is just for the sophomore class.
Okay.
They were. We got it. Thanks. Kyle Shanahan said this quote about Ricky Pearsall last night. Quote, he's not huge, but he's still got a good body where he can handle it on any side or any length.
All right.
Dog, we are reviewing for a flagrant 2 possible ejection.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Throw that flag.
It's not. I think they take a linebacker on day 2.
Yeah.
But I also had no idea they were taking Ricky Pearsall, so.
Yeah. I really want to see them draft a couple of offensive linemen right here.
Yeah, if they took 2 offensive linemen, wouldn't shock me.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to, in fact,
what running back is available in the 3rd round? Probably. Do you have what they have left? What their picks are?
Off the dome, 63, 94, 124, 132, 135, 157, 211, 215, 251.
Ooh.
Was that right?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. But it sounds right. Oh, here we go. Teams. How about that? When does the second round start?
4 o'clock.
I'll have it.
Coverage begins right here on ESPN 1320.
I'll have it in 2 seconds, man. Yeah. Round 2, they have the 31st pick. So
176, not 157. But other than that, I was spot on. Come on, coach. Let's go.
63, 94, 124, 132. They have all these 4th round picks. 135. 176, 211, 215, and 251. When do they draft a tight end?
Here, let's actually do that. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James. I'm Kyle. Talking a lot of NFL draft today. We got some NBA playoffs in there as well, but kind of an interesting discussion cropped up during the break. And we were talking about what picks the 49ers have left, day 2 of the draft. Of course, today, 4 o'clock, coverage begins right here on ESPN 1320. We'll also give away $500 in this segment, so stay locked in. With the draft, so the 49ers today, they have numbers 63 and 94. The Raiders, they hold numbers 44 and 77. And I think they're in similar spots, despite the fact that where they are in their builds are different. Because you were saying, like, you got to take an offensive lineman on day 2. And I think I tend to agree with you.
And day 2 is just the 2nd and 3rd rounds.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think I agree with you for the most part. But also, if they didn't, if they just went, we're out on all the offensive linemen that fell to 63, there was no trade up that we felt was of good value. That's the whole thing with draft, is you can't just take a player to fill a position. To me, if you have if they had no offensive tackles, then sure, you draft one. Because you need to. But right now, like, I don't think the 49ers dislike Colton McKivitz as much as the fan base does. Or as much as some people do. I don't think they view that as like this is a hardcore, got to trade up, put a bunch of eggs into the basket to draft a tackle. I think they're going to let the board fall. I think they're just going to sit and they're going to say, hey, there's 7 offensive tackles we like, or 4 offensive tackles we like, or however many. We don't think that many will go before 63. And we'll take one if they fall. But if not, it's not like, dang, total failure. It's not for me.
Okay, so here's how I look at it.
Please.
I'm looking at number 63, number 94, but I'm also looking at my 124, 132, 135, these 3 4th round picks.
Mm-hmm.
I want to look at who has, in the 2nd or 3rd round, the highest potential left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Like he can have a low floor, or he could be a bust.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to look and say who is the most physically gifted, who is like fits, checks some boxes. I'm going to go get that guy because I want him to sit here with Trent Williams for the next year or 2.
Sure.
And I want him to grow into something great.
Sure.
And I'm going to take that gamble that Trent has that ability to work with somebody and make them into that player.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where I would be if I'm the 49ers, because again, I don't think this many players. What do they have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 picks?
Mm-hmm.
10 players aren't making the 49ers.
Correct.
Yeah, they're not. So I need to go maximize this value. And if that means I take a 4th and one of your extra 6th, maybe that's what I do. Yeah.
To me, I don't totally disagree with the premise, but to me, that player also needs to be able to, at minimum, compete at right tackle this year.
Okay.
That is that if you're selecting a player to say, hey, you're going to be the heir apparent to Trent Williams, but you're not going to play until he retires. They have too many other things they need to address.
Okay.
At least for me, they need help on the offensive. They need help on the interior of the offensive line.
Yep.
Still, you still got to figure out what the right guard situation looks like. You're still looking for an upgrade at right tackle. I think they need help at linebacker. I think they need help at cornerback, both short and long term. I think they need help at safety, both short and long term.
Mhm.
Like, there are so many things that they could address with these picks. And I'm with you. Offensive tackle, both this year and then preparing for Trent Williams' exit, has to be up there on the priority list.
Oh, yeah.
But I also don't think that it benefits any team, not just the 49ers. I don't think it benefits any team. For example, the Raiders. The Raiders need a long-term answer at quarterback. That doesn't mean I think they should just at 44 go, yeah, we're taking a quarterback.
No.
You got to go.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
I think getting good players in the building is paramount in almost all instances. Again, the Titans, the Tennessee Titans, they might have had other needs, or they might have had other players that they really liked when they picked at 7. But they went, hey, we need an offensive tackle, J.C. Latham. Like, they literally needed just players to play offensive line.
Yep.
We're getting the best available offensive lineman. Like, that makes sense to me. But when you're in the second round, dude, you just, if there's not a, because here's where I'll side with you. Let's say it's, I don't know, Blake Fisher from Notre Dame. I don't think it would be, but if it is, or Roger Rosengarten from Washington. That's a name who's been tied to the 49ers.
Okay.
If the 49ers have identified Roger Rosengarten from Washington and said, you know what, this guy could start at right tackle this year, and we think he has all the tools to be a star left tackle in the post-Trent Williams era. If that's what they believe about him or any or whatever other player, then yeah, trade up and go get him. Go send 63 and a fourth and something else and move up to get that player for sure. But if they're sitting there with the tackles who are left going,
they're all in the same boat.
They're maybe like swing tackle, probably like maybe they can play some right tackle. Don't love them long term as a left tackle. Then yeah, I don't think you need to just go, oh God, you need to just get a guy. If you're just going to try and get a guy, then wait till day 3, get a couple of toolsy prospects, big, tall and long arms and athleticism, but maybe they're, sloppy technique or whatever. And you try and build them that way. But to me, you're not doing that on day 2.
Okay.
But if they love an offensive lineman on day 2, then by all means.
If there's somebody out there that like can fit, I'm going to get him. Like, that's where I'm at. Like, I get what you're saying. I'm not saying draft one just to draft one, but I am saying draft one because, if you need to move up, go get one. So if there's a guy that you target that you think is going to be really good, go get him.
Mm-hmm. I think that's. Do you think, are the Kings in the same boat if they hold on to their pick this year? Because I was going to say it feels like the same thing in the NBA, but if the best player available for the Kings is, I don't know. I guess I kind of need everything, huh?
No, so that's the problem that I like. In all honesty, the Kings, like, I like where they're at. Like, there are players there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's some.
I haven't done a deep dive on the NBA draft yet. So.
Like, right away, there are some really interesting European prospects.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish that the Kings felt like they could be that team that went and did that.
Mm-hmm.
It went and selected one of those guys and waited 2
Mm-hmm.
years. Because I think that there is, like, value to that in having a guy who sits at the end of the bench or plays a bunch in the G League in year 1. I just don't know that the Kings feel like they can do that. I think that the Kings, even at this point, they feel like number 13. Just go back, rewind 7 years when they traded Marco Bellinelli for the 22nd pick in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that the Kings are in the reverse of that. Now, if you can go get a player that's better than Marco Bellinelli, because we're talking not the 22nd pick, but the 13th pick.
Mm-hmm.
If there is a player out there that you really like, that you think fits what you're doing and your build, and he might be one of those players that we keep talking about, that long, athletic, 3-4, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Again, like, just throw a name. Like, Jared Vanderbilt had a bad foot all season, right? But if you think that you could swing like a Chris Duarte and throw in something else to get Jared Vanderbilt and give up your 13th pick.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that's the right value.
Sure.
But I
just
think
in theory,
that's where I think the Kings could attack a position of really strong need, but with like a 25, 26-year-old that they're bringing back who's under contract for a few years.
I see.
who helps you build out, who is a top 8 of the rotation guy. That's where I think the Kings will play. That's the pool I believe that they'll play in. I also think, like, why not call Atlanta? Say Atlanta, hey, we'll give you a second round pick if you take this 2013 pick.
2004.
2024 pick. What?
2013.
Yeah. I don't know. My brain went sideways there for a second. But yeah, if you'll take this, well, it's because it's a 13th pick.
But let's say the Kings are making the pick.
Okay.
I think they're in a spot too, similar to the 49ers, where we sit here and go, yeah, they need a 6'9" defender who can shoot. But dude, if there's a really good point guard available who can shoot it from 3 and can play some defense, and why not?
What I don't want to see them do is sort of just put yourself in the Ricky Pearsall discussion where you're drafting a 23, 24-year-old because you feel like you have to have it now. Like that's the error, I think, in this situation.
Yeah.
Like you can look in the draft and there are like 3 or 4 junior seniors that are sitting there. And most of the time that is who the Kings have selected. You know, look at Davion as a 4-year player. Look at Tyrese Halliburton as a second year, or even Keegan as like a 21-year-old sophomore. Yeah. They've looked for that player. So when I'm looking at the draft, I really wish I wasn't looking at like Dalton. What is it? Connect?
Yeah.
Who's a 23-year-old senior.
I love Dalton Connect.
Yeah, there you go. Or Filipowski, or you know, like really just kind of circling, like going through the draft and saying, man, Terrence Shannon Jr. out of Illinois, he's a 23 and a half-year-old senior. Like that makes perfect sense because that's what the Kings are looking for. Like I hope that we have a broader, you know, look at, you know, even like Tristan Da Silva, Colorado, small forward, power forward, 6'9", 229, almost 23 years old at the time of the draft. That's, I don't think, what they should be doing. I think that, you know, you should broaden your horizons and be able to draft like the Tijane Saloon or whatever his name is, the 6'9" dude who's out of Cholet basketball, but at like 18.7 years old at draft season. But all kinds of potential, but you can't wait for him because we got to get this thing back on
fit the
track.
timeline. You don't want to do 2 timelines?
No. No, I'm okay with 2 timelines. I'm okay with bringing up young talent because I think you need to do that on occasion.
Yeah.
But I also think there's, you know, there's going to be more value in that pick to go even in a bad draft.
All right. We got to run. The Falcons might have saved the Raiders from making a terrible mistake. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. I think the Kings, like, this is a piece that they're going to use to shop to try to find one of those players that they think they need. Or even that we think that they need. I just don't know who that player is. Yeah, Jared Vanderbilt's 25. But he's very close with De'Aaron Fox. And he's a 6'8", long, athletic, defensive-minded power. I just don't know if he's worth the 13th pick in the draft, even in a bad draft. John Poles, we haven't done the keyword yet. Yeah, so a lot of you guys who are out there and like you're talking about some of these players, like this is not, it's a bad top end. There's too much danger in the top end. It's from picks like 10 through 22. I think you're still going to be able to find really high quality players. Eric B, that's a good question. Are we going to go through some of your start stuff? 4-year guys have more value this year. Maybe the 4-year guys, but I haven't like taken the deep dive into the draft yet. I will. But again, I think the COVID effect is going to be real in this year's draft. And that's, I think, part of the COVID effect in this year's draft is that there are a bunch of 23-year-old, 24-year-olds, which is totally bizarre for NBA. Like normally, if a guy is drafted, if a guy turns 23, I think Chris Duarte is the one exception I can think of. But most of the time, 23-year-olds fall into the 20s or in the second round. That's just not going to be the case this year. Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of these guys that we're talking about. I could see the Kings moving back too, or completely out.
Sell the pick for cash?
I mean, I don't think they need to like attach a pick to Kevin Huerter. Like, not like that, but boy, wouldn't that be like a kick in the yeah. Wouldn't that be a kick in the nuts? So if you trade a first round pick for Kevin Huerter and then have to give up a first round pick that you didn't get to send to move Huerter.
I don't know how much value they'll get for Huerter, but they're definitely not going to have to attach a pick.
Yeah.
Kevin Huerter for Tyrese Maxey straight across. Who says no?
That's funny. Like, there's going to be someone out there that we're not seeing, you know. And again, I think like if you have to find the replacement for Malik, there are players out there that have a trajectory. If you like look at them the right way, that could become those types of players.
Just go get DeLon Wright and win a damn title.
There it is.
Just a huge DeLon Wright guy.
No, but Trey Mann, I'm looking at Trey Mann.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
You know, I've never stretched during the show, but that was nice.
I was doing that just a minute ago.
Just get a little stretch in.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was great.
We should do
I feel rejuvenated.
We should do yoga breaks.
The yoga studio wants to sponsor us doing yoga at the breaks. I will bring a mat and dress in athleisure.
Oh yeah, there we go.
I'll just be
Or inappropriate pants.
Tree pose and stuff.
Kyle over there with inappropriate pants on.
I will, dude.
You'll rock
my ass in some yoga pants. I'll tell you what.
What?
The Atlanta Falcons last night. The shocker of the NBA draft or the NFL draft, excuse me.
Shook the
I
NFL
need to
draft
hang
board.
on. Did I say the Atlanta Hawks?
Oh, yeah. The Atlanta Falcons. We might need
I think I said Falcons.
Got all mixed up.
Well,
there.
we were talking NBA stuff at the break. The Atlanta Falcons might have saved the Las Vegas Raiders from doing something bad last night. Not necessarily bad, but doing what we didn't think they should do. And that was draft Michael Penix Jr. from Washington. The Falcons ended up taking him 8th overall. I don't necessarily have a problem. Like if you love, we talked about this yesterday with the Raiders, where I said if the Raiders were convinced that Michael Penix Jr. is a franchise guy and the 2 season-ending shoulder injuries and the 2 ACL tears are behind him and he's good to go and he's going to be healthy for 15 years, then great. If you're convicted in that, then yes, go get him. My concern at 8, and Ramsey in our YouTube chat said, why is everyone questioning the Falcons? It's not a bad pick at all whatsoever. It's not in a vacuum, I think, a bad pick, especially since everybody that you hear from with the Falcons has talked about how much they love Michael Penix Jr. and how they think he's a franchise guy. The problem is they just gave Kirk Cousins $100 million guaranteed dollars over 4 years. I think it ultimately comes out to a 2-year deal with $100 million guaranteed. I think is how it works. But Michael Penix Jr., part of the reason that his draft stock was low was because of his age.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's turning 24.
Yes.
And now you've committed to Kirk Cousins at least for 2 years. And so, and hopefully longer if you're the Falcons.
A 4-year 180.
Right. So you're hoping he sees the 4 years of that contract.
Mm-hmm.
And their general manager, Terry Fontenot, said, like, hey, if we're sitting here with Kirk Cousins in 4 years, that means things are going pretty well. But okay, let's play that out. Let's play it out where Kirk Cousins plays the next 4 years. And then Michael Penix Jr. steps in for what will be his 5th-year option, and maybe you extend him before then for cheap. But now you basically have your starting quarterback who's going to be 28, 29 years old and just getting started.
Mm.
And you're signing him to a quote-unquote long-term contract at that point, or maybe he's playing out his 5th-year option. And then you're kicking in the long-term contract where now he's basically 30 and you're paying him for the it feels like not a bad pick because of Michael Penix Jr.
Okay.
It feels more like a bad pick because of what the Falcons need on their roster. The Falcons are not a championship roster right now, I don't think. They have good weapons on offense for sure. Kirk Cousins is going to help them immensely.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, they were so out on the defensive players in this class that they needed to have Michael Penix Jr. They thought this is the best way to help their team.
Kyle, there were so many other options, man. I'm looking at this.
I don't get it.
First of all, I would rather, if I'm going to have Kirk Cousins as my quarterback, I'd much rather have him with like the best offensive tackle in the draft, which went number 11, right? You could have had him. Not only that, but we can look, the Jets and Vikings swapped 11 for 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't think you could have got something to go from 8 to 11, where Penix is probably might still be on the board, but if he's not, there's still an offensive tackle. There's still like all of these other pieces, or maybe he does make it there. Maybe JJ McCarthy doesn't. Like, there are so many options there. You could have got one of the best wide receivers in the draft. Like, there are so many things you could have done right there.
Right, and that's so we've talked about, and it's 28 the Penix will be when he's up for an extension. Not 30, but almost 30.
Yeah. Well, it's still 28.
But yeah, that's pretty old in quarterback years, or in NFL years, I should say. But I know we talked about earlier, if you got to go get the best player available, and if here's my issue: why did you sign Kirk Cousins then? If you were going to go, if there was a chance you were going to invest your top 8 pick in a quarterback, why did you go pay a veteran for 4 years and $180 million?
The big splash of the free agency.
Yeah, which was great. Like, I don't think Kirk Cousins is great, but I'm higher on him than other people I talk to about him. Higher on him than some people. And I thought it was a good pick. I think he helps them right away, or a good signing in free agency. Helps them right away. Great. Now they can build out their team with their draft pick. But if you had an inkling that, like, man, hey, you know what, we've started doing work on Michael Penix Jr. and we think he's a really good player, and we think that if we get in the building with him and he shows us he's made of franchise quarterback material, like, you could have gone and gotten Sam Darnold for way cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
Investing in a second quarterback, that's fine. I think that's actually smart given the rate that quarterbacks get hurt. But if you're picking 8th, you're hoping to get your guy for the next 15 years.
Yeah, and you could have just stuck with Desmond Ridder and Taylor Heineke. If that and drafted the quarterback.
Oh, I see. Sure.
Yeah, you could have done that. Like, they're perfectly fine being backup quarterbacks and drafting a young quarterback, and whether he starts on day 1 or he starts in week 4, it doesn't matter. You got your dude, that's fine. But to go out and to give a guy $180 million when you could have addressed a lot of other needs, hey, that just doesn't make any sense. And then to not only that, but like you had an opportunity to one of the best wide receivers in the draft is sitting there at number 8. You could have taken him. The best tight end, you don't really need a tight end. You got Kyle Pitts. But at the same time, you couldn't have used an offensive lineman. You couldn't move down 2 or 3 spots and maybe still got the same player. I don't know. Like,
I'm with you, man. It's a head-scratching pick. You know what's not head-scratching? This $500 that we're going to give away right now.
Hell yeah.
The Nothing But Net $500 giveaway. You can go to ESPN1320.com right now. Get ready to enter the code word that we are about to give you. The code word is layup. Layup. All one word. Layup. 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 All one word. Layup.
Layup.
There it is. Go to ESPN1320.com. It's part of the Nothing But Net $500 giveaway. You enter that code word, you will be entered to win $500. D-Lo and KC will also be giving you a keyword later, which gives you a second chance at winning $500. A big shout out to our winner from yesterday, Jason S. in Sacramento. Jason S. in Sacramento, our winner of $500 from Thursday. So go to ESPN1320.com right now and enter the code word layup. The Nothing But Net $500 giveaway.
Okay. We don't know who Jason S. is.
No.
We don't know if it is a Jason S. from the chat, but
there is a Jason S. in the chat.
Yeah, but we don't know if it's that guy.
Is it him?
They don't give
I
us.
hope it's him.
They don't give us the names.
We can't, like I said, we have very little control over this. We have a tremendous promotion staff full of people smarter than me.
Yes.
And we have lawyers and stuff who go over every single giveaway thing. So we don't have any say in who wins. But we want the chatty house to win all the things.
Yeah. And Kyle and I are irresponsible, so they don't give us things like last names and stuff like that.
Facts.
It just is what it is. Adam L., you literally are asking, did you miss the code word? The code word just happened.
Adam!
It just happened.
Make a play, bro!
Come on.
Adam L., is that L for layup? It should be, because that's the code word. Boom, roasted.
It's ridiculous, and we're tired of it.
Layup.
Spray those hot keys, Kyle. Spray those hot keys.
I don't think we're going to see any day 2 fireworks in the draft.
Oh, I think we're going to see day 2 fireworks.
I don't think.
I think
the
something
Raiders pick,
silly is going to
The Raiders
happen.
pick 44 and 77. I think Tom Telesco is vibing. He's just going to go get some good. Going to get some good football players. I am overall optimistic about the Raiders' direction. With the 49ers, because of what you mentioned earlier, that needed offensive tackle. If there's a player that they're like, dang, this could be our starting right tackle this year with potential to be, then yeah, trade up and go get him. Other than that, I think they're going to be content to hang out.
Okay.
And let the board fall, because there's some really good players left. And they're just going to go, yeah, hey, we like 4 offensive linemen, maybe one falls, but if one doesn't fall, that means a linebacker's falling or a cornerback. 63 would be the earliest I've ever taken a cornerback under.
I'm trading up for Kool-Aid. I am. I'm trading up for Kool-Aid. I don't
You might
care.
have to trade up to like 33. You might have to trade Deebo Samuel to get Kool-Aid.
I don't care if he's good or not. I want to have.
You want to have a guy named
on my
Kool-Aid on
roster.
your team? That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, his foot thing. I think his foot thing was why he didn't. He has a Jones fracture. That's part of why he didn't go round 1.
Okay. Yeah, that's not great.
And to finalize this Brandon Ayuk Deebo Samuel thing, I still don't think either one gets traded. And if they do, I really don't think Ayuk's getting traded. If Deebo Samuel gets traded this year, like today, I think it's going to be a package that we, I think it's going to be a set of picks in the trade that we're looking at it and going, man, yeah, you couldn't have turned that down.
Yeah.
Team X got fleeced. I think that's kind of how it's going to look.
Yeah, I don't think any of us want to see a trade just to make a trade, or a trade to get a bunch more picks in this year's draft. Like, you need, like, it's got to be a quality move. It's got to be something that helps you now, that helps you build out your roster. That's how I would look at it. Like, again, you don't have to do anything this year. I am a little concerned about the injury and what these guys could look like, what Debo could look like next year.
Sure. It's time for the handoff. Kenny Caraway in the building. Kenny, you are here just in time. We'll get your reaction to the NFL draft here in a second. Sorry, let's get your mic on.
Yes, sir.
We'll get your reaction to the draft here in a second, but Adam Schefter just tweeted this.
Okay.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is mulling a future with 18 regular season games, a President's Day weekend Super Bowl, and a significant increase in international games. Yuck.
So there's a lot going on there.
There's so much happening.
So number one, let's start with 18 games. Not surprised. We don't like it.
Not surprised.
We all knew this was the move. We
Yep.
all knew that when they were talking about 17, it's going to be 18 eventually. So we already know that's the case. Number two, President's Day weekend Super Bowl. Not mad at it.
I'm in.
Not mad at it. What have we been talking about for so long about they just need to let us off work the Monday after Super Bowl?
Give me that Monday off.
So not bad.
I'm there.
And then international games, 2 thumbs down.
Yeah, I don't like the international games.
Let's stop this. No, one of the reasons why I hate that is because it takes away a home game. I've never liked it because of that.
Exactly.
And I don't care if it's Jacksonville, Buffalo, or Green Bay or San Francisco. Like, there's no reason to take away a home game for these guys to go to Germany or something.
Yeah.
Like that. If anything, like, you might even get me on board. You probably wouldn't because I just don't like to travel and anything, especially I'm a Niners fan coming from the West Coast to have to go to one of these European cities.
That's not going to happen, though. I don't think. I think this will be strictly East Coast teams going over. I mean, because they haven't really done that, right?
Well, they got to go at some point.
They can't do that.
The Niners went once, and they've been skating, just like Hard Knocks. They've been skating around it for years. At some point, they got to go.
Dude, they will do anything. They'll be like, okay, fine, we'll go to Mexico. Okay, fine, we'll coach the Senior Bowl. It's just all
right. They've been trying to skate around it for years, and at some point, maybe it is Mexico. Maybe they can get away with like going to Mexico again. But if they got to go to Germany or something like that, like that's crazy. That feels like damn near a scheduled loss, NBA style.
What did you think of the Ricky Pearsall pick? Your initial reaction.
No, my initial is this. No, look. Yeah, we have a good time here. You guys know me. You know me.
Yeah.
My initial reaction. Took a white receiver.
You throw your hat?
No. I was just literally like, because I was like looking at it from the distance. I was looking at the screen from a distance.
Yeah.
I was like, I need glasses.
Of course.
Took a white guy receiver? Huh.
And it wasn't Lad McConkey?
It's like, oh, okay. So then I looked at the breakdown and I was like, looks good enough. I'm not going to act like, I knew him. I don't do the mock drafts and draft boards and all this other stuff. Wasn't that familiar with him. But the more, I saw him, I liked what I saw in that initial highlight clip. Then start doing some more deep dive into him. Guy looks like a player. Then the CJ Stroud clip, just CJ was distraught that he was gone. So that helped me feel good about it. And then you talk about what's going on with Debo and Ayuk. I'm of the belief, and we'll talk about this more throughout the day, but I'm of the belief this entire draft, damn near, is more of a stock in the cupboard draft and preparing for the following season. And that's what I think this was. I think unless they're blown away by an offer, they know they got one more year of Ayuk and Debo together.
Yep.
They're going to maximize that this year, but they're getting ready for 2025 because one of them, and it's probably going to be Debo, is going to have to be gone.
I'm with you.
And that's what this pick is about. And I think that's what this draft is about. They're going to get a tight end to look to replace Kittle. I think they're going to look to get a left tackle or somebody that can rotate to being a left tackle to replace Trent Williams. And all this is like a depth draft, and that's dangerous.
Feels like that's what the last couple have been, though.
True. But this one, the thing that I said, I tweeted it out, like, say they draft who you want to draft, who's starting? Like, where's there a starting position available on both sides of the ball? Maybe you could say corner, maybe you could say interior defensive lineman, but 22, like at least 19 of the 22 starting spots are filled. So I think they're going to go heavy on preparing themselves for 2025 in this draft.
And I think there's a way you can kind of thread that needle better than they have in the past. Last year, it was Jake Moody and then Jair Brown because of injury and a sprinkle of Ronnie Bell here and there.
Right.
Other than that, it was like, nobody's going to play.
Right.
But I think a guy like Ricky Pearsall can function as a wide receiver 4, wide receiver 3 if somebody's hurt.
That's just something else I thought about. Not to interrupt, but when things would go bad, whether it was Debo hurt or you needed a 4 wide receiver, they had to go to Ray McLeod. And
Wasn't
Chris Connolly.
Chris Conley too. Yeah,
and that just wasn't it. Now, if Debo goes down, any of the receivers go down, and you're going to that 4th wide receiver, you're going to a guy that is like a legit. I like Ray, but he's more of a special teams guy.
Yeah, gadget guy.
Yeah, and you're going to more of a legit wide receiver. Think about if Slick Rick was there in Minnesota in that Minnesota game.
Yeah,
instead of Brock trying to throw those passes over the middle to Lil Ray, you got Slick Rick there. Maybe that changes that game. So
yeah.
How many times last season did they make that play right there where they threw to a like tertiary wide receiver in a crucial moment where you're like, oh no, like why are you throwing it there? And you're right. Like if you have somebody that you trust and it's a big wide receiver that knows how to get open and who has great hands. Okay.
Yeah.
I like him. I like what I see so far.
Loved what the Raiders did too.
Oh man, that dude's
Brock Bowers.
Beast.
So
sick. Man, damn, that's a good look. I feel like C.J. Stroud when they drafted him. I wanted him to fall today. Yeah, man, that's a good pick for the Raiders. That's a good look.
Yeah, it is. The Nuggets dominant yet?
They're dominant against the Lakers. I know that much. They beat their ass left and right. They toss them around like a rag doll every time they play them.
I was watching the first quarter last night, and I was like, wow, look at the Lakers. They're going to get one. Good for them.
I thought they were going to win yesterday.
I did too. They looked so good in the first quarter. It's like, okay, the Nuggets took a night off. That's good. And then, nope, just
walked them down.
I did not think the Lakers were going to win. What did you think of Embiid, though? Like, running out there with, like, no knee, face is slumped to the side, and he's out there dropping 50?
It's amazing. I mean, this dude, you can make the argument he's the best player in the game right now. He's one of those ones. I don't know how he gets through a playoff season, but what he's doing right now to will that team to at least have life in this series is phenomenal. I mean,
I've gained a whole new
questionable plays, but
I've gained a whole new respect for him just in terms of, like you said, the dirty stuff that sucks.
Yeah.
But man, just dragging that leg out there, and he's got his face, and he's just like, nope, we're gonna get a win tonight.
That's a team.
Here's 50.
That's a team a city would love. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like I understand why Philly loves Embiid.
Yes.
Just imagine if Embiid was a Sacramento King,
my
and
God.
not only like the success of the team, but him. Like it's time to put this team in the city on my back, and I'm gonna deliver. That's stuff legends are made of in cities.
If Joel Embiid had done that in a Kings uniform, we would be talking about Joel Embiid, and that's it for 6 hours.
He'd be next to the little pig.
We'd also be talking about like a third team all NBA or whether or not he's going to make it. Despite the 50.
Joel shooting a fadeaway would be next to the little pig. That's what it'd be, the statue right out in front. That's how we do it.
Yeah, Piglet.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
He's so good, dude.
He's the truth. Yeah, he's the truth. Knicks are winning that series, though.
You think?
Yeah.
That late 3 he had over Brunson, where Brunson was like up against him. Like Brunson was on him. And it's just, oh man, you're too small. I'm just gonna lace this 3.
More likely to win their series. Ask this to both of you with a minute left. 76ers, Magic, or Pelicans?
Magic.
I'm gonna go Sixers.
I'm gonna go Pels.
Wow.
I think the Pels got
they got no shot without Zion. If they had Zion, I'd feel a little different. But
I'm with you, man. The Thunder just, I think we leaned, and maybe it's just me. I think I leaned too hard into like playoff inexperience thing, and it might matter if Zion was playing, but the Thunder are just good, dude.
Right.
They're
they
just
are good,
really freaking good.
And real quick, the playoff inexperience thing, that's like something you deal with against the Nuggets or even the Lakers, not against the Pelicans. Pelicans don't have enough playoff pedigree to take advantage of you not having that.
1000%. All right. What do you guys got today?
We got football, man. We talking to draft. We're talking to Kyle Madsen.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
Good get. Good booking.
Yeah, Candlestick Chronicles. And we talking to James Ham about the Kings. I got some Malik Monk thoughts too. I'm interested to hear what you guys got to say when we actually talk about it. But yeah, we talking a little bit of everything.
Can't wait. All right, we're out of here. See you next week. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen for Kenny Caraway, D'Lo, and Casey next on ESPN 1320. Sacramento's sports leader. We're out of here. Appreciate you, chatty gang. See you guys.
Switch profile. Joe, you got us in there? I can't hear myself. There we go. Joe, you got us in there?
Oh, we're on. Let's go.
We're on the radio. Well,
oh, no, we're not.
All right.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What y'all thought this was? Come on. What y'all thought this was? And we welcome you in here to the Friday. And man, them Friday vibes are going to be strong, boy. Let me tell you.
Yeah, man.
Friday, April 26th. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
That's a lie. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Hey, can I give a shout out?
In God mode.
Hey, do what you do, big dog.
Do that.
Do what you do, big
Now,
dog.
that was for you. Just for you.
I'm just here today.
Niners gear on and everything. I ain't even ready to do a show.
Well, don't worry about that. Don't worry. We got this. We got this. Niners gear today is, well, because I got a hoodie on. And I don't know what's going on out here at the studio location, but by my house, they're talking about 35% chance of rain. So I was like, man, this is going to be the last time maybe wear the hoodie Niner jersey combo. So let me go ahead and do that. So there's that. But I want to give a shout out to our guy, Antonio Harvey. He always listening.
Yeah.
He always looking out. Just want to give a shout out.
Okay.
Tone always Tone texts me with some stuff, man. He'd be like, yo, what's this? What's da-da-da-da? I'm like, man, don't even worry about it, Tone. Don't even worry about it. He's like, but no, man, no. What the? I said, don't even worry about it, dog. It's good. It's good. We cooking. He's like,
we got to take somebody out?
No.
Do we need to take somebody out? What we got to do? Hey, Tone.
No, man. Tone just always looking out. He just always looking out. And he like, yo, what's this? I said, don't even worry about it, Tone.
Hey, man.
It's good, man. It's good. I appreciate you, though, Tone. I appreciate you. So shout out to him always.
Tone know better than to text me. I'll start World War III with whoever. It don't matter if they in the building or not. Oh, man. What do James and Kyle watch every morning, man?
Well, don't sleep on that. That is the African Basketball League.
But it's highlights of the African Basketball
Well, no,
League.
the game just ended.
Oh. All right. Well, because it's
I'll be tapped into that.
Well, it
stuff.
says Eastern Conference first round. Well, that's fine.
What's about to come on.
That's fine. Yeah. That's fine.
It's funny. I try to get locked into like the now when I say African, I don't think that's even what it's called, but it's the NBA's sponsored African Basketball League. That's why I said that.
It definitely does have a different name.
Yeah, I think it's NBL. Actually, I think. But yeah, I try to tap into that and EuroLeague.
What? You can let your imagination run wild with what that means. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious.
But yeah, man, I got to give a shout out to the NFL draft, man. They had my attention yesterday. I mean, not solely because I was looking at the.
Look at Ryan Clark today.
Ryan Clark for day 2.
Yeah, look at Ryan Clark today.
I see you, boy. I see you, boy.
So that's the shoot. Go ahead, because I have some thoughts on the presentation of the draft.
No, I thought it was, they did a good job yesterday. As much as I'm not usually into it leading up to it, the actual draft night is always pretty cool. And
it's fantastic.
Yeah, they do a really good job with the presentation.
There's two things I love watching, and I want to talk about the presentation for a second. There's two things I love. I genuinely, and this holds true for the NBA draft as well. I love watching those young brothers' dreams come true.
Yes.
I love, as many jokes as we get off, or as many critical things as we say about Roger Goodell. I love the interaction between the draft picks and Roger Goodell. Like, they're meeting their boss for the very first time. You know what I mean? Like, that's and to have that reaction and for Roger to have that reaction for those guys, and knowing each one of those guys is experiencing the moment of their life right there on stage with you. 100 some odd of them are experiencing this moment right now with you. Only, a handful get to do it on stage, but that's a huge moment for that individual. And Roger Goodell takes all of those moments very seriously. I think that's pretty dope. And then the fashion. Come on, man.
Come on, man. These guys,
after much thought,
they don't be going to Men's Warehouse.
After much thought,
Men's Warehouse, but come on now.
Well, there goes that endorsement. After much thought and consideration, my opinion has not deviated from when you and I parted yesterday. I feel like I watched closely. I studied the film, Coach. Marvin Harrison Jr. was the winner last night.
Marvin Harrison, that boy was clean. Everything was on point.
LSU.
Jaden.
Yeah. Thank you. Close second or second. Marvin Harrison. Second I saw Marvin Harrison, I was like, that's the leading clubhouse right there.
Man, Marvin
that boy looked phenomenal last
Everything
night.
was fresh.
Yep.
The jacket was fresh. The pattern on the jacket was fresh. The jewelry was on point. Nah, he was clean. The glasses, the shades
CJ was out of
point.
pocket too. He called the defensive kid. He said that's the worst suit I've seen. And
CJ Stroud said that.
Yeah. They was on a thing together.
I see him because he made me feel a little better. Well, I wasn't feeling bad about the Niners pick, but his reaction to the Niners pick was crazy.
Oh, CJ's?
Yeah.
Oh, was it?
So
listen, I didn't see. I wasn't. All I saw was the clip of him talking to the young man who slipped in the draft a little bit. I forgot his name.
So CJ, the Niners make the pick or whatever, and CJ's like, oh no.
Oh, like when the Kings drafted Keegan Murray.
well, yes and no, but for him, he wanted receiver.
Him. Oh,
and the guy was like, "Yo, I haven't seen you react like that all night." He's like, "Dog, man, this dude can go, man. Oh my gosh, like we wasn't gonna take a receiver, I guess, but dang, dog,
how you feel about it?
Go,
young man out of Florida. It was Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, I just call him Slick Rick from now on. That's his nickname, Slick Rick.
Okay.
But
I'm with it.
yeah,
I'm with it
for sure.
I'm with it.
Now I feel great after CJ's video.
Yeah,
CJ was like, "Yo,
were you feeling some type of way when the name was called?"
I didn't. I was. I had no type of thoughts about it. I was just like, "Oh, wide receiver." The whole time, and you've heard me say this. We've talked about it or whatever, but this is, to me, this was always a draft to prepare yourself for 2025. You know what I mean? And that's
elaborate a little bit because I know what you're talking about. You talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
But what do you mean?
There's writing on the walls of 49ers headquarters in that locker room.
Apparently that writing's in Sharpie at this point, based on some of the reports that happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Before the draft, and then like minutes after that selection was made.
Yeah, man. It just is what it is. First of all, one of the receivers aren't going to be there next year, whether it's Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel.
And you're confident in that.
Very confident.
Okay.
My guess is it's going to be Deebo who's going to be gone. I think George Kittle might see his self out of here. And I think Trent Williams may be gone next year. And with that, you got to prepare right now for those departures.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been saying, get you a wide receiver to prepare for that. Get you a left tackle. Get you a tight end, in this draft to prepare for those losses. Now, will those guys be as good as these guys? There's no way I'm saying that right now. Like, we haven't even seen these guys. But you want to draft for guys that possibly can replace those guys. On top of that, Brock Purdy's contract extension is going to start kicking off.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Bosa will be fully into his new contract at that point. So you're going to have to get cheaper guys at a lot of different positions. And I thought that's what this whole draft will be about, because you look at the roster, in particular, the starting lineup, they got all 11 offensive guys coming back. No rookies coming in and starting over those guys. And I don't think many rookies are starting over anybody on the defense, which was the top 3 defense last year. You may have a rookie come in and potentially battle to start interior defensive line because you lost Eric Armstead, maybe. maybe cornerback, but that's it. Like out of the 22 starting slots, I think like 19 of them are locked up. And that's being conservative. You might say 20, 21 are locked up. So I say all that to say, you're not drafting guys that necessarily will start this year. You're drafting guys that, number one, could be depth pieces for this year, but more importantly, their role will elevate next year when some changes are made on that roster. And I thought, from everything that I've seen of this guy, from everything I've heard, not just CJ Stroud, but everybody else, he's best route runner in the draft and all this other stuff. A lot of people speak really highly of this cat. And he's somebody that, maybe after a year, he can just slide into the starting role in the 2025 season.
Okay. I'm anxious to get everyone's thoughts on that. Obviously, the phone line's open for you, 916-909-1320. But in particular to what you just said, obviously, we got 4 hours to talk about this. The Candlestick Chronicles crew will be with us throughout the day. Our man Kyle Matson, the Insiders. He's normally with us at about 12:15. He's going to be with us about 12:45. He's got some in-office business to attend to, so he'll be with us about 12:45. Just got confirmation, Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee, Kyle's co-host on Candlestick Chronicles. He's going to be with us coming up at 1:45. And then, of course, James Ham will join us in the final hour of the show. So we've got you covered as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings and the NBA draft here today. We'll talk about the Raiders as well.
I love that pick.
That
boy Brock. He's a problem.
I was admittedly a little frustrated with myself. I was frustrated. Yes, I caught the Raiders pick in the car, listening here on ESPN 1320. Of course, you can catch the draft again beginning today at 4:00.
All weekend too, huh?
And yes, sir. And they make the selection, and then they throw to it's like a Mel Kiper pre-tape. And Kiper's like, you didn't get a tight end here. You got a playmaker. Like, you got a dude who makes plays at that position. And Kiper is raving about this kid. I don't know how they paid it off. Admittedly, I do not know how they paid this off. But I do know they played the Kiper thing. They haven't made the next selection yet. The crew on ESPN radio throws to commercial by saying, we'll come back and tell you why the Raiders are the most dysfunctional organization in the NFL. I'm like, yo, what? And again, it could have been a joke. It could have been tongue in cheek. But I'm like, yo, just throwing that after that draft selection is trash.
Crazy.
Especially after the sound clip of Mel Kiper raving about this kid that y'all just aired. So again, it's my fault. I wasn't mad enough to stick around in the car and hear how they paid this off. I overall enjoyed the ESPN radio thing because when I got in the car, they were talking to Caleb Williams, and they talked to him for a really long time. Like, it wasn't a thing where every draft pick came over to see him. They clearly
can do more on the radio without the visual component. Let things breathe a little bit.
They talked to him during a complete, length between picks. And I really enjoyed it. Like, I really enjoyed hearing Caleb. That just throw to commercial, I thought that was whack.
No, that was trash.
I thought that was unfair to the Raiders, and it was, more importantly, it was terribly
contradictory
to Brock.
What the hell was going on?
What the guy just said.
What people with two eyes would say. That dude Brock is a problem.
Looks legit.
He can go.
I'm anxious to take the temperature on these two picks. We'll talk more about it. Of course, we'll continue to talk Kings basketball. We're going to do that all offseason. Mentioned Kyle Matson coming up this hour. Chris Biederman later on. James Ham, final hour of the show. We've got that keyword, your last chance to win $500 today. So much more ahead. We're happy you're spending your Friday with us here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. What's up, Joe? Can't hear you, buddy. Just give me the thumbs up. Not yet. I still can't hear you.
Hey, man, look, so, first and foremost, we don't have to bring the brooms out. That's a little unnecessary, to do that for my boys over at CKM. But yes, shout out to Laguna Creek.
Oh, I thought you was talking.
Oh no, those brooms are coming out.
When you said
those brooms are coming out.
You said my boys. I was like, hey,
no, those are my boys. Don't get it twisted. And those rooms are definitely coming out.
The funny thing is, if Jesse was here, we'd cut that clip and isolate it to where it said, "Oh, we don't have to bring the brooms out for my boys," and then cut it right there.
No, shout out to Laguna Creek though. Those are my future boys too, because I think that's barring something different happening. I think that's where my son's gonna go.
Is everything in your house a Civil War?
With my wife, yeah. I mean, if she picks a side, it's not my side. So some of the things she doesn't pick a side with, but if she picks a side, she don't pick my side. And when it comes to sports, my son is a 49ers fan. He is a 49ers fan for sure.
There you go.
Baseball isn't necessarily a Civil War because I like the Yankees. She gets mad at me talking about I like the Yankees. I was like, yo, I like the Yankees. The Giants is number one. But she's like, no, stay away. So, yo, got love for the Yanks. It might move down to third now with the A's here in Sacramento, but I still got love for the Yanks. Football is a Civil War. Basketball, she don't really care about nothing. Boxing, we're on the same page.
I was gonna try to switch up the 420. Yeah, there isn't one record from that album in the system.
Oh, I'm not surprised. Shout out.
Mike. Yeah, fucking.
Probably never even heard of that album.
Wonder how many Taylor Swift songs I could find in here. Let's check. Taylor. Well, I don't know if this includes. I'll spell Taylor Swift right. Stupid. Oh, wow. Multiple pages.
Oh, well, yeah.
It's good. Wonder how many of those aired on KSFM.
Boy.
Jackass.
Hey, let's just keep it a stack. Before Complex got here, they was playing some wild stuff on 102.5.
Playing some trash.
I would turn on 102.5 and I'd be like, no wonder nobody's been listening. Thank God for Complex and us.
Now everyone's listening.
Everybody tapped in.
As shown yesterday.
Everybody tapped in, baby.
We appreciate those who check us out.
Man, we had to do some work around here.
Man, still doing work every day. As evidenced by the fact there isn't a single song from Southern Playalistic Cadillac Funky Music on there. I mean, if like Players Ball, if nothing else, Players Ball.
Come on.
I don't want to throw that at Complex this late in the game. That is my favorite Outkast album, though. Not saying it's the best. Nah, I'm saying it's my favorite.
The crazy thing is, it's probably like fourth for me.
Yeah, it is my absolute favorite. That's one of the maybe 4 albums I remember the first time I heard it. There you are, my man.
Everybody kind of stepped their game up today. Mina looks. I like her outfit better too. That's nice. I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you stand on bow ties?
I'm gonna need Rihanna to quiet down just a little bit, and you hit me with that again.
Where do you stand on bow ties?
Oh yeah, the DC. I don't think it's for me, but it looks great. Like Doug looks phenomenal when he wears bow ties.
Man, Brian Clark, that's nice.
He looks tremendous.
That looks nice.
I don't think that color will work for me.
Tie,
yeah, I don't think that color will work for me, but he looks incredible. And you're right, so does she. She looks phenomenal. I like that better than the jacket.
Both of them set their game up for day 2. I think,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. It's Friday. Maybe they're going out after.
I like bow ties. I don't think it's a look for me. I've never tried it, admittedly. I've never tried it. I don't think I've ever desired to try it.
Yeah, I'm not with a suit, I'm not big on the bow tie. Obviously with a tux, that's what you got to do. I don't like the long tie with the tux. It's not a good look to me. For me. But just with the suit, I used to wasn't really feeling the bow tie too much, but in the last couple of years I've seen it, done different ways, and I might try it. I might try it. Yeah, I might try it in certain situations. I used to not like. I remember when the bow tie was like people were going out of their way to wear the bow tie, and I was like, it's a little corny.
See,
but now I like it.
Orlowski looks better, but he still doesn't look good.
He looks like
I like the skinny tie. Like I don't like
he looks like he works for TurboTax.
Somebody needs to help him. This is so upsetting. Like he's wearing like a salmon colored jacket. It's slightly ill fitted.
He looks like he works on Wall Street.
Like look at 15-year-old Field Yates looks fantastic. He looks terrific. It's sensible. It's not overly flashy. Like he looks good. You're right. Like Orlowski looks like he's doing your taxes. Not that there's nothing wrong with that. It's not that the tax guy's not the most stylish guy in the world. Orlowski's got to do better, man. He's got to do better.
Orlowski, is he the Richard Jefferson of NFL?
I'd argue he's worse. Because Richard Jefferson,
at least
no. Here's why. Because Orlowski he just doesn't look good. Richard Jefferson looks stupid. Like that's the difference.
That's why I would go
like Orlowski
with Richard Jefferson.
Like Orlowski needs a stylist. Richard Jefferson just purposely looks stupid. Oh, and I'm sorry, our guy Cody Stark is the master of the bow tie.
Yeah.
Cody rocks the bow tie. So shout out to our man Cody.
Yeah.
Cody, my bad, brother. A live look at her, man. Come on, man. He looks.
Come on,
tremendous.
Cody.
Come on, man.
Come on. Hey,
That's
look,
our man
I might be late to the show, but I'm a little bit more in on the bow tie than I was 5 years ago.
See, he looks fantastic.
Yeah, you're right.
Again, I just haven't tried it. Maybe, hey, Cody, maybe this is a good day Sacramento segment.
Come on now.
We bow ties with D'Lo and KC.
We get them on there.
We get them on there. That doesn't sound appropriate. We'll come up with a different name, but I'm with it. Cody looks phenomenal.
Yeah. I only say that because I forgot who the guy was that they were showing on here. He had the bow tie on, looked phenomenal.
I like the look that Ryan had.
More of it.
I don't remember what it's called, but Deuce does it a lot. The flat button at the top. It has a name.
Yeah.
Deuce did it a lot this year.
That's a good look.
And that's what Ryan's doing. I like that.
That's a real good look. I like that.
Let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320. TC, how you feeling, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
I'm good, man. How you doing on this Friday, man?
Oh, man, just vibing, man, tapping in with my boys and, just keeping a draft. I was stunned with the pick, man. I'm still trying to come around to the pick, you know what I'm saying, as far as the boy Slick Rick. I like his name, Slick Rick. That's a nasty name. For sure. What I take from this, though, is Debo gone. You know what I'm saying? Ayuk, the boy, him and Ayuk are close. They worked out all off season. They were together at Arizona State. He's a pure route runner. What we were talking about, what we need to surround Brock Purdy around, not a gadget guy. We need a pure route runner, bro. And these two dudes are Ayuk and him, Slick Rick, are pure route runners, bro. So I see where it's going. So I'm gonna fall back and see how everything shake out. I want the offensive line. I want a corner. But today's a new day, bro. We're gonna see how it shake out. I'm not gonna jump on Kyle too much right now. I'm gonna see how it shake out. And I'm going to give y'all a better assessment once everything shake out. Go ahead, Kenny.
Let me ask you a question, TC. When you say
Jesse ain't here to cut you off, so you good.
When you say Debo's gone, do you think that happens now or next year? Are you online thinking how I am, where this year I think things will stay with those two receivers, but next year is when they'll move on from one of them?
No, Debo might be gone tonight, bro.
He might be, but I doubt it.
Tonight?
I know.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody offering 2 seconds and to get juicy, remember it's a deep class, man, and they can move on. And I think if they move on tonight, it'll be for 2 second rounders, bro, and they gonna probably eat some of his money, but he gonna get up out of here. Look how they moved on from Lance, man, and Armstead, bro. They gutless with, you know what I'm saying, when they come to that though, bro. And Debo ain't no different. So Debo could be gone tonight.
I don't think he meant gutless. I think he meant heartless.
Yeah, and also,
no, it's good. It's good, TC. We appreciate you, brother.
Let's not compare Debo to Trey Lance. Trey Lance, I mean, I like the guy, but he wasn't playing.
Yeah,
he wasn't going to play. So, and he wasn't going to play anytime soon because they think Brock is the franchise quarterback. So, yeah, get whatever you can from him. This is one of the things that kind of. I was already feeling the way I was feeling, but, maybe TC and others, let me know what you think after hearing this when in regards to Debo or Ayuk being traded this year. Our guy, Nick Wagner, he tweeted out earlier, he said, one thing that's not up for debate in this 49ers wide receiving discussion, trading either one of their top 2 guys now makes them markedly worse in 2024. With this likely being the last year Brock Purdy is this cheap, they are better off keeping both and making that decision next year. If it means less compensation in a trade, so be it. But adding a day 2 pick or 2 is unlikely to provide anything close to making up for what would be lost. And that's the same thing that I have. Like 2 seconds, like you probably can get 2 seconds next year. Or if you lose, value and it's 2/3 next year, all right, so be it. That doesn't outweigh being a worse team this upcoming season, because they probably still think they can win a Super Bowl this year.
What type of the noise is the noise yesterday when we were talking, in that I think it was Diana Rossini had that first tweet. It was close to draft time. It's probably about 3:00. It was like, all right, like that's draft day stuff. That pick, like everything seemed to hit like 10.
Yeah.
And there was the Brandon Ayuk text to John Lynch that got out there about fire pick bro, or fire pick can't lie, or whatever it was, something like that. And it just became, it looks like Debo's gone. It looks like Debo's gone. It looks like Debo's gone.
But I think people are off with that though, because they talking about right now. I don't think Debo's gone right now. I don't think he's gone this year. I think he's going to be gone next year. But I think a lot of people, when they say that, they're like, oh, they about to trade Debo. Like now, no, Debo's going to be here next year. I believe anything could happen today. Anything. I'm not just like, no, there's no way. It could be traded, but I don't see that happening. I see them, like Nick Wagner said, going through this year with those 2. And because there's really no financial reason not to. Like, even if you don't get an Ayuk extension, he's still under contract. So there's no real and now we're past the draft. So first round pick, all this other, that's already gone. That potential compensation. There's no real reason to move on from these guys right now. Run it back with these 2. You got the young guy being an understudy. Juwan Jennings is back, and you see what you could do. That's how I would look to play it.
Manny isolated the audio from the commercial break, by the way. It's already...
Well, luckily for me, the comment was on the screen.
Well, thankfully...
Because, man, I swear the media is crazy.
Thankfully, the Chatty House won't get a hold of Manny's video and circulate it all over the place as if he's talking about the Lakers. That would never happen. The Chatty House wouldn't do that. So that's a good look from our crew right there. Shout out to the Chatty House.
Once again, luckily for me, the comment was on the screen, because I knew I can't trust you guys, man. I swear.
What?
Everybody always trying to do something fishy with your boy, man. It's
No,
crazy,
stand
man.
by.
It's crazy.
Just real quick.
That's a little unnecessary. To do that for my boys. Yeah. McClatchy.
I don't know if
talking
you've
about
seen
McClatchy lines. What are we talking about?
I don't know.
You see it on the screen.
It's actually I don't see it on the screen.
What?
It's not there. If you check your
Bruh.
Twitter account, I don't see, it's not there.
He moved. Come on, man. He cropped it a certain way.
Listen to yourself.
Come on, man.
Listen to yourself.
Wow.
Like there is now audio proof of you just emphatically stating the Lakers will not get swept.
No, because the Lakers are definitely getting their asses
and they're your
swept.
boys, and it's on.
They're definitely not my boys, and they definitely getting swept.
Well,
maybe
I don't know, because I don't know who else he could be talking about other than the lost
high school baseball.
Oh, that doesn't even make sense.
Laguna Creek swept.
That doesn't even make
the
sense.
Well, of course it makes sense. Everybody knows them CKM all day.
Yeah.
Those are my boys.
But that comment just comes out of nowhere. Like, come on, Kenny.
Stop.
You got caught.
Now look, first of all, Lakers absolutely getting swept. This thing's over. This thing is over on Saturday. When they play Saturday, Sunday, it's over.
LeBron, and you know how you know it's over is LeBron's post game, where like every once in a while LeBron does a post-mortem press conference before the season's actually over. And I caught a quote from the press conference and thought, I gotta see this.
Yeah.
And it was one of those, and it's like,
it's over. He knows it's over.
Yeah, the king knows.
He knows it's over.
King knows.
And it's different because it's not some random meddling team in the NBA, but Lakers are gonna go what 0-7 against the Nuggets this year. They've lost 12 straight, or maybe they're on their way to losing 12 straight.
Well,
but
I think they're at different stat than the one you're saying. I think they're at 8 straight playoff losses.
Oh, for sure. Well, I think it's if they get swept, it'll be 8 straight.
Oh, so
because I think the last time they played in the playoffs is when the Lakers beat them in 2009. So yeah, I think they're at 7. If they get swept, it'll be 8 straight. But yeah, this season, the 2023-2024 season, I think they're 0-7 against these guys. They might be 0-8 already.
So it might. So what I think
times.
is so they got swept last year,
Mm-hmm.
and that they lost their last. I think it's 8 straight. Period. 8 straight playoff losses in playoff games, not necessarily versus Denver.
Oh,
so so they obviously got eliminated in their series before. That's the 1, the 4, the 3. They're at 8 straight losses now. 7 of them happen to be to the Denver Nuggets. That's tough. That's tough. And man, I didn't get a chance to talk to the guys about this, but Mike Malone said something that we were talking about on the handoff yesterday. Mike Malone, yeah, there's a different level of confidence when you've won a championship.
Mm-hmm.
And we were, because I think it was, I don't remember how the conversation got started, but and we talked a little bit about this yesterday of feeling like Denver's just kind of a juggernaut and like they're just going to always like be there and you got to go through them. Right. And while I don't feel that way, I did state yesterday that I think they have a different level of confidence now. Mm-hmm. And that's something that Minnesota's not going to have yet. That's something that Oklahoma City's not going to have yet. Mm-hmm. That's something that teams who move along in this, whether it's Sacramento or the Clippers or the Dallas Mavericks or New Orleans or whoever over the course of the next few years, they're not going to have that level of confidence that Denver has because Denver's been through the tragedy and the triumph.
Yeah.
And once you get to that triumph, you can play different.
Absolutely.
And Jokic was talking with his chest out yesterday. Michael Malone was talking with his chest out yesterday, and rightfully so. Those guys deserve it, man. They're playing incredible ball right now. And they were the only team yesterday to go up 3-0. No one else did it.
Yeah, in the official standing.
I guess that series started. Now that I think about it, it's the only series started.
Road team. Well, no,
yeah, that's yesterday.
Yeah, the other one, the home team's one. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Road team won.
50 for Joe. We got to talk about Joe. We'll do that later.
Man. And we because we had to literally run out of here before they cut us off. I didn't get my picks. I went 1-2 yesterday. I'm now 3-4 in predictions. I thought the Knicks and the Lakers were going to win yesterday.
Did we do the 4:00 bit yesterday? I don't think we did. We were in a really big hurry.
I got a which one?
No, you haven't got one right in a long time.
I did. Remember, because genuine.
You did. Yeah, you did. Yeah. My bad.
That was 4, or was that?
No, that was the 4 because it's either.
Do we got the 410 or so? Do we?
Yeah.
Have that
so we don't have anything today. We have absolutely nothing today. It's the random Bone Thugs and Harmony song. I think Complex does that to troll me. See you at the crossroads. All right, man. Okay. We've got a lot more NBA to talk about as the day progresses. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you most definitely can. Well, you know what? While we're here, because we're going to talk with Kyle. We'll get back to the 49ers. I want to talk about the Raiders pick as well. I've been reading a lot of articles about the Raiders and kind of what they do next. One just from The Athletic just popped up, but we're on basketball. Let's stay there. I mentioned Joel Embiid. He scored 50 last night. That was a tough look for my guy. I am a Joel Embiid fan. Mm-hmm. I believe he is gutting through something right now. He was super out of pocket yesterday on multiple occasions. The knee was tough because it looked like he did it. Mm-hmm. Like, you know what I mean? But that play with Mitchell Robinson.
Yeah, that was
foul. Yeah, that's not okay.
That's
flagrant too. That's That's throwing him
Should have
out.
been. Yeah.
That's throwing him out territory.
Should have been. And I don't want to see Joel out of there. And look,
I don't know if you commend the refs for not doing it, but
at the end of the day, that's one of the stars of the league. And, we tune in to see guys like that.
Yeah.
But it's also not fair. Like,
you can't you
probably
can't do that. Yeah, you cannot do that.
That was crazy.
And Tibbs had every right to be pissed off about that.
Yeah.
That was dirty.
That was
filthy.
Did you did you see your boy Draymond?
No.
I wish that. Oh man, I didn't save this one. I think I might be able to find.
Was it a tweet?
Yeah. So,
if that was me, I'd be put in front of the execution squad.
Let me see. So other people were talking about that too. They were like, that was Draymond. Oh, here we go. So I think somebody. So Draymond tweets out, Joel sells calls. I get it, but that no call in the midi was wild. And then some random guy, maybe a Knicks fan, says, but you have nothing to say about him grabbing Mitchell Robinson's legs in midair. LMAO, effing dirty ball.
Oh, I see it.
And then Draymond goes, you had nothing to say when Sabonis grabbed my ankle mid-run. Now, did you? Fam, stop. Grabbed your ankle mid-run, huh?
That's a vicious ratio. Vicious ratio.
Grab my ankle mid-run. Stop, bro. Stop.
Oh, yeah. Kings fans got him. There's the stomp. There you go. There you go.
Yeah,
Tyler
was on his head.
Tyler put the stomp in there. I'm just looking at, actually, let me not look at the replies are usually fun. Let's look at the quote tweets. Quote tweets are usually there for the win. Oh, Drew the local guy got him. Drew the local guy posted the highlight reel. The prison highlight reel. Posted that one. Oh, there's Baby Rain. Got Baby Rain on there.
I thought the Baby Rain.
Baby Rain might be the winner. Oh, there's Kyron. Yep. All right. Yeah, they in here. Oh, there's Miss P. Miss P wasn't gonna let that go.
Miss P always gonna get him.
Oh, they hit him with the chalk outline. Run with Fox, hit him with the chalk outline.
Yo,
I love it. Kings fans first oh no, Jack the Kings fan said first recorded case of CT in the NBA. Heartbroken.
Draymond having that Menace mixtape is crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
How long is it? I think it's probably like a minute and a half.
Hold on, let me scroll
it's
back
just
up.
Wild, punching people, kicking.
It's a minute, yeah. Oh, I mean, and these are violent too. Oh, there's Rudy Gobert.
That's crazy, bro. How you have a Menace mixtape?
He hit
the NBA.
This one of the wilder ones that doesn't get talked about is the Greco-Roman takedown he hit on Terrence Mann. Like he hit Terrence Mann like it was Suplex City.
Now,
here I'll retweet it so you can find it quickly. There it is. I just repeated it. He hit Terrence Mann with a full-on Brock Lesnar Suplex City, bitch.
Didn't he do that to Anthony Davis too? Look at this guy. Yo, this guy's crazy.
He's just running around kicking people.
This guy is crazy. There's Domas.
I'm gonna put this on the screen.
Oh man. Oh yeah, I saw Terrence Mann.
You see that?
Oh, Steven Adams. Yo, is this one? It has to have the Celtics one where he what's the move they do in wrestling where they flip him over? It's not the atomic drop. It's the
monkey flip.
I don't know, but you remember the one he did against the Celtics a couple years ago, like trying to set a screen, and I think he got Marcus Smart and flipped him over.
Oh man, is that one on here?
I'm waiting for
no,
it.
I'm putting the highlight reel on. Radio audience, don't worry, we'll walk you through this. This is spectacular. Here he is, the mixtape.
I don't even think that one's on here.
So
there's crazy.
Here the Jordan Poole. But here's I want y'all to get the Suplex City. There's the stomp. Oh look, yep, grabbed his ankle. Look at that. Grabbed his ankle.
I'm looking at both of Sabonis' hands.
Yep, grabbed his ankle right there.
Oh man, I got
okay. Here it is. Here's the takedown.
Come on, man.
This is Terrence Mann right here. He wraps him up. This is a textbook tackle. Boom, down he goes. Oh,
Yeah.
come on, man.
That's 15 yards in the NFL at this point.
No, look at this play right here.
NFL.
Look at Draymond Green's feet. Watch Green's feet right there, and then boom.
Come on.
This is crazy. Yeah, that's a basketball play. That's a basketball play right there. He's pulling someone down by his jersey.
Man.
Here he comes, and oh, that's the famous. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
He's got his foot on the man's leg.
Oh, he hit him with the Roddy Piper finger poke. Oh, there, LeBron's dead. Oh, he killed LeBron. Oh, there's LeBron. Poor LeBron James. Man.
Hold on.
This
man.
is an incredible reel.
I think I'm gonna bring it. I think I'm bringing it to the group chat because it's on the shorts.
There's Davion.
I know you've seen it.
I said Davion. I meant Donovan.
You definitely. Oh, damn! Justin Holiday got one. I know you've seen that the clip I'm talking about because everybody has. But he just, he flips him over. It's not the atomic drop. What is it called when he does this?
Backdrop. Yeah, he hit him with a backdrop.
On the screen.
Yeah. He literally hit him with a backdrop. That's crazy. Wow.
Yo, that one was crazy.
He hit him with and that's not even on here.
That's what I'm saying. How is that one not on there? That's an all-timer.
This is incredible. Listen, no, I just want to get to the Domas stomp one more time.
This dude's wild, bro.
Look. Here's one Domas hand. Here's two. He mid-run. Mid-run. There he is. Let's also scroll back. I love this. This is so great. This is just great content. 1 foot completely on the ground. The other one buried in Domas's midsection. And he's mid-run.
What's wrong with
this dude? It's the most delusional human being on the planet.
What's wrong with this dude?
Well,
we got the other angle. If you let it play, we got the other angle, the side angle, so we can get another look at it. Here we go. There he go. Look, as that clip takes off, he's just standing still mid-run. He's just standing still
mid-run.
Look at him. What?
Mid-run right there. Jump. And I'm out of here.
No, this dude's crazy, man. How you got a whole minute and a half minutes mixtape?
I have no idea. Absolutely no clue. We'll come back. I think Kyle Madsen will join us. If not, we'll shift our attention back to the draft. Either way, the Candlestick Chronicle boys will be with us at some point. Kyle Madsen, Chris Biederman in the 1 o'clock hour. James Ham, final hour of the show. Keyword for your chance to win $500 coming up at 3 o'clock as well. Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Zay. Well, I have to retweet that.
Uh-oh. What the hell?
It's nothing important. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's
what the hell is that?
No, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
Yo, this
right.
is ridiculous.
Exactly. Doesn't even have all of the hits on it.
This is ridiculous.
What's that? What's wrong?
The Caraway estate is threatening lawsuit.
Well, you do have an estate. I'm glad you'll finally admit it, and you'll stop this charade like you're one of us. You just said the Caraway estate. You just told on yourself.
Brother don't have a mansion. It's just part of the estate.
He has a thug mansion, sir. You've been telling on yourself all day. Love for the Lakers, Caraway estate.
I don't have any love for the Lakers. Hold on, I need to get in touch. I need to let them know my legal team is on this.
You hear this guy? He's got a legal team. I got to use LegalZoom, and this dude got a legal team.
I just go to Dan Orlovsky.
Oh, man. Why is Bully Ray trending?
Who? The wrestler?
Yeah. What is this?
Osprey is a fantastic match. It's fun to watch, but I can only pop so many times. I can only go, whoa, wow, wee, oh, holy shit, this is awesome, fight forever. I can only do that so much. Danielson versus...
Yeah, I guess I get that line of thinking too, but I thought the match was good.
What match was he talking about?
Bryan Danielson and Will Ospreay over the weekend. It was good. I mean, I wouldn't put it on any list, but I thought it was good. I hated the finish. That was the big problem. Like a bad finish can ruin a match quick. And I thought that match had a bad finish. It was an unnecessary finish.
The hell? I had to text Kim. She just put something up on her stories. I'm like, bro, shouldn't you be at work?
Oh no, they cut. It's Friday.
Crazy, bro.
It's Friday. Where's Kimberly? Oh man, how nice. Must be nice.
This is wild.
So he just blew off your meeting, huh?
Huh?
Did he just blow off your meeting?
What? How? What?
I'll cuss his ass out. He's on Instagram toasting. I'm like, he is not meeting with Kyle Madsen right now. He's on Instagram toasting.
I thought maybe he was busy.
Busy toasting.
I literally went out before my show and said, hey, because I thought we were supposed to meet yesterday. And I said, hey, sorry I got wrapped up. You know, we had the whole potluck thing and all that. My bad. And he was like, oh, I thought it was today. And I go, oh, okay, even better. See you after my show.
You didn't specify when after your show. It could be 5 o'clock.
He did. He said right after your show.
Oh.
In his email.
Yo, this guy.
I'll cuss his ass out just for fun. Just for fun. Hey, the NBA and Amazon Prime have the framework of a deal that will make the streaming service one of the main homes for league games.
Wow.
That's according to The Athletic. Andrew Marchant, their media reporter. That's big time.
That is big time.
We'll talk about that later. The anticipation is that the final contract will be for at least a decade.
Woo.
That's what they wanted, right? They must have known this because they must have known this. Some major news potentially coming our way as it pertains to the NBA and their media rights deals. Looks like that. Oh, they're looking at something for streaming and they're looking at something for 10 years. That wasn't an accident. Reports from The Athletic have Amazon Prime acquiring NBA broadcast rights for the next decade. We'll talk about that. Nothing's final. That's just the report out there. What that exactly means for ESPN and TNT, we'll learn as the days and the weeks progress. But that is major news that speaks to, we talked a couple of days ago about things that the things that the NBA was looking for. It's clear they were really confident in what they potentially had with Amazon Prime to allow that information to get out there, because this report says it's a 10-year deal. This report says Amazon Prime streaming is a main focus. That's everything we were talking about on Monday.
Absolutely. The little
stuff does not get out there on accident.
No. A little follow-up tweet behind that. It's a landmark move in sports media history. It is expected that Prime Video's TV package I added TV, okay? Prime Video's TV package will include significant regular season and postseason games, perhaps even some conference finals.
Wow.
So,
wow.
And you know, one of the things is we kind of broke this down loosely a little bit. I'm sure maybe some other numbers can be crunched to like be more specific. When we just looked at the numbers of cable and Amazon Prime, I mean, like,
it's not even close.
It's not even close.
It's not even close.
So this is streaming in general seems to be the move to make if you're in this position of, you know, having a new media right still. Plus, you can still have regular TV.
Yeah, we'll talk more about this later as you talk about monumental deals. No deal more monumental than when Kyle Madsen joined ESPN 1320.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
The co-host of the Insiders here and the co-host of Candlestick Chronicles as well. Lots of 49ers coverage today, lots of NFL coverage today. Let's start with the pick the 49ers made yesterday. Your initial thoughts when a wide receiver's name was called.
I wasn't shocked a wide receiver's name was called. I was pretty shocked it was Ricky Pearsall.
Okay.
Because the extent that I had looked at Ricky Pearsall was like, oh, that's a fine player. That's a second round player. Like that's just really? Kind of it. Like that was the extent of it. And then you go read people smarter than me, and they're kind of in the same. It's like great, that's it. So that was a little bit like, man, that feels like a lot. But I think they tried to trade down. I just don't think that deal was available, especially knowing that that Buffalo at 32 was willing to trade down.
Mm-hmm.
So if a team is looking to get up into one of those last two picks, they're like, hey, I can get 32 for cheaper than 31. I'm just going to go do that and let the Niners pick who they're going to pick.
I'm sure you both probably know this off the top of your head. Where did the 49ers draft today?
63 and 94.
Okay. 60. So is it?
I got their day 3 picks locked into.
Would love them.
That's for the GOAT right there.
Yeah, I love them, but is it reasonable to think if he was slotted, say, middle of the second round, it would cost too much to move up from 60 to the middle of this or 63 to the middle of the second round, and it might just be worth it to take him at 31.
Yeah. Like
if you like him, obviously.
Yeah, I think with the draft we get so enamored with like upside, and we get so enamored with height, weight, speed, and what can this guy be? Calvin Johnson? Can this guy be Barry Sanders? Like that's the line that everybody views these prospects through, because everything's an unknown. We know what they look like in college. We don't know what they're going to look like when they make this leap to the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And we forget, and I'm talking about this on the Insiders, we forget that with wide receiver, specifically, getting open and then catching the football are like two really important things. In fact, I would say the most important things at the position. It's not like he's slow. He ran a 4.41. His speed shows up fine on tape. He's a really athletic player. Is he ever going to be a 1,500-yard guy? Probably not. But can he reliably be a 800-yard guy for a decade or whatever? Like, sure, like that, I could 100% see that. And maybe he gets to 1,000 a couple of years where another receiver's hurt. But yeah, he could just. I think they're hoping he can pencil in as the wide receiver 2 for the foreseeable future. Mm-hmm. And it's not as exciting as Cooper DeJean might be, but it fills a need. And it helps them bridge that gap between 2024 and 2025. And I think they have a lot of conviction that he's going to be a really good player. So that's kind of where it lands for me.
Where do you land with my thinking of this draft really being about depth and, like you just mentioned, bridging the gap between 2024 and 2025. And that's kind of what this pick symbolizes as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're looking for Slick Rick to come in and be offensive rookie of the year this year. But they're going to be looking for him to step in if the inevitable kind of happens where one of those receivers are going to be gone. Do you think that's their mindset for the entire draft?
Yeah, maybe. Unless they get into the middle of the second round and there's an offensive tackle that they think Roger Rosengarten from Washington is a guy I keep picking out.
Is that their biggest position of need?
Yeah, definitely.
Where specifically?
What do you mean?
Like where on the offensive line?
Right tackle.
Right tackle.
Yeah, I think that to me is a spot where you need to find I think an upgrade there. Colton McKivitz isn't a disaster, but they could definitely upgrade. And then you need a long-term answer there, and then potentially a player who could flip to the left side. But I don't know if they're going to find that player necessarily at this point. But if they think, hey, that could be our starting right tackle, he will at worst compete with Colton McKivitz and probably beat him out. And they want to trade up in the second round, then I would be fine with that.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, there's not a lot of, to your point, there's not a lot of starting spots available. So I think it is a lot about, okay, can you contribute this year in the event somebody's hurt? Or with Pearsall, if they're going to run some empty sets or whatever, can he get on the field for X amount of snaps? But I mean, yeah, they could go get an offensive tackle who could start. They could go get a cornerback, I think, who could start. Might look for a safety, depending on how they feel about Talanoa Hufanga. But also, Talanoa Hufanga is one of those players. It's like, yeah, no, he's probably not around after this year. So
you think so?
Yeah. Why is that?
He's gonna get paid.
Oh,
like he's gonna get
too good.
He's gonna get
Okay.
Yeah, it's not, and we'll see how he comes back off the ACL. If he's not the same player, then maybe he's cheap, and the Niners decide to keep him around. But I think he's a good football player, and he's gonna get more than the 49ers want to spend on a safety.
Why do you think the noise regarding is it just simple math for people as to why the noise was so loud regarding Debo and Brandon Ayuk yesterday? Obviously, there's already stuff surrounding Brandon Ayuk now, but Diana Rossini had the tweet before the draft about the 49ers moving up, involve Brandon Ayuk or Debo Samuel, a star wide receiver, and then they call the wide receiver's name, and then again, I guess I understand at that point why the noise gets louder. Do you think it's just noise, or are the 49ers actively trying to move on from, I would think, Debo, but we'll say one of their stud wide receivers?
I think they're actively listening. But my guess with the Debo
different than that, and that's different than actively looking.
Right. Yeah. I don't think they want to trade either one right now. I think 25, the Ricky Pearsall pick has more to do with 2025 than it does with 2024, to Kenny's point. Debo Samuel, I think, is gone after this year. I think this is Debo Samuel's last year with the 49ers. Unless he gets traded unless the Patriots are like, here's 34 and our third round pick and a second next year.
And that was rumor, right? That was, well, maybe with
the
some
Patriots are pushing hard
today
for Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, okay.
That's who they want. But I cannot fathom that the 49ers would trade him for anything other than the first round pick.
Yeah.
I will drag them every single day on this radio station until John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are fired. It's going to be me and TC. We're going to be up in here every single day if they trade Brandon Ayuk for something less than a first round pick.
TC ready to be an insider.
That would be insane. So here's what I think happened. Teams were calling about Ayuk in the 20s, and the Niners were like, no. Because Matt Barrows, reporting from The Athletic yesterday, Matt Barrows, Tim Kawakami, said the Niners were looking for at the latest a mid first round pick. So 13, 14, 15,
right.
Something in that range. Maybe the Jags at 17, maybe. But that's what they were kind of looking for. And then you hear that they're trying to get into the top 10. And I think they might have called the Falcons and been like, hey, you want to move off this? Like, here's what we got going on. Or maybe the Falcons called them. I don't know. But at some point, Debo Samuel's name came into the discussion where maybe the Steelers at 20 called and said, hey, 20 for Ayuk. And they went, no, but you can have Debo for 20. And that's how I think his name kind of got lumped into all this. And now all of a sudden it turned into somehow that they're going to trade both of them or one of them. And it's more likely to be Samuel, but maybe not. And now Mike Silver is reporting that it's likely going to be a Debo trade that could come together before the draft starts. But then he's also saying he's opining that this could happen because
opining.
Yeah.
Is that a Kyle word or
no, that's
a Silver word?
That it's saying your opinion.
I never heard it said like that.
Opining?
No, I haven't either.
Opining is like giving an opinion.
I get it. I get it. I just haven't heard it before.
Okay.
It's terrific.
You have Mike Silver.
What was your SAT score on the
1780?
All right.
I think.
Calm down.
1730.
Stop there. Stop playing with these boys. Stop playing with them. Opining.
Got me into sack.
I'm gonna use that.
Stingers up.
Stingers all the way up.
Use that.
I'm not going to use it. I think I'd sound stupid if I said opining.
Nah,
no, no doubt. You'd sound
sounds
very
like something you do to furniture. Opining.
Hey, what you do with your furniture is your
makes
your
it
business.
shiny.
No, so I just don't. I think this is all not. Noise to me is like there's nothing behind this. I think it's more than noise.
Sure.
But I don't think the 49ers are actively out there. Like John Lynch said, you never close the door on a trade.
I think if you're actively listening, and that was one of my problems with some of the reporting yesterday.
Yeah.
Not that it's wrong, but like Silver's first
the framing of it.
Yeah, Silver's first report was, and again, it's not to discredit the report. It's just read this a couple of times before you form your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
He was very specific. And it's something along the lines of, I'm paraphrasing a little bit. Other teams think.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yes. Yeah.
Like
sources around the league.
Yeah, that is very, very different
yes.
than the 49ers are looking to trade Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel.
Right.
But it fits exactly with what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
They might not be actively looking to trade anybody, but they are actively listening. To me, when you're actively listening, that's noise. When you're actively looking, all right, there's something going on there. There's smoke. But if you're listening, like that's,
and to a certain degree,
that's noise.
They're gonna always be actively listening, right? Like, because John Lynch just said, like, yeah, we're always our phone line is always open. For everybody.
Every player is available all the time,
right?
And they said, John Lynch said, and this is, you talk about framing. John Lynch said, you never close the door on a trade,
and
and
that's fine.
I saw this written as John Lynch won't close the door on Brandon Ayuk trade. Like, yeah, do you know why? Because if the Chiefs called and said, hey, we love Brandon Ayuk and we think he'd pair great with Blaine Gabbert, will you guys trade Brandon Ayuk for Patrick Mahomes? Like, yeah, they're going to do it.
Right.
You know, and to bring it to reality, a little more to reality, yeah, they won't close the door on a Deebo Samuel trade, because if the Patriots call and say, we'll give you 34 this year and our 1 next year for Deebo Samuel, probably gone. Like, and they'll take it, because that is value to them. But on the other hand, when you look at, let's talk about the money, because this is a big thing on the internet yesterday. Well, you can't pay them both. Yes, you can. Like, literally, you can extend Brandon Ayuk. You can actually drop his $14 million cap number this year, so you can make Brandon Ayuk cheaper this year. And then, yeah, Deebo Samuel probably gone in 2025, because you're still going to take a dead cap hit, but there's more cap savings if you let him go next year. There's just not a lot of reasons to move him this year. There's just not.
Right.
Outside of him going, I want out, I'm not playing for you guys anymore, which isn't the case.
Right.
And then the thing that got buried yesterday in the whole Brandon Ayuk trade stuff, Brandon Ayuk's texting John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan saying, fire pick. Like, what? Does this sound contentious? Like, hey, he's on his way out the door. I don't know, man. I just, it could definitely, I don't want to take anything off the table. I would be very surprised I would be floored if Brandon Ayuk got dealt. I would be very surprised if Deebo Samuel got dealt today. But if some team comes in with a Godfather offer, like, yeah, it's really clear the Niners phone line is open.
Yeah. And even to like what you talked about, I think it was before the pick. I don't know. I just saw a tweet and I didn't check the timestamp, so that's my fault. And even then, it probably might not have told me the whole thing. But wasn't Kyle Shanahan talking to the media and was like, yeah, we feel like we've made some good progress in this Brandon Ayuk negotiation. Hopefully we can keep that going and hopefully get it hashed out. Like, he was talking like, yeah, we still working to get that done. Not, sometimes they'll be like, both sides are really far apart, and we got a lot of work to do. It wasn't that. It was just like, no, I think we're going in the right direction. Hopefully we can get something done. Like, nothing about what they were talking about says they're on the verge of trading Brandon Ayuk.
No, I don't. And like everything out was like, yeah, they would trade him for the 12th pick, but that deal wasn't there. But then again, they'd trade a lot of people for the 12th pick. There are so many players that would trade for the 12th pick or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So I don't think the Ricky Pearsall pick has anything to do with it. I don't think Brandon Ayuk's getting traded. I think a lot of this has just been kind of go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to piggyback off of your point of like, whatever, like everything that they have in front of them right now that they have to deal with this roster doesn't have to be dealt with this year.
No, next year is the big
why
year.
why would you rush and make a move that would make, like Nick Wagner said, make you worse this year when you don't have to?
Doesn't make any sense. what exacerbated all this too was the Lions extending Penei Sewell and Amon-Ra St. Brown and giving them bags, and Devontae Smith getting a bag, and A.J. Brown getting his extension. And people were like, hey, the Niners, if they're not paying him now, then they're obviously going to trade him. Like, no, they go to July on these. And with Nick Bosa, they go through to September. Like, this is just, I personally don't love it, but it's also like, it's why they've been able to get Fred Warner and George Kittle and Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel and Nick Bosa. It's why they've been able to get all these deals done, because they have these soft deadlines that they wait on. And then, people, when money starts to come into play, like, yeah, hey, you're under contract, you're going to lose money if you don't show up to camp. That's when, people maybe start to come down from their bottom offer. Like, okay, fine. If they wanted 30, okay, fine. Now we'll take 28. So
Kyle Matson with D'Lo and Casey here on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. The good news is no one's agent weighed in yesterday. When agents weigh in on draft picks, something probably went really, really wrong.
Yes.
We'll talk more about that later.
Did you hear what Kyle Shanahan said about Ricky Pearsall?
I did not.
This is crazy. It's the thing I texted you.
Oh, wow.
This is wild.
Jeez.
Wow.
Kyle Shanahan said.
Left out of that.
Kyle Shanahan said.
Hold on. Let me get everything I need.
Oh boy.
We're reviewing.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me get my screen ready, because I know what's happening. Go ahead.
We're gonna. Chatty House already heard this. We're reviewing for a flagrant 2 and possible ejection.
Yep.
Kyle Shanahan on Ricky Pearsall, and I quote: "He's not huge, but he's still got a good body where he can handle it on any side or any length."
Yo, I didn't even read it out loud like that.
That's
like, reading it was crazy, but actually hearing the words, I need another flag.
Dude,
I gotta throw my hat. I don't have a flag anymore. I got to throw my hat.
I got double T's.
Oh, no, man, run that back real quick. No, run that back.
Yeah. Well, I guess Kyle Shanahan got the Joel Embiid treatment. He didn't get ejected for a clear flagrant 2. But my goodness.
That was crazy. I mean, just one more time. That was crazy.
He's not huge.
Well,
but he's still got a good body where he can handle it on any side or any length. That's like that's 3 fouls on one play.
Yeah, the call on the field has been upheld. Even Joe threw a flag. Joe's been here 4 days. He threw a flag. He's not having it.
I heard. I was like, whoa.
Now he did. This isn't like this is on audio somewhere.
Oh yeah. We can go find it.
Oh, that's terrific. Yeah, we're clipping that.
Kyle.
Well, it was one of those ones where when I first wake up in the morning, my wife's still asleep. So if I'm scrolling Instagram, I got the sound down, but people are very nice and they put the words on their reels. So shout out to Cam Inman who posted this. Cam Inman of the Mercury News. And I was just reading the words and I was like, all right. This is one of those things where like the translation or the transcription got a little messed up. I gotta listen. There's no way he said that. And I was like, oh, that's exactly what he said.
That was crazy. Like I said, I read Kyle's text and I read the words and I was like, damn, that's crazy. But actually hearing them said was
insane. Totally insane.
Second graders are listening right now. Kyle, come on, man.
Kyle
Shanahan.
Oh yeah. All right. I was gonna say, I'm just giving the coach's analysis of the pick.
Well, that's a hell of an analysis. That's why he's one of the best in the game, I guess.
Yeah.
Position wise, not player wise. I feel like you might have addressed this at the top of the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Did they miss? Was this a mistake?
No.
Okay.
You just need to, it's the same reason I love the Raiders pick so much.
Mm-hmm.
Did they need a tight end? No, but Brock Bowers is a really freaking good football player. Get him in your building and figure it out.
Mm.
I think the 49ers looked at it and looked at 2025 and possibly 2024, but more 2025 and went, hey, we need to start restocking this cupboard. Let's see.
Which had been a fear, by the way. Like you've talked about that before. Like at some point,
this group is coming to an end.
Yeah, this ain't going to be there no more.
Unless they work out an extension with Juwan Jennings, he's a free agent next year. Deebo Samuel, we've mentioned for the financial reasons, probably gone next year. And then you look down and you're like, okay, so you got like 32-year-old Chris Conley, and you've got Ronnie Bell, who may or may not be any good at football, and you have Danny Gray, who was on IR and healthy last year.
Damn, Danny
Didn't
Gray's
want to
still here.
reactivate him. I mean, they needed help and depth at that position.
They might mess around and get another one in this
They
draft.
could for sure. Watch out for Malachi Corley. I love, dude.
Where are you from?
Western Kentucky. Straight closest of all the next Deebo Samuels, he's the very closest.
Wow. I keep throwing when you talk about like making moves and the roster looking different in next year, I keep throwing George Kittle in there. What you think about that? And I love George Kittle, but
yeah, it's a definite possibility. I think the Kittle thing depends a little bit on A, how he plays this year, and B, how the Ayuk contract gets structured. And then same thing if Brock is signing an extension, what that kind of winds up looking like. But I think Kittle's got 2 more years.
I hope so. I mean, look, I don't want any of these. I love this 49ers team. I love this group, but it just is what it is. It's the truth. Like Deebo, my favorite player probably. And
yeah,
I mean, contractually, his injury situation.
How well is his game going to age?
Yeah, like it only makes sense. You know, one thing I talked to Damien about it yesterday. One thing that kind of concerned me a little bit, which may be another reason why they made a move for wide receiver, is I think Deebo and Ayuk are fantastic. I love both of those guys. But man, they kind of got strapped up in the Super Bowl. They couldn't create a lot of separation at all.
Deebo had like 3 catches on 13 targets. That's crazy.
And it seemed like
that's
every
not his
time,
game. That's not his game. He's never been like an elite separator.
Right. They couldn't get any separation in this. And then, look, that might have been the best secondary in the league, right?
Sure.
So there's that. But man, that was like kind of that took me back. That took me aback a little bit, like seeing, you know, when they would break down, like, oh man, look what the DBs are doing to the. And I would see these plays over and over. I'm like, these guys aren't getting open.
Yeah. Man. That's where I think a guy like Ricky Pearsall, even if he's never a Pro Bowler, like, man, if you just have another guy who can separate a little, and then you get to 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5 game on the line, just another option.
Hell, that's probably one of the reasons Juwan Jennings had such a big Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He was able to get open.
Well, and they were, he's a really good separator, but they were also devoting so many resources to stopping Brandon Ayuk. So, yeah, man.
What happens today?
What do you mean?
Players are picked.
Thank you.
Oh, in the draft. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was
good.
That's
good. Thank you.
In my brain, you asked me like, what do I have going on today? I was like, I don't know, I'm gonna.
Yeah, what you doing,
home.
buddy? Yeah, no.
Watch the draft.
There you go.
I
Your
think
3 busiest days of the year.
Yeah. Oh, it's just brutal.
I was just trying to find an audio version of Kyle's terribly inappropriate remark.
They probably took that down.
It might have been scrubbed from the internet.
Scrubbed from
I know
that,
you
like
said
it's a Tupac AI.
Well,
I'll try and find the exact.
I was trying to find it on Twitter because I can share it on Twitter to the screen.
Oh, right.
It's what is Vince Carter?
What?
Looking down at what's that Vince Carter? I got one more in me or something.
It says I got a lot more in me. Whoa.
No, that's not a real quote. Don't do that.
I know, but I've seen that before. I've seen that before. It cracks me up with whatever the context of it is.
He was talking about the joke on this is Kyle Shanahan drafting running backs. That's
get my name. Hey, get my name out of here, bro.
Sorry.
Get my name out of
Yeah.
No, I think the 49ers take an offensive tackle, and I think they trade up for an offensive tackle.
Okay.
And draft a corner in the 3rd round.
Okay.
And cornerback or linebacker in the 3rd round.
Linebacker. I'm surprised you didn't say defensive tackle because you know they always going.
That's just on the board always. They could definitely do that. Yeah. And then I think the Raiders go offensive line and a corner as well.
RaidersWire.com. I like it. Your partner Chris Biederman is going to join us coming up here in about 30 minutes. Been carrying that guy for years. I know.
Dude, I've ridden Chris's coattails for a decade now. So
Chris Biederman will join us in about 30 minutes. Big thanks to our man Kyle Madsen for a great week's worth of work. And I'll ask you here on the air so you can't say no. We'd love to have you back Monday. to recap everything the 49ers did. I normally save our
we got stuff going on.
big visits for.
We got a break.
I know that. All right. Fine.
Yeah, I'm back Monday.
Well, Joe, throw the break for goodness sakes.
Yeah, I'm here Monday.
We do it. We could we do 12:15 too.
Okay.
So you can get out of here.
I'm out of a meeting.
Well, good luck with that.
Well, talk to him when he gets back. He'll probably be nice and
I'm not staying around, dude. Hey,
a little lubricated,
bro. I met with him one time. It was wild.
It's probably a $200 bottle of wine, $200 bottle of wine. Thank you.
It's nothing. It's whatever. Okay, guys.
Shit, I'm having to drink the second KSFM in week this has been.
I know where you can get some in this office.
Yeah.
Whoa.
No, yeah, that's a shoot. May not wait that long.
No, man, it's on and popping.
Chris last night as we were finishing up our pod, he goes, "You want to pod tomorrow night?" I was like, "Absolutely
not." Edibles and tequila. No, that's what I'll really do when I get home. Shut this week from hell off.
There's so many good players left, man.
Why all these white kids look like children? Look at that last name too.
Dijon.
Hey,
I see you, big dog.
He's like
he's one of the most athletic dudes in the draft.
He's like my man in New York. He's not white. The center.
Oh, Hartenstein.
Yeah.
Hartenstein.
I always get his name wrong every single time I try to say it. Was he the one? Joe, is that who Joel need? Did he need Hartenstein? No, he tackled Mitchell Robinson.
He was just out there, man.
That was a tough look for a dude who dropped 50. Crystal Nugs, you know what it is.
What up, though?
It's a good spot.
Crystal in the spot. No,
Lazy mentioned them.
That's a good spot.
She was preparing. We were planning. We were texting back and forth about a 420 launch for her. The Kings had a playoff game. She really wanted it to be here. I was like, well, and when we were texting, I was like, there's no chance it's here. But it could, still happen.
Uh-huh.
It did not.
Is that's the spot downtown, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the one.
The tea they have? Wow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're liquid. I've had a couple of their liquids that are. You better measure those ounces properly, because man, off by an ounce, boy. Oh my God. I was like, Smoke, what is going on? I was like, Smokey, like, hey, this stuff is acting quick.
All right, I'm out of here, y'all.
All right, man.
See you, Chatty Gang. See you Monday.
Kyle Madsen, ladies and gentlemen.
He's like Ohio State. Kyle Madsen.
Kyle would never do anything that's stupid.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you, my man.
See you Monday.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir. I think if Jasmine had her way, Kenny would have a chicken coop.
Get me out of the house. That's what she said. Just get me out. Let me out, though.
I think I just saw Lil Meech got a new role.
So am I tripping, or is Lil Meech in that Carmelo Anthony commercial? The one where they're wearing the big suits.
I didn't notice.
I think Carmelo's in there as well, but the way he talks, I'm like,
I did not notice. Yes, Brett, we got the draft tonight. Definitely. Tonight and tomorrow. All day long tomorrow, we got it. Well, that's a good point, Johnny G. Birds are not safe at the Kenny compound.
I don't know. Not because of anything that I do.
Well,
I know that much. I'm just trying to do what I can.
I ain't had no dead birds at my house. I'm just saying. I had to cancel my service with Xfinity because of
Uh-oh.
No, nothing wrong. Just They have caught like, and they know that. They know why I'm canceling. It's like you don't have service. They're calling every day, like at the same time. It's like, guys, maybe I can't answer. Maybe try a different time. Well, that's a hell of a story, Rory. I'll just let the YouTube readers read that themselves.
Oh,
that's a hell of a story, Rory. Mm.
So
it was once said about man who couldn't quit.
Hey,
dope man, please can I have another hit?
Hey, I see you. Keep going.
Oh, I thought you was trying to get my attention.
No, I was trying to hit the ad-libs.
That might be the last line I can say.
I was trying to hit the ad-libs.
It was once said about a man who couldn't quit. Dope man, please can I have it? Yeah, that's definitely the last line I could say. Definitely. Aldrin J says, I love how the WWE draft is on at the same time as the NFL draft. Kind of dumb, but okay. I think the guy in your avatar, Triple H, said, or your profile pic, said that was the point. Everyone's talking about draft. Why not capitalize on that and have the WWE draft start tonight on the second night of the NFL draft?
And also, depends on where you live. SmackDown come on at 8 for me.
Oh yeah, that's a shoot. Yeah, that's right.
SmackDown come on at 8. So
yeah, them tape delays are unsavory.
The NFL draft might still be going on, but
yeah, it's 2 rounds tonight, right?
Yeah,
2 and 3.
Third.
It'll
although I think there's shorter time in between.
Mm-hmm.
So
you know what caught me?
4 to 8, maybe it won't be 4 hours.
You know what caught me about the presentation of, and it was probably just the particular moment I noticed because I left a little later than I intended to yesterday. So I caught some stuff in the car, got home, flipped the TV on, and I don't know if it was the first thing I heard, but it was the first thing like I actively paid attention to. I'm trying to get dinner ready, do all these different things, and I swear to you, I'm convincing myself it's not happening, but I hear it. I'm hearing, I'm proud to be an American, and I'm like, I'm getting settled and I know I'm confused. I'm like, what is going on? And I look at the screen and the, the panel's talking, but they had a band on the stage and that's how they're killing time. And the band is singing, I'm proud to be an American. And Roger comes up and the first thing Roger does is whatever propaganda pitch for the military that they were doing last night. That was the first thing he said. And I was like, oh, okay. This has become a circus. That's fine. Y'all do your thing. Still like the presentation. Still like but man, they really lean into this stuff.
Yeah.
That like,
yeah.
So, like, I think, and I didn't see it. Or excuse me, I didn't hear it. I saw it because we were busy on KSFM. Pretty sure they sang the national anthem. Or
I think that lady sang.
Yeah, so that's what we were seeing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the volume was down. So
we don't need this. We don't need this. It's bad enough you do it before games. You don't have to do it before the draft.
Are you doing it before the
stop it?
The owners' meetings too. Like, what are we doing?
Well, probably.
What are we doing?
Jerry's in there with the other 30 guys leading the Pledge of Allegiance. A little unnecessary, but whatever.
The one of the things that I'm still just stuck on right now is is this NBA thing. And
I sorry. Scooter says Roger was on them good pain meds last night. I felt so bad for him. He recently had back surgery.
Was he a little loopy? What was
no, I don't know if he was loopy or not. I didn't catch that, and I can't say I was paying enough attention to what Roger was saying versus whatever. But I did feel bad watching some of the replays of the bro hugs because some of them boys got him.
Oh,
like
damn.
They one guy like picked him up and
no.
Remember when China like ragdolled Terry and like Terry was flailing all over the place?
I do remember that. I know why.
Somebody got Roger and like lifting him up and is like shaking him. I'm like, oh my God. Might have broken Roger Goodell in half right there.
Yeah, it's funny you said that. I remember that because Terry
sold that.
Been thrown all over the place.
Terry went like completely when they did it. I get because she explained what she did and she said it hurt pretty bad, but she like went completely like limp and said, "Hey, like I'll let you do what you got to do."
Yeah.
And, you know, China's a monster, especially back then.
Right.
Picked her up. Terry goes limp and China starts shaking and she looks like one of them inflatable.
She did. Yeah, she didn't look real.
Oh, that's one of the most incredible. One of the most incredible things I've ever seen.
She did not look real.
Shout out Joe. He's in there producing.
Oh,
I didn't even notice the Kyle Madsen thing was on the screen, but Joe in there working.
Shout out
Jesse would have left it there for the next 3 hours. That's not good. That's not good.
But no, what I was gonna say though was I'm just like now I'm almost lost with this NBA rights.
The media deal, yeah, it's
I mean,
big time.
big news, and I am an Amazon Prime guy.
Mm-hmm. Well,
obviously I watch.
You're a subscriber.
Well, yeah, subscriber.
You're not an Amazon Prime guy because we hate going to that app.
It's true, but they're starting to wear me down a little bit.
Well, now that we ain't no more wearing down, they beat us down. If this is the case,
this is where the two TVs might come into effect in the loft.
So there's some things. This will be fascinating for those who are just tuning in. A lot more draft coverage on the way. We'll definitely get to the Raiders pick as well and look ahead for what might be there for the Las Vegas Raiders. Chris Biederman's going to join us in about 15 minutes to talk more about the draft, more about the 49ers. We might talk to Chris Biederman a little bit about the Sacramento Kings, as well as obviously he was a part of everything that went on earlier this week with the exit interviews with the players. And of course, Mike Brown and Monty McNair speaking as well. But if you're just tuning in, it's not an official announcement, but this is very much out there for a reason. The Athletic reported that the NBA and Amazon Prime have, quote, the framework of a deal that would make the streaming services one of the main homes for league games. Now, that phrasing right there is really important. One of the main homes for league games. Mm-hmm. Now, what does this mean for ESPN and ABC, essentially Disney? Mm-hmm. And what does this mean for TNT? It could mean absolutely nothing. Yeah. It could mean absolutely nothing because, as we've speculated, this could be a completely different type of television package. This could be a completely different type of presentation. And I think with a streaming service like Amazon, man, you don't want to undercut League Pass because I think that for basketball junkies like us and the Chatty House, man, like League Pass is dope. Like you come home on a night the Kings aren't playing and you could just hit the multi-view, have a couple of games on or whatever marquee game that didn't hit, TNT or ESPN. Like it's awesome to have.
I love what they do now with the in-arena stuff.
Yeah,
like that.
Right.
Actually, it seems like a small, like obsolete type thing, but I love the in-arena, no commercials type deal they got going on.
So think about again, it's difficult, and you would need the NBA's help with this, which obviously you could get. This is huge for them. Amazon opening up the window for like 4 games, and you have the opportunity to pick one of those 4 games to watch, or hit the quad box, and you essentially have League Pass for one night a week or something similar. To there might be 14 games on, but you got 4 really good games to choose from on Amazon Prime, and you could pick one to watch, or you could watch all 4 of them, or 2 of them, or 3 of them, or whatever. Like you could do, the multi-screen that YouTube has set up.
Yeah, that would be dope. Amazon, like I said, I'm checking them out obviously because they got Thursday Night Football. Well, Amazon in general. That's the other thing about this, right? Like just Amazon Prime in general, outside of sports, is already like official, and Prime Video is official already. So people are already kind of used to it. At least I am. And this is just another added bonus.
And as much as I complain about opening that app, I'll give Amazon credit in that there are little things that drive me nuts. Like, for some reason, when I feel like I watch a game on ESPN or ABC, it doesn't look up to par with other channels. And I don't know why. It just always looks a smidge bit off. Thursday Night Football looks fantastic.
Yeah.
It looks like legitimate 4K screening.
Yeah.
It looks terrific.
Yeah.
So I'll give them, all of the credit in the world for that. There's always going to be hiccups with streaming stuff. I found out yesterday, James, I think it was Jay in the chat, alerted us to how to eliminate a chunk of the delay from YouTube. YouTube can be really far behind. Like, I say really far behind in our world in sports where we're watching and people are tweeting. It can be like 30 to 45 seconds off. Like, it feels pretty lengthy. You can eliminate that. But part of the reason there's a delay with YouTube is because they build in a buffer, which could eliminate. They build in their own buffer, which could eliminate buffering issues with you, depending on your speed of internet and the particular connection. You can eliminate that delay. And I think that's one of the things that Thursday Night Football has too, is they have that built-in delay, which creates a better streaming experience.
Yeah, Amazon is the truth, man. Amazon is the truth with their broadcasting, and then they have stuff that caters towards me, and then now I feel right. Like, well, shout out Ben.
Ben has a different type of delay. Ben has a different type of delay. He'll respond to this on Tuesday when he sees it.
But like the shoulder programming that you get with Thursday Night Football, they've got the stat cast, they've done the shop a couple of times, watching the game live. Like, I love all that stuff. And you've got I've been watching a little bit of Prime because PBC is over there now, the boxing company. So they're over there.
They're on Prime.
They're on Prime, and they got like the archive is crazy. Now the NBA already kind of has that with the NBA app, and I wonder how that would work out a little bit. But the archive of shoulder programming, short shows, old games, all this other stuff, I got to think a lot of that might be coming to Amazon Prime.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that'd be interesting. I mean, how they navigate that with the NBA app will be interesting to see.
Or they may have the license to start their own stuff too, because all that stuff is like I don't know what it is. NBA, Amazon. Oh. So like a lot of like the Pass the Rock series. I don't know if you've ever seen.
Okay, I got you. To start their own programming.
Yeah,
got you. Yeah.
So I really like the Pass the Rock series on the NBA app. That's NBA Entertainment or something like that. Amazon Prime might have, because they have the license now, they may start their own version of a Pass the Rock or a weekly Hard Knocks type show or something like in conjunction with the NBA.
Or y'all really want in on this? Okay, we'll sell you the archive. Remember, the WWE Network was just that. It was the WWE Network where you downloaded the WWE app, and if they wanted to, throw a pop up for the shop zone, or they wanted to take you through the shop zone, but like they were in control of everything. They sold it to NBC, and so now NBC has the WWE Network, but they paid for that. The number one question that was asked when Raw was announced that it was going to Netflix in 2025 is, does Netflix eventually take over the WWE archive? And all of WWE's main programming is now on Netflix. Just like any other media rights deal, the right to air all of the archives footage from the WWE with NBC ends. They could sell that to Netflix. You could potentially create a massive deal with Amazon by saying, no, you're getting the live television rights.
Right.
You want more? Okay. Here's the cost of our archive. Here's the cost of, hey, you want tiers? Here's the NBA Finals archive. Here's the Christmas Day archive or the regular season archive, or here's, here's the, you don't even have to do that. These delinquents in Sacramento, these yahoos in Sacramento who've seen airtime 4 million times. Here's the archive to airtime and Come Fly With Me and Always Showtime and all of these different little videos that we've continued to produce over the years, but have made them available in different forms. Here's the cost for that. And now you have Amazon as a legitimate destination for NBA fans.
Yeah. And I think your point is 100% spot on, but I was looking like that because I think Prime has airtime right now. I think that's where I watch
For free?
That. Yeah.
Oh, salute.
Yeah. And I think they have Come Fly With Me. I think they have the Jordan.
All the Jordan videos.
Yeah.
That'd be find out right now.
that'd be crazy, man. That'd be crazy. And the NBA on the NBA app, I've looked for this stuff. They have the finals archive on the app. They've got every finals, I think starting with 1990. They have all the finals, every game of every series. So you move that over to Amazon. But like you talked about as well, though, this doesn't mean the end of anything for ESPN or TNT.
No.
Like
not at all.
Like I'm thinking about the days, and maybe it's a little too simplistic of looking at it, but NBA could still have TNT could still have Tuesdays.
So let's dig a little bit further into that before you go too far. ESPN, ABC, this again according to The Athletic, are expected to keep the finals on its network for the duration of its deals. Like Amazon, ESPN's new contract is also expected to be at least a decade in length.
So they're saying ESPN, if they re-up, probably when they re-up with the NBA, it'll probably be a decade in length, and they'll look to keep the finals, or their deal already is at 10 years.
Both. The last deal they signed was 9 years. ESPN and ABC also have the framework of a deal. So ESPN, ABC, they also have the framework of a deal with the expectations that an agreement will be completed. The finals are expected to stay on ESPN and ABC. Like Amazon, it will be a 10-year deal.
This is a great deal. This is great for the NBA so far. Everything I've heard is great.
So an important note here. Nothing from any media outlet has been reported about TNT. However, and I remember us talking about this before, and it's a great line that Andrew threw in here to remind everybody. The NBA prefers to have 3 companies involved in its new deals, but is not ruled out adding a 4th. The NBA is finishing up their current deals with ESPN and TNT. That's 2. They've made it clear they want 3. Amazon, this isn't them saying this is me. We know we have ESPN. It appears we have Amazon. There's plenty of room.
There's 2 slots available
to sign TNT. And if you wanted to do a 4th, which they insinuated here, I guess you could. There is not
the 4th is going to be that's going to be. I think that one's going to sneaky be the one that they kind of not. It's not going to be the biggest deal, but they got a bidding war for that one. They got a bidding war between NBC, who wants to be involved. Netflix probably wants to be involved. I think FS1 would be smart to try to get involved. And I don't know, maybe you get Paramount in there. I think there will be a bidding war for that one last spot.
You said FS1?
Or Fox or whoever the case may be.
Yeah, I like FS1. Like, I'm sorry, sir, you're not invited to this conversation.
They need to be.
Like Fox could be invited.
Yeah, and that's who it would be. It would be Fox who can maybe play some games.
Like you're talking broadcast. Yeah.
They need to be.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, a broadcast station could get involved. Absolutely. I feel like NBC would have the probably lead in that, given that we heard they're a little bit thirsty.
They want it bad. Yeah, they want
more here.
TV might get involved in that.
The advancement in the Amazon and ESPN talks leaves incumbent Warner Brothers Discovery, which owns network TNT Sports, to face off with NBC, which is owned by Comcast, for the likely last package of games. Warner Brothers Discovery has the right to match deals. That's important. but NBC could try to structure an agreement in a way that makes it difficult. Can't imagine what that would be, but if I could, I'd probably be making $1 million to be an executive at NBC. Instead, I'm Kenny's sidekick.
No, that's not true. Your name's first.
Boy, NBC, I just think because it flowed better. NBC, man, NBC outbidding Warner Brothers would be like, can you imagine the NBA without Inside the NBA?
I can't, but who's to say it would leave? It might just move. Inside the NBA specifically.
But like Ernie, I think, is a Warner Brothers Discovery employee. Like, I mean, matter of fact, they all are, because the tournament is a Warner Brothers Discovery entity.
Yeah. Now you wonder.
Ernie does baseball, Ernie does other stuff.
Right. Now you wonder what their contracts look like. Did it coincide with the end of the broadcasting deal? And now,
gotta imagine, yeah.
And now, once that the broadcasting deal is up, there are free agents to negotiate. I mean, that seems to be the smart move.
Boy, Ernie Johnson in the Olympics. Come on, man. I know. Tarico's over there. I know they got guys over there, but Ernie trumps all of those guys. Ernie on the Olympics is a no-brainer, an absolute no-brainer.
You could, there's a lot that you could do with the streaming and with the new deal. You could get a Charles, Shaq, and Kenny in a Manning cast type situation, not just inside
on
the
Peacock, uncensored. You could watch Charles fall asleep live during the game.
Yeah, they wouldn't be there. They're not even watching the
game. You're just watching an empty room. Another line here. The NBA has made it clear that it wanted to define itself for the next frontier of viewing, with streaming at the forefront. Man, Amazon they're all in. Ain't no question about that, man. They're all in. Is the ideal? Do you think the ideal situation for the NBA is Amazon, Disney, ESPN, ABC, and NBC? Because I'm trying to think about Warner Brothers Discovery versus NBC Universal, or NBC. I don't Comcast, however you want to frame it. You have TNT, TBS. You have it basically lives on TNT, but you have a large number of outlets that you can work with. But if we're talking about advancing, and you link up with NBC, and now you have what you just laid out, shoulder programming available on Peacock and all of these different things, man.
My thought a little bit, my first initial thought would be NBC probably would be in the lead, because for two things. Number one, you get, and I don't know how much it matters anymore. Maybe I'm a little old school, but you get the network TV component. I know cable is in almost every house, but it's still network TV with NBC. The other thing you get, if the NBA was smart and maybe thinking about this, is you get the NFL advertising. So during the Chiefs Dolphins game, coming up on Tuesday, Lakers versus Celtics. And you can't get that on TNT right now.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good call right there, boy. Oh, that might be the call.
And the NBC, reason why I think about that is they talk about that a lot with boxing matches, right? When boxing was on Fox, they'd be like, oh, during the Cowboys-Vikings playoff game, they just ran a commercial for Spence versus whoever. And now the NBA can get in on that.
Yeah. So. It was always fun to watch the Fox guys die a little bit when they had to do a read for SmackDown. They died just a little bit every time they'd have to say, tune into Roman Reigns this Friday. We'll come back, man. Chris Peterman's with us. We'll talk more about the NFL draft, talk more 49ers, talk a little Kings with our man Chris Peterman as well. He joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Peterman.
What's up, guys?
What's up, buddy?
A little lunch in my sweater here. How we doing?
That's all right. That's all right, man. We're good, man. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, we're life's slowing down a little bit now that basketball season's over.
Sure.
How are you guys?
Same. It's slow. Things change a little bit when the Kings play. It actually, is difficult as it can make the show and trying to lay out like a compelling show. It actually opens up the show a lot because you can spend 30 minutes talking about, the future of the NBA and Amazon and television deals. And you can talk about like different things and not feel like, hey, don't let down the Kings fans. Like, don't let down the Kings audience. Don't let down the people who are here to talk about their squad. Cause we always try to put them first as they're kind of the lifeblood of all of this. So it always sucks when it ends, but it really, shows aren't as clear cut anymore, but it really opens things up where you could just kind of have some fun.
Yeah, you could hang out instead of feeling like you gotta preview the next game or talk about the game last night, all that stuff. And you still got playoffs going on too. So
yeah, I mean, talking about the NBA is always fun. It's always a good look, because anything centered around the Kings, which the periphery, the adjacent stuff is the rest of the league. Is always good stuff. And then you got a couple of days of the draft.
Right. This draft snuck up on me. I woke up on Monday. I was like, oh, damn, the draft's this week.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it was really hard because you didn't know what was going to happen going into that final week of King stuff. It was like, am I going to Oklahoma City? Like what's happening?
Yeah, dude. I had 2 flights booked last Saturday. One for OKC, one for back home from New Orleans. Ended up leaving, didn't go to bed Friday night. Had a 5 a.m. flight out of New Orleans after 8:30 local tip-off, which was brutal. But
yeah,
I mean, it was nice to be home. As much as I love Oklahoma City, it was nice to be home.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
You been in New Orleans?
I have a couple times.
Okay. Yeah. It's a good city.
Oh yeah, that's a fun city for sure. For sure. No running backs drafted in the first round. That's because the NFL hates running backs. Everybody knows that.
But to win the game, you got to run the football.
Desmond looks good again today.
Man, Kenny will love this, but I've turned on ESPN twice the last 2 days. I typically watch NFL Network Draft Talk. 2 times I turn on ESPN and hear Desmond talk. Yesterday, he was saying J.J. McCarthy is going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. And then today, he's gassing up Sanistrill as like the best player available. It's like, all right, I get it. Michigan's good and they won the title last year. But like, Des watch any other teams play football.
I think that's what he's talking about right now, or what he was talking about.
The J.J. McCarthy thing, I don't understand it. I think he's a good quarterback.
Where did he wind up going again?
Minnesota. The Vikings got Kirk Cousins on a rookie contract after paying premium Kirk Cousins money for all this year.
Well, at least he's on a rookie contract. At least
that's right. 6 draft picks in the first 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks.
It's wild.
Crazy.
And the crazy thing is, I don't know if any of these quarterbacks are that good. Caleb is a guy that I think is really good. The other ones are just like, they're cool. I like Jaden a lot.
Oh yeah, I like Jaden too.
I don't have a crazy feel for a lot of these guys.
I definitely don't have
at
one
this
for
point. At this point, it just feels like a toss-up when it comes to trying to figure out if a rookie quarterback is going to be good eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the interesting thing with the draft. You had all these quarterbacks go in the first 12 picks, and Kenny and I drew this, comparisons, and it wasn't revolutionary, but the Trevor Lawrence, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Mac Jones draft, where it's like, well, all right. Zach Wilson, like, this is a mess.
Right.
It was like the most interesting quarterback loaded draft ever, and only one of those dudes is really any good.
Only one of those dudes still on the team that drafted him.
Yeah, exactly.
I think. Yeah.
Trevor.
Yeah.
I'll contend though, and I'll have this take forever that if Trey Lance hadn't gotten hurt and he would have remained the starter, I think he would have turned into a good player with all the experience he would have gotten.
I don't hate that at all. We're coming back here in 5 seconds, Chris. All right, man. It's Friday rolls along. Appreciate you for being with us, and happy to bring in our main man, Chris Peterman, of course, of the Sacramento Bee, and him and Kyle Matson do a terrific job over at Candlestick Chronicles covering the San Francisco 49ers. Chris, want to get to some Kings talk here at the end of this conversation, but everybody's buzzing about the draft. Lots going on. We talked to Kyle, got his thoughts earlier. I know you guys dropped a post round one draft podcast for Candlestick Chronicles. Curious what you think about the noise surrounding the wide receiver position and John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan's decision to add a new wrinkle to that position.
Yeah, I mean, it's complex, I think, just given the state of the Niners receiving room. In my opinion, I think it would take a really significant offer, one that they're not likely to get, to trade either Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk. I think the ship sailed on a Brandon Ayuk trade about midway through the first round last night, because the Niners, weren't going to trade Brandon Ayuk unless they knew they could get an early first round pick and potentially a difference maker right away on a rookie contract. He's that valuable to them. And then, you hear all this reporting about Deebo Samuel and the Niners talking to other teams about him. I would find that unlikely too, just because this is a team that's really trying to win now. Even if you get a second and a third round pick for Deebo, I don't feel like you're more likely to win the Super Bowl in 2024, or I guess it would be winter 2025, if Deebo Samuel's playing elsewhere and you have two additional rookies filling that void. So, I talking with some mutual friends that you and I have, and people I know in the building. I think there are a couple different things at play. Deebo Samuel plays his best football when he has an edge to him, right? Like when he has real motivation to play good football is when he plays his best football. 2 years ago, when he had his 1,800-yard season, that was the first year. That following offseason, he was eligible for a new contract. So essentially, in a contract year, he balled out. After he got paid, he admitted he had a pretty bad season last year. It was a decent season, but probably not near the level that he holds himself to. If you're Kyle Shanahan and that Deebo Samuel plays better football with a particular edge to him, would you spend the offseason kind of tinkering with this trade idea, maybe to sort of nudge Deebo into having this edge to him going into this upcoming season? I think that would make sense. While at the same time, if you put it out there that Deebo Samuel is potentially available, with the idea that it's only going to take an offer that completely knocks your socks off to trade him, maybe you stumble into a ridiculous offer via a betting war that's created, and maybe you get a first round pick in 2025 or something for Deebo Samuel. More than likely, you're not going to get that. So you do get a motivated Deebo Samuel, and you do have a pretty deep and talented wide receiver room. In the last year, you're going to have Brock Purdy on his rookie contract, presumably in 2024. So I'm not ruling out a trade of Deebo Samuel. Like I said, I think a trade of Brandon Ayuk. I think that idea has sailed. But, the 49ers can make it work financially, even after they pay Brandon Ayuk. We've said it a bunch of different times on the podcast and on the radio. Like the way these contracts work, they can make the money work and have Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel under contract in 2024. Where it gets interesting and why I think the trade speculation about Deebo is ramping up is because going into 2025, it would seem like it's unlikely that Deebo Samuel is going to be around while Brandon Ayuk's new contract kicks in, right? Like that's going to be hard to make all of that work. So that's why you draft somebody like Ricky Pearsall, because, zooming out 3-4 years from now, you hope that he would develop into a starter. And then you have, Brandon Ayuk on premium money, Ricky Pearsall on his rookie contract, and you're filling out your room that way. So I think there's a lot to it. But overall, I'm expecting this wide receiver core not to look drastically different, aside from the addition of Pearsall going into the fall.
So let me ask you about Ricky Pearsall himself, aka Slick Rick, aka Yak Harlow, aka Pretty Ricky. You know what I mean?
What did Kyle Shanahan say about him?
He just said he was a good ball player.
That's not what I heard.
Let me ask you about the player himself, man, because I gotta, I didn't do any mock drafts. I didn't, look at the prospects too much going into the draft. And I think I remember seeing him play when they played against Utah, but I don't remember specifically. But, I was a little unfamiliar with him before last night. And, I see film and I hear what people have to say about him, and it's really encouraging and pretty exciting. What do you think about the player himself, not even the situation around the 49ers, but the guy that they drafted?
Yeah, I think the only criticism that I could come up with, like if you are a complete draft person and you're making boards and you're ranking players, you can make a decent argument that 31 might be a little rich for Ricky Pearsall. But if you just look at the player himself and the way he plays football and his physical makeup and his mental makeup, he's absolutely a Kyle Shanahan type of receiver. He's really physical. He's a really good athlete, a 42-inch vertical leap, 4.4 speed, plays out of the slot, which complements what the 49ers do really well. I think the movement skills are something that stands out. I think his toughness, he catches the ball, like he doesn't have many drops. He has really good hands, and he provides a little bit of value in the return game. So in essence, I think what the 49ers are banking on right now is he upgrades your Ray McLeod spot. And potentially eats into some of Juwan Jennings' snaps out of the slot. And then moving forward, and keep in mind, Juwan Jennings is entering the last year of his contract too. Moving forward, you have somebody who could ascend it to, a number 3, potentially number 2 receiver. I don't know that he's Cooper Kupp or Puka Nacua or going to be somebody that catches 120 balls, but I think he could be a really, really good, top end number 2 receiver in the league. And our buddy Nick Wagner tweeted out the stat last night that Ricky Pearsall was the best or the most productive receiver in college football the last 2 seasons on deep crossing routes, right? And if you watch Brock Purdy, you know that he really excels in those deep crossing routes, throwing those guys open in the middle of the field. So I think it totally makes sense from a fit perspective, from a toughness perspective, a route running perspective, athleticism, all of those things. He seems like, he's tailor-made to be in Kyle Shanahan's offense. But I think, like I said, the criticism, maybe 31's a little rich. Maybe he's not a true first-round talent. But ultimately, if he turns into a starting receiver and he's 1,000, 1,200, 1,400-yard guy down the road, then that'll be somebody that, we look at. Yeah, that was a smart first-round pick.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC here on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 98.5 FM, HD2 as well. Draft coverage beginning again here at 4 o'clock. You can watch the show on 1320 TV, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320, and of course on your Twitter app or desktop. Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee with us here now, talking the 49ers draft last night. And Biederman, less about the player and more about how do you feel about the 49ers choosing to attack that particular position?
Yeah, it's interesting. Like they very clearly they very clearly could have gone other directions, right? There's Jackson Powers Johnson is guys I've talked a little bit about, the center out of Oregon, who I think could be a starter and play at a high level. You have Jake Brendel playing your center position. I know it's not super interesting to talk about interior offensive line play, but when you think about what went wrong for the 49ers in their biggest games the last few years, it's, they've been dominated by Chris Jones and Aaron Donald, and, the Eagles interior guys in the NFC Championship games and the Super Bowls that they've played in. Most recently, Chris Jones, of course. So you wonder if, upgrading at center, upgrading one of your guard spots could put you in a better spot in those situations. I know that's probably not the best process to look at that and say, we need to invest a first round pick in a guard just because of what happened in the Super Bowl or whatever. So there are other areas of needs for sure. But I think it's smart, like given how important skill position guys are to the 49ers and the way they play football, I think getting another receiver makes a ton of sense. And I would expect the 49ers to draft a receiver every year, frankly. So whether you do it in round 1 or whether you do it in round 4, like ultimately it doesn't really matter because it's a super expensive position. You need 4 or 5 of them. And over time, some guys you're not going to want to pay. Like you're probably not going to sign Juwan Jennings in next offseason, so you're going to need to replace him. Like I said, I think Deebo Samuel, whether he's traded, today or tomorrow, I think even if not, I think 2024 is probably his last season with the 49ers. So you just need depth at that position going forward if you're going to run Kyle Shanahan's offense effectively. So it does make sense. And again, I think it's all about fit. Like I know a lot of people will talk about other receivers they might have liked better. It's like Kyle Shanahan is super specific in terms of what he looks for in receivers. And based on what I know in covering him and talking to people with the 49ers, Pearsall is somebody who definitely fits what Kyle Shanahan looks for. And if you can get a guy that matches the athletic profile, matches sort of the skill set profile, then Kyle Shanahan's gonna jump at that guy because ultimately this is his team, right? Like he's the number one decision maker in that building. And if it was a defensive head coach, maybe they take Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle out of Illinois, even though he has a foot injury, which I thought he was going to go maybe in the teens, early 20s. He ended up falling out of the first round. That's somebody to keep an eye on potentially for the 49ers if they like him in round 2. We'll see. But yeah, I thought receiver makes sense just given the premium that Kyle Shanahan has on it, given the way his offense moves.
What do you think about this team on the defensive end? One of the better defenses in the league all year last year. Kind of limped into the Super Bowl with 2 spotty outings or whatever the case may be, but it feels like the starters are still there, right? Like you're still looking at a team that of the 11 starters, 9 of them should be back, but where can they look to improve specifically in this draft on the defensive end?
Yeah, I think they could use some talent along the defensive line. I think that's always sort of the default answer when you don't have DeForest Buckner or Eric Armstead anymore, and you don't really have a true long-term option. I mean, Leonard Floyd is a nice player, and I thought that was a good signing for the Niners. A stable player, a guy who could potentially play, 3 downs. That makes a lot of sense. But, we haven't seen it from Drake Jackson, like their second round pick from a couple years ago, who hasn't proven to be a viable long-term option. So maybe another edge guy. But again, it's hard to find edge guys outside of the first couple rounds. So if they go offensive line in round 2 here, then, it's going to be hard to expect somebody they draft in round 3 or later at edge to really come in and contribute. A bigger picture question I have about the Niners is, we've known them to be a front to back defense since Kyle Shanahan has been here. They've prioritized the defensive line and then built sort of backwards. Nick Sorensen, their new defensive coordinator, is a guy who played safety in the league. And I wonder, because there's a debate that happens in NFL circles, like, do you build front to back or back to front? And yeah, you have Nick Bosa, but outside of Nick Bosa, you have Javon Hargrave, good player. Is he an elite player? I don't know that he's an elite player. So do you look at your defense and say, maybe we start building back to front, and maybe that comes in the form of drafting a cornerback or a safety in round 2 and trying to really fortify the back end. And maybe even they draft a linebacker because you're looking at a scenario where you're not going to have Drake Greenlaw maybe for an extended period of time after he tore his Achilles in the Super Bowl, right? So I do wonder if there's going to be a shift where it's like kind of back to front because they haven't had the opportunities to add premium talent along the defensive line because they are giving out so much money to other positions on the roster. And so I wonder, is the emphasis going to be on cornerback and safety play and maybe linebacker play, as opposed to what we've seen from the 49ers since 2017, which has typically been, dump a whole lot of resources into the defensive line.
Let's shift our attention. Of course, night 2 of the draft can be heard here beginning at 4:00 on ESPN 1320. Let's shift our attention here just for a couple of minutes, Chris, to the Sacramento Kings. Said goodbye to the 2023-2024 version of the Sacramento Kings earlier this week. It does. and I'm still not watching the Oklahoma City New Orleans series. I refuse to. You are part of all of the. Is it
series?
Well, I admittedly saw the end of game 1. There's nothing good about game 2.
It was an ass whoop.
I don't know why New Orleans can't play against anyone other than Sacramento. You were at that debacle live last Friday night. I don't know. I guess we'll start with a generic question. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, that's really a tough one, because coming off of last year when the Kings were the 3 seed, you would say, look at their trajectory and where they finished. You could say, man, this team is going to be in this mix going forward. And then the rest of the West got a lot better and a lot healthier. And now you started to see why, progression isn't always linear. It's I think that my big takeaway is it's going to take Monty McNair to a lot of creativity from him to improve this roster this offseason. Because you look at the assets the Kings have. I know there was a lot of talk about the tradable contracts that they signed last offseason, whether it was Harrison Barnes, Chris Duarte, whoever else, that the Kings had a lot of assets to go make a move. And now I would ask, like, is Harrison Barnes a trade asset that other teams are going to be really interested in on that contract? Like, he's a very solid player and a dependable veteran, no doubt, but is Harrison Barnes at 17 million going to be part of a package that gets you a legitimate difference maker? And are the Kings going to be willing to trade a bunch of draft picks as a small market team relative to other teams, like to go get a guy who could help put them over the top? I think these are fair questions, and these are really difficult decisions for Monty McNair to make. And, I also wonder, like, Malik Monk is clearly the biggest question in the offseason. Like, and I tend to believe that somebody's going to offer more than what the Kings can, that $17 million a year over 4 years. And maybe it's a short-term deal, so Malik gets another bite at the free agency apple. Again, and maybe he decides to come back because of his relationship with De'Aaron Fox and Mike Brown. That's certainly possible. But, if somebody like Orlando looks, if they flame out against Cleveland and they offer Malik $100 million, I'd have a hard time believing Malik Monk would stay in Sacramento, pay 13% and, state income tax in California when he can go make $100 million in Florida and not have any state income tax, right? Like, that's a very substantial amount of money we're talking about. So I don't know what the answers are. I wonder if you're betting on, if you're the Kings, if your best bet is to just hope Keegan Murray improves, and maybe you get more out of Sasha Vezenkov, maybe you get some improvement from Chris Duarte. But ultimately, like, it's up to Keegan Murray to continue growing, to turn into an all-star level player. It's up to De'Aaron Fox to elevate his game from all NBA type talent to, like, can he get into the Jalen Brunson MVP first team NBA discussion? I think that's what the Kings need for them to, go deeper into the playoffs or get into the playoffs and win a couple rounds. So, and can Domantas Sabonis improve as a scorer? I think that's, we know he can facilitate, we know he can rebound, but can he score? Like, can he be another go-to option? Because I think the Kings need other go-to options, particularly in lieu of, Malik Monk potentially leaving. So, that's a long-winded way of saying Monty McNair is a really, really difficult offseason, and it's going to take a lot of creativity, and it might take, nailing a draft pick with, the 14th overall pick in a draft class that isn't believed to be that strong. Maybe he does it, maybe not. If he does, it would be a huge development for the Kings. But overall, you got, Keon Ellis, great story. And the fact that you got Keon Ellis, controllable player, two-way player, can shoot, can defend, I think that's a huge development for the Kings. So if they can find more diamonds in the rough like Keon Ellis and maybe swing a trade or two, maybe they can be in that mix next year again. But the West doesn't appear to be going anywhere. A lot of these teams are going to be sticking around, and it's going to be, I think it's going to be similarly difficult for the Kings to get back to the playoffs next year as it was this year.
Guys, to me, one of the probably the biggest decision that needs to be made, or upgrade that needs to happen, is going to be Keegan Murray's development. Keegan's going to have to He was good this year. He was good as a rookie. He improved, this year. But he's going to have to take another step, another leap next year to be more of a reliable scorer, consistent shot taker and shot maker for this team. Because I think for the most part, like there's ways where they can improve their numbers. Like De'Aaron could be a better free throw shooter. Sabonis maybe a better free throw shooter. Maybe take 1 or 2 more shots a game or something like that. But for the most part, I think those two are maxed out, and that's not even a bad thing. Like these are 2 all NBA caliber players. Like they had all NBA caliber seasons. And asking DeMontis, you gotta be a little better next year. What? The guy was 20, 13, and 8. Like that's a lot to ask. De'Aaron Fox, 26, almost 27 points a night, 5 assists, and one of the best point guard defenders in the league. So I think they can maintain that, but asking them saying like, yo, you need to be better, that's kind of asking a lot. I think Keegan, and that's a spot where he can develop. He can be a better basketball player, and that could help elevate this team. And that's one aspect that could help elevate this team. But there's room for improvement with Keegan Murray.
Yeah, and I think, the play-in was a perfect example, right? He was one of the best players on the floor against the Warriors and a huge reason why the Kings blew out Golden State in that game. And then getting matched up against Trey Murphy in New Orleans. Like that the Trey Murphys of the world, those are the guys that Keegan Murray has to like get buckets against. Like, because there are a lot of those types of players in the Western Conference who are long, who are going to get matched up on Keegan. And if Keegan's going to ascend to that level you're talking about, he's going to have to be more productive against those guys. And I'm not saying it was disappointing that Keegan didn't have a great game in New Orleans, because he's a second-year guy and that's a tough spot against, really long, good defenders. But that's just what the challenge is for him. It's, he's going to be going up against those types of guys in big moments as his career goes on. And he's going to need to, be more consistent, be more like the guy who played against Golden State than the guy who played against New Orleans.
Great stuff, Chris, man. Always great to catch up with you, my friend. Thank you for being so generous with your time and hanging out with us on what I know is a really busy 3-day stretch for you guys.
Oh, it's all good. I appreciate you guys having me as always, and hopefully we can catch up for a beverage sometime soon.
Oh, absolutely, man, you got that. Absolutely. That's it. I'm partial to Candlestick Chronicles beer.
Yeah. We love to hear that. We love to hear that.
Chronicles beer.
I'm not a beer drinker. That stuff's not bad. Yeah, I'm not a beer.
I need to try it.
Yeah, that brewery. What's the spot you guys do? Yeah, that's a really great spot.
I need to try it.
Cooperage in Santa Rosa. Shout out to my people at Cooperage for sure.
Yeah, good stuff.
Kenny, you an IPA guy?
I don't know what kind of beer guy I am. I'm not really a big beer guy, but I'll try all of them. So, yeah, whatever, man. I'm with it.
We'll make that happen.
All right.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Right there. Make sure you are subscribed to the Candlestick Chronicles podcast. You can stay caught up. You're not a big alcohol guy, period.
I'm not.
You like clear liquids with a fruity drink in it.
I'm literally the definition of I drink socially.
Fact. Yeah. That's a shoe. That's the only time I ever see. Of course, how would I know if you were drinking otherwise? But regardless.
Hey, we're gonna come back. But you ready for NBA playoff basketball? Afternoon NBA playoff basketball.
Is that today? Yeah. Oh, we got the Pacers about to start here.
It's about to go down in like 15 minutes.
Oh, no wonder NBA countdown is on. I kept thinking, like, what are they? Is this because of the draft? What are they doing? Okay. Yep, I got you. Yeah, we're about to have a basketball game on. Unbelievable. Steelo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
No official 13th round, but that might have been on the radio, but no official 13th round going on. But yeah, we could talk. Virgil Ortiz is fighting. I think he's fighting this weekend. I'll be watching that. If he wins, he's supposed to fight Tim Tszyu in August. I think, let me double check all this. I think he's fighting Delorme, which is a solid fight. It's a good fight. Snack champ, I got the belt. Jose Ramirez fights tomorrow. Maybe that's what I was thinking. I thought Virgil Ortiz. Yeah, he does. Oh, snap. Man, they both in Fresno? And JoJo Diaz? Damn. If I was thinking ahead, I would have tried to go out there for that. That's a nice card. Jose Ramirez return, Virgil Ortiz versus Thomas Delorme, and JoJo Diaz. None of them are like my favorite fighters or nothing like that, but those are some good names to be in Fresno. Yeah, I'm kind of slipping. I should have gone down for that. Aldrin, it's not kicking it with KC, but sure, we can talk. Random sneaker question. Do you have a pair of those Jordan 4 SB Pine Greens? I wish. Those are fire. No, those are, I might have to eventually get a pair. Those are sick. I heard they're coming out with some blue. Some blue where the pine green is. Those are fire, though. Shout out to my man Hong over at Phenom. I don't think he watches us on the YouTube, but he listens every now and then. He's been texting me. He says I'm crazy. He says there's no need to get rid of Debo. I agree. I love Debo. Don't get mad at me. Yo, yeah, we got to talk. There's a couple things we talk. I saw. Yeah, we'll talk to Dame about that, Frank, and then Julian. We'll talk to him about the Clippers joint, man. That's crazy. Do you have a go-to lifting equipment place? I don't. I just go to 24-hour fitness. And I'm not ever lifting the type of weight to need a weight belt. But it feels like I saw one. Damn, it feels like I saw one out like in Citrus Heights. But anybody in the chat, help Scooter out, man. If you guys know a weightlifting equipment place, point her in the direction too. I'm the wrong person to ask. I lift like a boxer. You know what I'm saying? That's all my thing. I'm trying to get like a boxing build. So it's just, low weight, lots of reps. What?
She out here doing like this. I'm like, yo, what is wrong with you? Oh, she drunk. Hey. Yeah.
She just ran into the table coming around. That's crazy. Look at her. She's just rambling.
Mm-hmm.
No, do you know what time we're on the air for? Here, say that.
In my opinion, it's way too long.
Say that to the people real quick.
Hi.
Look at her.
Kenny, what are you looking at on your laptop? I don't think you should be doing that at work.
Boxing woman.
I don't. Chatty House, you want to see his laptop?
Look at her.
Okay, it's not that wild, Julian. We work in radio.
Wasted.
Okay, Kyle, it's radio.
Yo,
I don't drink mimosas. I drink Tito sodas.
Tell me she's not wasted. You guys,
I'm not.
You've seen Kim come in here and talk before. She ever?
I'm not.
Like
I had one drink.
One drink.
One drink.
Y'all don't go out and have one drink.
Ha. Okay, I gotta go and do my work.
Yeah, right.
He does in the after.
Why are you looking at
drinks?
Why are you looking at the screen that way?
Because I can't really see it.
What? You can't see the screen.
Hang on, I just ordered wine.
Oh,
Damien almost cursed on air.
For fuck's sake. We're not on, dummy.
You can't say that.
I can?
Can I curse?
Yes, you can.
A
You
little
got
bit.
10
What can I
seconds.
say? Fuck. Oh my god.
This fool.
Oh,
Bruh.
3 sheets to the
Wow.
wind.
What is going on?
Oh, yeah. Look, you've ruined Joe. Joe has never heard anything like that before. Call and apologize to Joe's mother.
Bro, 3 sheets to the wind.
You are. Okay, we're going on
We're
the air
back.
now. We're ma'am.
We're back now.
Wow. Life at Odyssey.
Season 2, episode 3.
My goodness.
Wasted.
No, here she comes. Hey, do me a favor while you're in here real quick. Can you touch your nose with your No, that's not how you do it. Like you'd be arrested right now. Yes, you would. Okay, no, now we're on the air. Do you want to talk about the draft last night or basketball? Or... Okay, get out. Get out.
Kim, aka Glorilla.
You want okay. No, okay. Thanks, Mom. No, it's good. No, this is good. We're wiping our screen. This is great. No, thank you for being here. You're doing a bang up job. Okay. Are we
My bad. Go ahead. Do your little show.
Fritos, chili cheese.
Throw some
Here it
red
is.
Or Doritos, Cool Ranch.
Unbelievable. I swear to God. You see this, Joe? This is what you're signing up for, Joe. This right here. Go ahead, Joe. You could talk on the air. It's fine. Why not? Kimberly just did.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, there you go.
Yep,
Joe's
that's
scared
what
to
I
death. Joe, poor Joe. Joe is scared to death.
Nah, man.
And this is this. She gave me this thing to wipe the screen. It smells like death. This is terrible. Well, no, I was gonna say the reason it's not the wipe that smells like alcohol. Does anybody else work in an environment like this one? I'm gonna guess
This
not.
environment is crazy.
I'm
bro.
going to
I ain't
guess
gonna
not.
lie to you.
People blowing off meetings to go on Instagram and toast.
This really is like a rude awakening.
This
Like,
is a
I'm like,
terrible.
oh,
is
I gotta
this
be-
is that what this is for? Because
appreciate
this
it,
is
dog.
overly saturated. Why are you bringing me that? You okay?
Yo,
thank you.
I
Thank
li-
you.
I
This
like
was very,
Drunk
this,
Kim.
this was very nice of you. No, I just said it was very nice of you.
Appreciate you, drunk Kim.
No, it's fire. No, it's good.
I like drunk Kim. She's nice.
She really is. She's like her sister. Like what?
I'm the nicer sister.
Okay. No, I'm sure you are. Just keep telling yourself that. No, y'all, she is lit. She's probably thinking I'm gonna.
Complex gonna have to give her a ride home today.
Hold up. Hold on. Oh yeah, yeah. Alfonso. Alfonso tweeting. I love Alfonso, man. He's on top of his game. All right.
So there's so many things.
Cass says some of us work from home. Can't relate. Nah, I got you, bro. There were 2 whole years we worked at home, man. Can you believe
crazy.
that?
That was
2 whole
crazy.
years we worked at home and missed.
We
this.
worked it out too, man. I was always itching to get in here, man. I was for a number of different reasons. Number one, I'd always have to be told to be quiet at home. Like,
Well,
you're talking too loud. So I was like, all right, I need to
that's
get out
pretty
of
funny.
here. I need to get out of here so I can do my Chris Broussard if I want to.
Chris Broussard, all right.
So yeah, there's so many things that
I don't know what's crazier, Kim drinking at lunch or the fact that NBA basketball is about to start in like 5 minutes.
The sun just rose and they're about to play a game.
No. Salute.
NBA playoffs. So okay, a couple things that just literally just popped up during this whole jeez.
Wow. All right, Kyle Shanahan, relax.
During this break. Well,
that's the worst screen. I'm so
no, it is. I
angry at
need
her
a
right
dry
now.
paper towel.
Yeah, I need
afterwards.
to fix this. I swear to God, man. She hands me this here, wipe your screen, and now it looks like my screen was submerged in water.
And then my
there's no way what she handed us was for a computer screen. This thing is gonna short out in like 5
It did
seconds.
say screen cleaner though.
It must have meant a 75-inch television. Because it sure as hell didn't mean my little punk ass computer. Goodness gracious.
Oh man. Okay. So all right, let's do it this way. There's three prize boxes.
Okay.
Which one do you want to start with? 1, 2, or 3?
There's got to be an easier way to do this.
I'll just let's go with it. 1,
Okay,
2,
2.
2. Did you see that Dominic Mysterio's getting Tommy John surgery?
I didn't. I knew he was hurt and saw the. I saw he was okay. Thank God. God damn it. Thank you, Charlie.
Charlie's brought in paper towels in here.
Charlie,
I need one too. Big
Charlie, who does
you,
not miss a single second of ESPN programming.
Appreciate you, Charlie.
Brought us these, man, incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right, now I can actually see my computer screen again. I did not know Dominic Mysterio was getting Tommy John surgery. I knew he was hurt. I don't ever think I've heard of not that he's a civilian, he's an athlete, but I don't think I've ever heard of anyone outside of a baseball player getting Tommy John surgery.
Or a quarterback.
Yeah.
That's about it. So yeah, I saw that somebody mentioned it. Frank, I think mentioned
what
it
is
in
the
chat.
timeline for that in professional wrestling?
I gotta think the rest of the year at least. Like my thought
Rest
is
of the
if
year, it's April. Yeah.
If he comes back and be at the Rumble, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. I won't ask you again. We'll just go to number 3.
Okay.
Which is, did you see the Clippers series trailer?
No, the FX joint for Donald
Yeah.
Sterling. No, I saw that it had emerged. Okay, so before we leave wrestling, did you see Tony Khan at the draft last night?
I saw a picture. I didn't hear what I heard about what he said, but I didn't see the clip. And
I don't think he said anything that I'm aware of. I'm not sure. Did he?
Yeah, he like alluded to WWE being Harvey Weinstein.
He said that at the NFL draft?
I believe so. I saw the video. God. I saw the video because he was on NFL Network, right?
Okay. No, I saw him at the draft.
Oh, no. I saw him on NFL Network. He had the neck brace on. And
yeah, that's what I was alluding to was
said,
the fact he was selling he's selling the Meltzer driver that he got from the Young Bucks at the NFL draft with his dad behind him like, I can't believe this kid is mine.
He said, now, like I said, I haven't seen the clip, so I don't know for sure, but I've seen in 2 different captions that he said the WWE is like Harvey Weinstein or something like that.
Yeah, I missed that.
Wow.
I'm gonna have to. That's a tough one. Though I understand why he made the comparison.
Well,
it's not the WWE. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, hopefully they got Harvey.
Oh, wow. He did say that. This is this is going.
I gotta hear that.
Hang on, let me because I can't imagine the guys in the NFL or at the NFL Network responded to this.
Yeah, what is their response? Yo, what if he came on our show and he said something like that? I'd be like, yo, Harvey or Tony, relax.
Okay. Hold on. I literally found it's on Awful Announcing. Come on now. Where is it?
Kim is ridiculous.
Kim is absolutely ridiculous. Sorry. I'm trying to find this clip and it's taking me significantly longer than it should. So my apologies. It's literally on my screen that I just had to squeegee dry.
Like he was at the gas station cleaning his windshield.
Okay. All right. This is from the NFL Network. Here's Tony Khan with the neck brace on.
Come on, this still shot crazy, bro. selling
the angle from the night before.
Yeah. And we're up against a really evil juggernaut. WWE is our competitor. That's who we're facing. AEW, like the Pepsi of pro wrestling. WWE's like the Harvey Weinstein of pro wrestling. And I'm really proud of what we do down here.
I think
Yeah, they did
all right,
not.
Tony,
They did not.
hold on, real quick. What's the prognosis? What are the doctors telling you?
Well, to be honest, I think you're going to have to tune in to AEW to find out.
This idiot. Jesus Christ. This goofball right here. Goodness gracious. What an absolute idiot. Tune in to my program.
Yeah, they Shad may have to like bring somebody in to help the son out.
It's like hiring a football person to handle football matters. You don't bring in somebody else to run this program.
Yeah, you gotta, because he's hurting the product.
There was another clip that I wanted here. That's a tough look. That's a really, really tough look on the NFL Network. Let's see.
Crazy.
Is this Rich Eisen? This is still the NFL Network here. Here's Rich Eisen last night.
Jacksonville Jaguars were on the clock, 17th overall, but they traded down as Tony Khan becomes the first ever NFL executive in a draft room, shaking off the effects of a pile driver he received on national television in a wrestling ring the night before. Such is
that's
when you
crazy.
So here's why. Here's why to our friend at WCW, who just loves AEW so much, who was begging for this moment, right? He was absolutely begging for Tony Khan to sell the pile driver at the NFL draft. This idiot is just smart. Look at him. He's like
NFL executive
smiling
in a
through
draft
the whole
room,
thing.
shaking off the effects
He's not
of a
selling
pile driver
anything
he
except
received
he's
on
wearing a
national
neck brace.
television in a wrestling ring the night before. Such is life when you mix AEW and the NFL. Tony Khan, hang in there, buddy.
Oh, for God's sakes. My goodness.
I didn't see that. That is hilarious.
What a circus. An absolute circus.
That is hilarious. Oh, man. Yo.
Tony Khan out here selling a pile driver. I once saw Jim Ross burned on national television, and he showed up to work the next week.
Oh, man. Tony Khan.
You know what? Speaking of JR, did you hear what Joel is dealing with?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I've never so he has Bell's palsy.
Mm-hmm.
And any wrestling fan knows that's what JR had.
Mm-hmm.
And JR has written and discussed like his two most serious bouts. One of them happened in the mid 90s, right around the fake Razor and fake Diesel thing. And he said it happened like overnight. Like he woke up and when he looked in the mirror, it scared him to death.
So real quick, and now I'm learning, right? His rant wasn't planned that way. Because you said it happened the night before. Remember his rant?
No. It didn't happen the night before.
Oh, okay.
It happened before. It was, but it's in that time frame. Like they worked it into the storyline. But he
That's
like
crazy.
like Vince like he was taken off TV. He was eventually fired. He was brought back. When they brought him back is when they did that bit and they worked the illness into it. So he said it happened while he was asleep and it caused his Bell's palsy is like a facial paralysis. And that's why for those that heard Joel, like I just hope it doesn't ruin my looks. Like what it does is like it like for those who saw JR at that time, like it changes the shape of your face. Like the symmetry changes, like you lose the ability to control the muscles in your face and it just kind of like drops. The second one he was awake for, and he said it was excruciatingly painful. And so Joel looked different last night. Like his face looked different last night. But I don't know what type, like, again, the only person I know who has openly discussed this is Jim Ross. I don't know what kind of pain he has been in dealing with that. It could be minor. It could be excruciating. But it's such a unique, you just don't hear about it very often. So when I heard Bell's palsy referenced into Joel Embiid, the only person I know to compare that to is Jim Ross.
And that's scary, to be honest with you. I mean,
and when you look in Jim Ross, you go to WrestleMania 15, the first time he appeared on television, he was gone for months. Yeah. So when you look back at the Rock Mankind stuff, it's always Michael Cole because JR is dealing with that. Even when he came back, his face, this was months.
Tell, yeah.
His mouth was crooked. It was really difficult for him to speak. He often had like a towel or some type of wipe with him to, because he So again, I don't know what level or grade Joel is dealing with this, but that is such a bizarre injury that, again, according to, can be brought on by stress. Like JR's second attack happened after his mother died, like hours after his mother died. So, Joel, I don't think it's crazy to rule out playing through this injury, the pressures of trying to take this Philadelphia 76ers team to a championship and be successful this season could be having a very legitimate, measurable effect on his health.
Facts. Yeah, man. Take care, Joel, man, and just hope everything's all right, man, for sure.
Yeah, there's still no reason to pull Mitchell Robinson down like you did last night.
That is not
or knee my light-skinned brother in the groin. There's no reason to do all of that.
No.
But again, like I hope my man is okay. And now I think back, I wonder if that's why he's looking down. Because he did it again a little bit differently. He did it again yesterday.
Yeah.
So they won.
Yeah.
He scores 50. He's at the podium this time and not the locker. And it's not as dramatic, and it's probably because of the camera angle. It's not as dramatic as the locker room where everything is like looking down at him because he's sitting down and he's not lifting his head up. But he is at he's looking down at the table. Now, a lot of guys do that, box scores, different things like that. But he's consistently with his head down, and I wonder if it's the paralysis in his face that he's, how he might be self-conscious about it and is looking down.
Yeah. Damn.
So
man, that was
I
crazy
feel a
when
little
saw
bit
that.
bad for telling him, hey, you can't do that the other day. But if this is why he's doing it, then, brother, I understand.
It was just crazy to see that tweet from Woj and hear that was, what he was doing with. I was like, my goodness, like this is crazy. The first thing I thought was this poor guy. Like he just can't catch a break in any way, any form or fashion.
Yeah.
So get well soon, Joel, for sure. That the Clippers thing, I was just seeing if you had seen that. I mean, I'm definitely gonna be tapping in for that. That's gonna be, I think it starts in June, maybe May. I can't remember, but that may be a winning time type review show that we have.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it looks crazy. I mean, the casting is crazy. Although Lawrence Fishburne he does a pretty good Doc Rivers. I didn't hear him, with the voice. He didn't have that, so to speak. But the look, he's got a good Doc Rivers look for sure. So, oh, come on, man. Sal said someone called it losing time.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Come on.
Oh, they got Ed O'Neill as Sterling. Oh,
they got some
man.
notable people in there, man. They got I forgot my boy. What's his name? Oh man. Oh,
Well,
Uncle
who?
Murder? Is it Uncle Murder? I don't think you watched. Who was the rapper in P Valley?
Oh, I never got back.
Somebody,
I never
man,
got.
come on, man.
Let's hear it for the fabulous Clippers and our new coach, Doc Rivers.
The Clippers
kind of look like him.
Yeah.
We are going to win this year, and it will change your life.
Look at you. Is that Havarti?
Are you trading DeAndre Jordan?
Excuse me?
Is that V?
This is my assistant, V.
I'm Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm. How can V have a Ferrari? Oh, hi, Mrs. Sterling.
I love my calendar girl.
It's the rise of the takers. I hired somebody to follow the money. She's suing me. I need to show them that I have the power.
Are you stupid or something?
Oh no.
Don't bring black people to my games.
Oh.
Having fun? I know we are. What's your wingspan?
Everybody out. We have to protect the players.
The season ticket holders are used to a certain amount of access.
I'm used to a certain amount of people acting freaking normal.
tape recording of you and V? It's out.
Tell me what's on the tape. Certain statements about.
What the?
That can't be true.
You think I'm a racist?
No.
Dude is literally saying that I'm a piece of property.
I'm your owner.
You're not my owner. Every second counts.
Players love me.
We literally hate you.
Wait a second. Oh, okay. We're gonna have to go.
There he is. There's Little Murder. That's
Man will say.
Little Murder.
Is that Chris Paul?
I think it is.
All those
Chris
disgusting
Paul.
things
Little
behind my
Murder's
back.
Chris Paul.
Our whole world is burning down. For what? I'm lining myself up to run the Clippers
Fire.
organization.
JJ Redick.
Are we bad people?
Doesn't matter.
Flip.
I follow all of the players, but none of them follow me back.
Well, no one is going all the way. No one's doing that in the ice bath. I need to go through this. We need to look at this a little bit
So
more.
Blake Griffin is the guy who played in Insecure, who was married. That guy who was married to and was messing with Molly.
Yeah, that's right.
He actually
That's right.
He actually got the girl's name is Dominic something. The Lawrence's girlfriend on the show, he got her pregnant in real life.
Okay. All right. Well, he plays Blake. And I think your man Lil Murder was definitely Chris Paul. We did see JJ Redick somewhere in here. Oh man, we're all about this. We are all over this. There's Chris Paul. Yeah, right there. There's Chris Paul.
Murder's Chris Paul.
There's Chris Paul.
Little Murder is Chris Paul. Let's go.
Oh, I'm so hyped for this. Man, I hate that Ed O'Neill looks like Donald Sterling.
Nah, he killed that role.
He
killed that role.
They could have had you as Doc because I don't know that voice works. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
this is spectacular.
They killed the casting here.
Absolutely. I don't know what prize box this number was, but this was the one right here. I saw it kind of pop up yesterday, but didn't.
I saw it too. I didn't really dive into it too much. I saw it without the.
There's DeAndre. DeAndre,
yeah.
There's DeAndre.
I don't know who DeAndre is. I don't know who's playing him. Yeah, but that's crazy.
Wonder if they use John's Grant Napier audio for this show. John Bull, can you? I'm a little upset too. Look at Doc's hair.
Oh no, they did.
Look at Doc's hair.
They did that.
That man had to get painted every day he walked on set.
They did that.
I love Lawrence Fishburne.
Pops. Oh man. And there is Jay. We don't know who's playing JJ though. We saw him take a shot. That's
Crawford. There's Jamal Crawford.
And Jamal Crawford in there. We got to figure out who's playing him. I mean, I think we could probably look, but that would take away the fun. Oh, was that Matt Barnes? Yeah, that's. Oh no, he is playing Matt Barnes.
That's Matt.
Guy,
yeah,
that guy is playing Matt Barnes.
Yeah, that's 22.
Yeah.
Okay, Matt.
Yeah.
You got to get Matt back on the show. Ask him about. There's JJ.
There's JJ. Oh, JJ got hurt.
That might be JJ. That's actually JJ. Who plays JJ Redick? JJ Redick. Oh, I'm all about this.
Oh, in the chat, they were saying they drew on his tats. That's funny. His name was Drew on Insecure, I think, or it might be in real life.
I'm all about this. We'll come back.
I still got one more story. I was about to say I got one more box though.
Well, all right.
We got one more story.
Jamil, hang tight. We'll get to your call. 916-909-1320. James Ham, top of the hour. Dealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
All right, game 3. Getting ready. It's crazy.
Is it on ESPN? Yeah. Oh, this is it, right? Yeah. Okay.
Look at her. What's going on with this girl, man?
Why are you worried about what we're doing? Did that second glass just kick in? What, third? Fourth? One drink each? There's no way you had one drink. Okay. Okay.
You didn't like the baby picture?
No.
Can I show the chatty house what you look like as a baby?
Sure. Because they're just all they're gonna do is go, man, this girl is just lit.
Where did I send it?
You sent it to the group chat, bro.
Hey, bro, this is what they look like, or this is what Damien looked like as a baby.
No one thinks that's funny. No one finds that funny. You got to be funnier than that. Yeah, that happens when you drink. You get dehydrated.
I've done this for many years.
Oh, yeah. Yep. There you go. All right. This fool. Goodness. You still want to do this, Joe?
Yeah, man. I'm having a good time, actually. This is cracking me up. I was telling Charlie, it feels like it gets crazy once I come in here, especially like with yesterday too. It's like, oh my gosh.
Man, Fridays can be a little goofy.
Yeah.
King season's over. We just vibing and having fun.
Oh, dude, I'm having a great time. They're talking about turn that mic on more. Dude, it's my second day. Give me some time. Give me some time.
No, you're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. Let's see.
What's up, Mitch? How you doing?
Wow, that volume was turned up loud. I'm absolutely loving that trailer. That was so terrific. I can't believe the Pacers and the Bucks are playing right now. This is absurd. Oh man, that poor woman got her whole drink spilt on her. Oh man. That poor woman. I mean, not poor. She was in the front row, so she's fine. But still, she wearing that whole damn drink. The Nassus is a wild dude to watch on the sidelines. My man just erupted, and it's 5-4. This game is going to be 79-76.
Did you hear that? I think it's a rumor. I don't know. Or no, I think Giannis said it in an interview. But part of his negotiation with his contract was they had to sign his brother.
With the Bucks or with Nike? I heard Nike.
I think it might have been Nike.
Uh-huh.
But I think somebody was like, that's probably what they do in the NBA too. And I'm not mad at it.
Yeah.
If I had a brother, yeah, and I had the ability.
I can't remember who he was meeting with, but he was meeting with someone, and he was like, hey, how come there's only one contract here? Excuse me. It's supposed to be both of us. And they were like, well, we're going to sign your brother later. And they said, no. He said, no. And Nike, I guess, signed them both, and voila. She brought me a crunchy peanut butter Cliff Bar for no reason whatsoever. I mean, I know she was trying to be nice, but I don't know. Oh man. All right. My alarm is gonna go off at 3:00. So we have that keyword. Then I need to check the 1025 log a couple of times. Y'all at the commercial break, when we go to commercial, y'all got to remind me to check the ESPN 13 or the KSFM playlist. Man, fascinating question that we of all people should have thought about. Someone asked Dave Meltzer, does Amazon getting the NBA put Warner Brothers Discovery in a tough spot to negotiate with AEW? And he responded, at this point, I don't know it changes things yet, but ultimately it will be a factor, meaning it could revamp how they handle their network. Like
having the NBA help out, promotion of the if that's
NBA,
not there.
So they're a little more bought in. I mean, there's a million different things. They're a little bit more bought into live sports. That could, start to change. What would the rights fees ultimately be for wrestling as a standalone rather than they obviously negotiated as a standalone, but you're like the premier home for the NBA, or certainly one of them.
That helps with being able to set a certain price.
Yeah, right. There could be a variety of things at play, man. Interesting. There will certainly be fallout once these deals are announced. If for some reason Warner Brothers / TNT is not a part of this and it winds up being NBC instead. Let's get to these phone lines because James Ham's going to join us at the top of the hour, and I know you got one more thing you wanted to.
One more thing that probably has nothing to do with what we're talking about with James.
Okay, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Let's get Jamil first. 916-909-1320. Jamil, what's up, baby?
What's up, boys? How y'all doing?
We good, man. How you doing, man?
Pretty good. I had a scenario I wanted y'all to elaborate on a little bit, real quick. So you know how they interview the players. I listened to an interview with Sabonis. How some of the the sports people were asking him, hey, did you guys try to convince Malik into staying? He's like, oh yeah, negotiations between us and Malik started at summer camp. So I wanted y'all to elaborate on this. When it comes to our two supermax players, Sabonis and Fox, do you think at that level, since they have such a good relationship, Fox and Monk, do you think they're like in between them? They say, hey, you know what? Let's just see where the offers are at. We'll cover some of the differential of what the team for you to stay here. Y'all think that happens at that? As y'all think that happens at that level? And two, I heard Drapes earlier saying that the options Kyle Drapes.
I don't know.
Is there a Kings game today?
No. He has a show, man.
Really?
Hey.
Fascinating.
He said that they might be a 1-for-1 option from Malik. Do y'all think that's possible too, where he could, option as far as like, just talk about that a little bit, boys. Thank you.
No, you took an L today, Jamil. You took like a massive L.
And he was like, no, he has a show. Yeah, no, yeah. No. It comes on in the afternoon. Yeah.
No, nothing you asked is realistic. One, players do not do that. That's not a thing at all. Two, I don't think 1 + 1 is it like an option?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Is it realistic? Absolutely not.
I don't.
Or at least not in my estimation.
I don't think so.
Nor should it be. Go get your money.
Yeah.
And if you have an offer for I don't think you do, but if you have an offer for $100 million, go get that. Don't sign a 1 + 1 and then you opt out and then you sign the big deal. Don't do that. You just got hurt. If I were advising my client and I'm the wise man here, I absolutely not.
So
absolutely.
So that kind of goes into something that I want to talk about too, that I was thinking about, and we could talk about it with James as well. I'll probably be in the minority with this one. But everybody has said, Malik, if It's $100 million out there. Go get the bag. Go get the bag. Go get the bag. Go get the money. And if I was advising Malik, I would tell him just what's on the table. And you've also said if you're advising him, you'd have him thinking past just this contract, which is the right thing to do as well. But
I'm not advising him to sign a 1+1.
No, that's not an option to me. I mean, it's literally an option, but it's not an option.
Yeah.
But I would also like talk to Malik, and I'd say, Malik, man, I know everybody's telling you go get the bag, go get the bag, go get the bag. Do what you feel is right. Like, don't think because, say for instance, somebody's offering you $100 million, but you really want to stay in Sacramento. Don't think you have to go get $100 million.
Yeah, stay in Sacramento, but stay in Sacramento for $78 million.
No, for sure. But see, people are saying, oh, 78 can't compare to 100. Yeah, we know all that. But it also depends on the individual. But I would like to think, I haven't been in these situations. I would like to think if I was in Malik's situation, money wouldn't be my first priority.
I think Malik is, I know what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Like fit, like opportunity because of what he went through in Charlotte, because of what he went through in Los Angeles.
Yeah, or just because I like it where I'm at. Like if we're here, like in this situation with 2 radio stations or something like that. If down south they're offering me,
they tried
$150,000 a year, and they're offering me $100,000.
You gonna take a pay cut?
No, that's not a pay cut. That is a big increase. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, I don't make the D-Lo money, but if $150,000 and here they're offering me $100,000. I mean, it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for me to stay here because I like it here. I'm still getting paid. I'm still getting respected, you know, financially. And my family's
That's
good.
a great
Everybody's
example.
good.
That's a great example because they ain't gonna care nothing about you over there.
And I know where I'm at. I know what it is here.
Yeah, and I guarantee you the show we did today with those commercial breaks that we had, that ain't happening over there.
You didn't have commercial break. Well, like
we don't. Yeah, like nah, like that stuff isn't happening. And that's a great example because that's probably the realest way we could break down like the Malik Monk situation. Is we could go over there. They've tried to recruit us. They knew it would cost them. Going there.
It is as long and my whole thing with staying somewhere. It's as long as, once again, I'm being respected financially, and I don't my family ain't got to worry, and I'm good. I would seriously consider where I want to be more than, man, that's $30 million more. You have to take that. Maybe for some people, maybe.
Yeah.
For me, I don't know.
I think the difference between you're right. You're right. The problem, the difference, it's not a problem, is we're talking in you even though the money terms that you use, those are good dollar figures for people to earn as a living. It's a very nice living. There's nothing life-changing about that. Like we're working next year and the year after and the year after and the year after that. When you start talking about sums in the range of, $30 million, you're starting to establish the ability to not work when you're done playing. And I don't think you can diminish that. Like I 100% agree with you, which is the reason we started the look past this contract to the next one. And can you get that in San Antonio? Can you get that in Orlando? Orlando scored 121 points last night. They don't need Malik. We can cut this whole thing out. They look fantastic.
Anthony is fantastic.
Well, what you going to do over there? Oh, get 3 shots? Like Gary, what you going to do? Get 3 points? I ain't going to do that, man. But I would, it's different when you're talking NBA dollars, and you have to make sure, like, how does this money, because is the question I would ask, how does this money affect how does this $30 million not affect next year or the next 10 years? how does it affect my life when I retire? And can I say confidently that I'll be able to, in a roundabout way, talking about that next contract, make that up?
Mm-hmm.
And if I don't, is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
And if
Right.
if you're comfortable with the answers to those questions, you're good. In my opinion,
and he may be thinking just like everybody else, but I don't necessarily subscribe to this amount of money is on the table compared to this amount of money. You have to take the other one with money just because it's more money.
Yeah, I'm
You
with
know
you.
what I mean? And he may think, like I said, like everybody else. But if I'm his friend, if I'm his advisor or whatever, I'd be like, look, bro, just know you don't have to take more money. If you don't want to go there.
That's my alarm.
Oh, yeah.
Because we got a keyword.
We got to
give
do what we got
out.
to do. Yeah. For people who want money.
Yeah. That is the keyword alarm. Head over. Your last opportunity, by the way, to win a $500 gift card. Head over to ESPN1320.com right now. I've never heard that noise before. I didn't program that. That was an interesting noise. Head over to ESPN1320.com right now. Click on the Nothing But Net giveaway and enter the keyword dunk. For the guy we're talking about.
Yeah.
Enter the keyword dunk right now for your chance to win. Your last chance to win $500 over at ESPN1320.com. You can do it through desktop. You can do it on your phone. You can do it on your laptop or your iPad or whatever. ESPN1320.com. Click on Nothing But Net. Enter the keyword dunk. As we welcome in James Hammond, the Insiders. James, you'll never guess who we're talking about.
Malik Monk.
That's a good guess. That is a good guess. We're weighing Malik's options for him.
That's what we do.
We're trying to plan Malik's Monk financial. We're trying to plan his financial future. We've established Orlando doesn't even need him after scoring 121 points last night. It's like
I wouldn't mess up.
Come on, this is just redundant at this point.
Matter of fact, they should run it back.
I agree. So we're just trying to work everything that we're advising Malik Monk here through the radio show.
Yeah, I think it's a perfectly normal thing to do.
It is.
It's what I plan on doing the entire next month is trying to figure out ways to convince Malik Monk this is the right spot for him to be. I'm like, look, I think there is he's going to have plenty of time to make money here, right? And that's where I would caution, like when we started this season out, I think, he's probably a $14-15 million a year player. I think now he's worked himself up to be like a $18 to $25 million player per year. And that's amazing for Malik. I'm super happy for him. He's a good dude and he hasn't made a ton of money in the NBA. He's made plenty of money, but not like astronomical money. But I would also like what you guys are kind of saying. I mean, he's 26 years old. If he took a 2-year deal right now, he would be 28 years old within the options. And I'm just going to bring this up. The options to not only get paid by the Kings right then, but by every other NBA team during a season when the new television deal kicks in and the contracts are going to go bananas. And so if I'm Malik, I would say, okay, what does the next 2 years look like? And then what does the 2 years look like after that? And how advantageous could this be for me as a player? So I think for Malik, if you were to stick around in Sacramento, this is how I would, if I were pitching to him like you guys are, I would say, look, if you stick around in Sacramento for 2 years, you'll have full Larry Bird rights. And not only that, as the Kings, they'll give you the full 4-year, 78 point whatever $million deal, but with an opt-out, a player option after 2 years.
Yep.
So that player option, so we're going to secure you right now. You're at least going to make 37 million bucks over the next 2 years, right?
But you're guaranteed to make 78.
Right,
you
right.
are
That's
guaranteed.
not
That's
going
it. That's
nowhere.
important. Yeah, you're
Yes.
guaranteed to make 78. Yep.
If everything goes horribly wrong and, everything goes badly, then you can be here until you're 30 and you can make the full 78. But if it doesn't and everything is going great, like you're going to be able to make a whole lot more money in the summer of 2025 or 26, whatever that is, than you can today. And so you probably shouldn't be signing a 4-year deal anyways. And then on top of that, as the Kings, you can say, when that contract does come up, remember that we have bird rights to you, which means we can go above the cap to sign you. But on top of that, we can offer you 8% raises where no one else can. And we can offer you a 5th year where no one else can. Like, we can start building out what it is that it is to sign with your own team, because those are sort of the things that the NBA is built in so you can retain your own free agents. So a standard NBA free agency deal, he can only sign for 5% raises, right? With your own team, you can sign for 8% raises every year. And so these are like mechanism built in. And you just have to, if you're the Kings, you have to hope that you've done enough to show him that not only is he loved, but that he has a position and that he has a future with your team, and that your team has a future, and that you're going to go out and improve the roster so we don't have this situation where you fall short of the playoffs again. These are all things that I would pitch to Malik, that, like, look, the next step for us as a team with you will include this, this, and this. And that's what we want to get to with this group. But we understand this group is flawed, and we're going to go get these pieces to help and to make sure that you're in the best position to succeed both on and off the court here in Sacramento.
I don't hate that.
No, to be honest
At all.
with you, and it may sound like I'm biased or whatever, that's the move. That's the deal to make. Yes, the 2-2 is the move, because you have the 78 locked in for sure. So if anything goes bad, you're at worst coming away with 78. But if you want to talk about maximizing your dollar and maximizing this opportunity right now, and just the way the league is going, you don't want to be locked into any 4-year deal. Hell, whether it's in Sacramento or somewhere else, you want the 2-2 regardless. Can other teams give you the 2-2 as well?
Yeah. Other teams can give you, I mean, they can do the same thing the Kings did, where they gave him like part of the mid-level exception. And again, that would be much less. But yeah, as a free agent, he can sign with a new team for up to 4 years. So
the 2-2 is the move. And you could sell Sacramento will have, they'll be able to take care of him, the way he'd want to, but that's the move. And this is me just getting off the heels of James. I was just talking about how everybody, talks about Malik and this situation. And, the common thought is, if $100 million is out there, you have to take it. Like, you just got to take it. And I'm like, well, not so fast. Like, I depending on what's important to you, you don't always have to take the money. Like, if you like it where you're at, they're paying you comfortably and handsomely, and you might not even like Orlando. Like, the deciding factor, or the factor that pushes you over the edge, I don't think should be that they're paying you more money. And some people it might be, and that's fine. I'm not even talking bad about those people. But some people are like, you know what? I got $80 million here where I want to be. That's crazy. Dame just left the game. Man, Dame just left the game in Indiana right now, walking gingerly back to the locker room. They're already down 14. So, wow, this series is getting crazier and crazier. But, like, if you like where you're at and they're paying you a respectable wage and something that's going to take care of you, for the foreseeable future, just because people think, the whole point is, just because people say, well, that's more money, you have to take that more money. I don't know if that necessarily should be the case.
No, I'm with you. But again, we know that money makes the world go round. And so at the end of the day, Malik does have to do what's best for him. And the reason why I always bring this up is, like, look, Malik is 26 right now. Let's say somehow Malik has 10 years left in him as a player. He plays until he's 36. That might not be the case. He might play till he's 33 or 34 or whatever. But let's just say he's got 10 years left, right? Then he's 36 years old, and he's got a whole nother 40 years, 50 years to live. Like, and he's not going to make money like this ever again. And he doesn't have like the finance degree to fall back on. So whatever he's making right now is basically the money for the rest of his life. He will make some money, and then at some point, if his years of service, he'll start making, sort of the NBA's the pension where you get, I think it's $800 a month for every year of service. So if it's 10 years in the league, he'll make $8,000 a month and like $96,000 a year. But this is like, again, this is his moment to cash in, and there's nothing to say that he'll like his trajectory right now will continue at all. So like he has to be cautious with this, and I get it. And I really do think it's going to come down to how much does somebody offer. If we're talking the difference in a couple of $1,000,000, it's going to be a very difficult decision for Malik. If we're talking about the difference in, someone comes up with 30 million a year, it's like we should all like wave to him as he leaves and say, good for you, man. We're happy for you, and you go get your money. And then the Kings have to reset and find the next Malik Monk and keep pushing forward. But if it's negligible, if it's a $20 million offer, $22 million offer, and realistically all you're looking at is the first 2 years of the deal, because that's all Malik should be looking at is the first 2 years of the deal, then you got to make some really tough decisions there. And I do think that the Kings will be in the running.
Oh, I don't think there's any question about that. Like they're going to be in this. They're going to be in this conversation. Once you move past Malik, and I know that's going to be the focus of conversation till the first or second week of July. KC brought this up earlier. We were talking about it with Chris Biederman. Is the next once you get past that, is the next most important thing for next season Keegan Murray?
What do you mean? His extension?
No, not. I'm not talking contract wise. I'm talking about in terms of this team taking the next step. Casey talks about him being a more consistent scorer, not kind of having the peaks and valleys that we've seen from Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter, but being that guy on a night-to-night basis where, all right, we know we're going De'Aaron and Domas. Domas is only going to be so aggressive. You need an aggressive guy. You have, obviously this is an extreme example, but something like what we saw against the Golden State Warriors in that first play-in game. Something similar to what we saw really in the first quarter of that play-in game against the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, so for me, I would say today, yes, Keegan Murray is the most important piece of the Kings' future for the next 5 years. But that's today. Like, if the Kings make a big move on draft night, or they make a big move on July 1st, they make a big trade, then maybe he's not. So I think for today, yeah, you're writing his name as like the biggest growth piece that you have on your team. He's the guy that can actually go out and become, something much bigger than he is today. But that's just today. That's today's roster. And so I would hope that the Kings have much bigger plans and have the ability to at least add a player of Keegan's level. And then it can be more of a shared thing, or it could be like, well, this guy could actually take a big leap as well. Or you get a player who's really good already, and that becomes like your big three with Keegan as your fourth, or Monk as your fourth. Like, I think we're just so early in the summer that it really is tough to like pin your hopes to Keegan Murray's development as like the end all be all, because I really do believe that this team is their Keegan Murray gigantic leap away from being a really good team, but to be a great team, they're probably one or two players as well involved in that leap by Keegan in order for them to take like a huge, tremendous like step forward where we start talking about them as a contention team.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, the only reason that I bring up Keegan that way is because that's the known, right? Like, obviously, I think they should trade for somebody, or Malik Monk signed back or whatever, but we know Keegan's going to be back. And I talked about it in the sense of like De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis had outstanding seasons, all NBA caliber seasons. And I think they're both about where at their ceiling, right? Like maybe if Fox shoots the free throws a little bit better, he can add another point or two per game on his average. Maybe assist or two more here and there. Maybe if Domas shoots 2 more times in a game, he could be 20 to 21 or something like. But I mean, for me to come on here and say I need them to be better next year, that's asking a lot. They're already at such a high level. I think they'll be where they're at and maintain this level, maybe not go ahead. But I look at the roster and I say, where's the improvement? And I think Keegan can make that big jump, to go. He made an improvement from his rookie season to his second year. Now make the improvement to be more consistent and more aggressive on a regular basis in that third year. And if he is that, it could take this team to another level either way, whether they add somebody or not.
Well, yeah, I agree with you that he can take that leap and that he really should take that leap. But at the same time, like this can't all be about Keegan. Like it's got to be about the team improving because Keegan can't mask the deficiencies that this team has. Even prime Keegan is going to have a tough time masking the deficiencies that are currently existing with this team. So, again, I don't want to put too much pressure on a young guy. I agree with you. Like Sabonis and Fox, you might be capped out at like who they are, and maybe you can get a little bit more. Maybe you can get a little bit more out of De'Aaron, but you probably don't need a little bit more. It really, it's a combination for me. It's a combination of Keegan being a better player, but also Keon Ellis being a better player. And again, if Malik Monk is back, Malik Monk being a better player, Malik still has potential to grow and be a better player. And then on top of that, like they still need more. Like if we're talking contention, if we're talking a big time team, look around the league and look who you're competing with. And, as Keegan Murray gets better, Jalen Williams is going to get better. And, as Fox maintains, so does SGA. And, so you're looking at these other teams that you're sort of competing with as development teams. And some of them have taken a huge leap past you. And you need to figure out how to get to that level again and maybe even more if you want to push through and be a team that's considered a contender.
Yeah, real quick, De'Aaron Fox, 5 straight years of 20 plus points per game. 21, 25, 23, 25, 26. Man.
Still don't get no respect.
Man, oh man.
He's entering the consistency of Mitch Richmond when Richmond was here. What do you have, like 8 years, over 21.5 points per game? Yeah.
That's incredible. That's incredible. We're talking about Keegan, Malik. Like, what do you think today? This is probably a multi-layered question here. Today, what do you think Keon Ellis's role is with the Sacramento Kings next year?
I think it just depends. I mean, it's situational.
Like, do you think like Malik and Monty and Mike, like they might just have a question mark next to his name?
Yeah, they might have a question mark, but if I'm the Kings, like I'm looking at him as like like the potential starting shooting guard on next year's squad. I mean, that's how I look at him, but that doesn't mean that that's how they look at him. Like he's young, he's going to make mistakes. He's going to have the game that he did against Golden State followed by a game that he had against New Orleans, and that's because he's a young player. And it's exactly what you dealt with Keegan. They're two guys that are part of the 2022 NBA draft. Whether Keon was drafted or not, that's his draft year. And you get to a certain point in the season and they show their inconsistency in a way that just is something that young players do. And so that's fine. But I would just continue to say, like, look, if the Kings lose, if they lose Malik Monk, it's totally different. Like, I think it changes things for multiple players on that team. Like, does that open the door for Kevin Huerter to stick around? Does that, if Malik is gone and you can't find a Malik type replacement as a 6-man, does Keon Ellis become that? And you've got to go out and get a guy who averages like 18 to 20 points a game at the shooting guard position to pair with De'Aaron Fox. Like, so I think that there like are too many variables that are unknown at this point for us to like start making like rash judgments about which player means what to the team. And, even if it's July 15th, like between now and then, we're going to learn a whole lot more about the direction of this team and what type of, squad Monty wants to build. And even then, it probably won't be done, but we have to see what that next iteration of this team looks like. Personally, I think having Keon Ellis is such a huge luxury because now you have a guy who basically can give you starter level minutes, starter level production, give you sort of the things you've been missing as far as a defensive player, and he's a knockdown 3-point shooter. And on top of that, he's basically free in NBA standards for the next 2 years. And you still have him locked up for another, you can lock him up for another 4 years after that with his rookie scale extension. So you have all kinds of options when it comes to Keon. And that's a good thing to have. And you need to create more Keons because that anytime you have $50 million players or $45 million players, you got to have a couple of $2 million players on your roster to balance it all out in the end.
We'll ask this question a number of different times throughout the off season and the summer, but we'll start here. A lot of people keep talking about Harrison Barnes and, bring somebody in and Harrison will go to the bench. Do people kind of maybe take that situation for granted and just be like, just assuming that Harrison will be okay with going to the bench or be open to it? Or do you think he's like that type of player where he won't, he'll put his pride aside and say whatever for the team, kind of like Malik Monk did this year?
Yeah, I think Harrison is a type of player that understands that, what is he, 32, going on 33?
31. Yeah, I think he's 31, right? I don't
know. I think he turned 32. Yeah. But he's the type of player that looks and says, "Hey, I got $37 million left on my contract here over the next 2 years, and whether it's here or somewhere else, he set himself up for life, and like he wants to be a huge part of what they're doing. But at the same time, he understands that like his inconsistencies over the last 2 years, it's not like he doesn't know that people talk about it." Like they do. I asked him specifically about it in the postseason exit interviews about, his consistency throughout this season and how that's not so much what we've seen from him throughout his career. Certainly he's had, games where he disappears in the past, but not for stretches like he did this year. And he said he was searching for his role the whole year, like trying to figure out and trying to be a good teammate and all that. I would say the same thing. Like if they find a much better player to take his minutes or a player who fits better in the starting lineup and Harrison's still here, that's the way it goes. You go out there and whatever minutes you get, you're fighting tooth and nail. And like I would continue to make the argument, if Harrison Barnes is your third forward, you're probably pretty good. That means that you're probably a pretty solid team. And so I wouldn't be shocked if Harrison was around next season, just because of what he means to everybody. But also, like, they're going to have to make a move or two here. You just don't know if it will include him.
Is he two things? Harrison turns 32 on May 30th.
Okay, my bad.
Is Harrison a tradable? Is Harrison an asset?
Yeah, he's okay. So I think there's.
I don't feel like his contract is problematic.
No, it's not. No, I mean when you look at him, you have to look at his contract and Herter's contract as far as like a percentage of the salary cap. We've talked about this before, and both of these guys are like 12.5%, 13% of the salary cap. That's a movable contract without any question. The two of them together are a movable contract. Like a package deal is still movable. There are teams out there who have players who make in the $30 million range who that they would move off of or might be like looking to move off of. And so, yeah, I think he's totally a movable contract. If you were to just trade him straight up, go out in the open market and try to deal him for something else, I mean, you might have trouble getting dollar for dollar value, but I don't think he's a player like where we got with Rashawn Holmes, where you had to throw in a pick in order to move his salary. And the Kings don't have any incentive to do that anyways. There's literally no incentive for them to move him with a pick to try to clear up salary space, because even if you traded Harrison Barnes, you'd still only be like $8 million under the cap, and that won't even cover the mid-level exception. And so you wouldn't even be under the cap. So it doesn't really like behoove you to trade Harrison Barnes unless you have like something coming back and to replace him.
Mentioned something Scooter 916 says or asked. He doesn't ask. He kind of states it. His contract is movable, but is he movable? There's a difference. Actually, there's not. When it comes to players who you, and this is not the case with Harrison Barnes at all, but if it's a player you don't particularly love, but they have a comfortable contract that doesn't hurt you in any way, shape, or form, the player is tradable. It's unfortunate, but a lot of times NBA contracts are looked at in deals more than NBA players are looked in deals. So yeah, Harrison is never gonna like hurt your team, whether he takes you to a championship contender level or whatever. Like having Harrison Barnes on your team is never gonna be a bad thing.
No, I totally agree. And I would point out too that like the reason I talk about sometimes with percentages of the cap is people are losing sight of just how high the cap is gone. And not only that, but the new television deal, how high the cap is going to go. It's going to be astronomical. It's going to be like, holy smokes. And I expect De'Aaron Fox not to sign an extension this summer and to wait around until he sees what that cap figure is before he signs his deal, his extension, because there is going to be so much more money. So what do we, the last deal that we're ending, that's almost coming to an end here, it was a 9-year deal with $2.6 billion. So every team is getting like roughly, 27 million a year just in the national television deal. It's split evenly amongst all the teams. It doesn't matter how many games you have. Right. And then your local television deal, you make money from that too. When this thing goes up, when it goes crazy, it's going to be, my math is wrong there, I believe. No, each team is taking in. Yeah, no, each team is taking in a lot more than what I just said. It's more like 90 million a year from the national television deal. So it covers a huge percentage of your salary. That's going to jump astronomically. Like I expect that deal to double, but like at a minimum. They were learning today that the Amazon Prime is all in, and has already like closed it. It looks like they're closing a deal. They've also closed the deal, it looks like, with ESPN/ABC, and they're looking for a potential fourth deal with TNT. And so like that's on top of your local television deal, which is already for the Kings.
You went from 2 to 4. You didn't name the third.
Well, that's because ABC and ESPN are the same but different.
No, I don't think it is. I think you're wrong. I think you're mistaking there. I think the third network, if you will, boils down to the Warner's Broadcasting Group, the TNT or NBC.
Oh, yeah.
If something happens after that, I don't know. I don't know if there's a place for TNT and NBC.
Yeah.
But in my head, NBC and TNT are bidding, so to speak, on the same television package. Again, I don't know. They're open to a fourth, but I can't envision what that looks like, given they're already adding a third when they only have 2 at the moment.
And they would have all platforms covered. So you'd be doubling up with whoever that fourth one would be. You'd be doubling up on streaming, which I don't know if Amazon would like that.
Yeah.
You'd be doubling up on network. If you went with
ABC and NBC, yeah.
And then you'd be doubling up on cable if you went somewhere else.
Yeah.
I think it's
James, I'd love to hear more of your thoughts on this as we kind of nerded out over this news a little bit ago. So I'd love to hear more of your thoughts on this. We'll come back. We'll close out the week with our man James Ham of the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Switch over.
Dame Lillard is back. You know what? I don't think I'm ever praying for anybody when they get hurt.
Well, that's not.
They just come back. They'll be fine.
They just foul him on a 3-point attempt. Well, thank God Jalen Suggs is okay. Miraculous return for Jalen Suggs.
Okay, so I think I just did the math, and the average is the teams are taking home about $87 million each
Goodness gracious.
for each
And that's
year.
on the old deal.
That's the old deal.
Yeah.
So, and
They
then
definitely doubling up.
so if
And
it
there's
goes
extra
up,
year too.
yeah. So let's say it doubles. Let's say that doubles like 180 million, or like, well, let's see, 100. Yeah, let's just say close to 180 million, right? Of that, because of basketball related income splits, you already have to kick half of that to the players. So that means 90 million of that goes directly to your salaries. So, and that's just one mechanism of payment from these guys. And then, so for the Kings, stack on another 35 million for your local television. Then look at all of the other avenues where they make money, whether it's radio, whether it's ticket sales, whether it's concessions, all that stuff. It's wild. Like
in one of those seasons, all the owners are gonna make a quote unquote tax free or revenue sharing free, like $70 million, because they're gonna get like 30 million apiece from expansion fees. They're gonna make a free 70 mil.
Oh no, expansion fees are going to be at least 2 billion per team. Like there's no reason to not, and it might even, hey, by the time they do expansion,
2 billion. The team has to pay. The team coming in has to pay 2 billion. Gotcha.
Yeah. But I'm going to say it's probably going to be 3 billion by that point, because what you have to look at, it's going to be based on like the average market value of a standard NBA team now, right? And so you might give them a little bit of a break because they're going to have to build an arena. But like, why would you let somebody in your league for less than? You're not going to drive down your price, right? So again, if you have 3 houses right next to each other, you're not going to give someone a deal at $1 million when the other houses are worth 2 million each, because that's just going to drop your property value on the other 2 houses. So you're not going to do that. So they're going to charge them whatever a franchise is worth. Like whether it's 2 billion, whether it's 2.5 billion. And then the owners, if there's 2 of them, so let's just say that they do expand twice. So you're talking about $5 billion, then divide that by the 30 owners, and they're going to make all that money.
Damn, I need to be an owner when I get older.
Yeah, I got that at like the expansion fee would give each owner around $167 million each, a one-time fee. And it depends on if they call that basketball related income or not, because the owners, once that does happen, whatever the television deal is, they're going to lose, 2 shares in that, because you're going up to 32 teams. Yeah. Excuse me, guys.
Vince sold all of his TKO stock. He's got nothing tied to WWE anymore.
Wow.
They got him. Ladies and gentlemen, they got him. It's pretty crazy. That company made him he built that company into like a multi-billion-dollar company. Like he is a full-fledged, like he's a legitimate self-made billionaire.
That's crazy.
He's a piece of shit, but
that
still.
that company was like, they were in business, but it was like touch and go. Like
this was touch and go a couple times.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why do we have someone in here trying to get us to join their Facebook group?
Thank you. We're on the way.
Big Mouth is such not a funny cartoon, and people love that stupid cartoon. I saw it one time. I did not think it was funny.
When does the NBA draft pick up again? 4? We have it right after our show, right?
Yeah, 4 o'clock. Yep.
Yep.
4 o'clock.
Cool.
Be the start of the second half for the Bucks and Pacers. Oh, sorry, Siri. Didn't mean to bother you.
For those who asked the question, I don't have the official reason why this game is being played right now, but my hypothesis. What did Kyle say earlier? My opinoid?
Opinoid? Opining. Opining.
Me opining is that the NBA, ESPN has the NBA today, and they don't have another channel to put the game on because ESPN2 has the NFL draft, so they had to play Indiana early. That's my guess.
Just an opine.
Usually something like this would be this, whatever the 4 o'clock game is on ESPN2 with another one on ESPN and then one at night, but they don't have ESPN2 available today. So
I'm intrigued by this. This is interesting, but we'll see.
Yeah, I've heard Ingram is available. I mean,
well, let's talk about it. Hang on. We're coming back. We got 20 minutes. Hang on, James. Oh, yeah, no problem. Back here with our insider of the insiders, our man James Ham here. As we close out the week, post-mortem week, now that we're done talking about the Sacramento Kings. We ain't never done talking about the Sacramento Kings.
Nope.
But this is just kind of all right. It's hard to say goodbye to yesterday. What's next? And James, you brought a message up from the chat house onto the screen about rumors. I think or originated from Jake Fisher that Brandon Ingram could potentially be available. Brandon Ingram, I think a player long loved by Kenny Caraway.
Absolutely.
We think about Brandon Ingram and Sacramento.
Yeah, it's a tough one. First of all, I don't know that they're gonna look to move Ingram to a team that is that they're competing with. Like that may not be a huge issue for them. They might make a deal with the Kings, but at the same time,
anyways, you could send him over there.
Yeah. I think one of the problems that you have is that, number one, you don't have a lot of assets to give for a player like Brandon Ingram. Because if they're moving off of Brandon Ingram, they're trying to clear space for Trey Murphy to start and to play major minutes and for Herb Jones and all those guys. So that's going to be the first thing I would point out. Secondly, the asset situation is going to be rough. So, Ingram makes a lot of money. You could offer something like Herder and Harrison Barnes or some package that included that plus a bunch of picks, but you have to be thinking to yourself, like, what is it that they're looking for? And maybe they are looking for shooting. Maybe they are looking for shooting and like sort of a mature player in Harrison Barnes to be a leader as they try to take another step. That's always possible, but I also would look out for, teams that are really good, that have more assets than the Kings. And that's always going to be the Kings' problem in this situation. There are teams like OKC, like the Knicks, like there's just a stack of teams out there that have a whole bunch of assets that the Kings don't have. And like not giving away your first round pick this year hurt. Even Monty McNair acknowledged that in his postseason presser, that like they would have had more options this offseason if they had given up their 2024 pick to the Atlanta Hawks. But yeah, I mean, I think it's it's an interesting player. It's an interesting option. I don't know that Ingram has ever been considered like a dog. And I think like on the defensive end, he's marginal most times. But he is an elite, long, lanky, like scorer that would help a team like the Kings. That's the type of like high end player you're looking for. I would just, again, is he the perfect fit? I don't know. To me, he's not. Again, he's not a dog, and he's another quiet guy. And so you would amass like an entire collection of really nice, quiet guys as your entire core.
Yeah, I wouldn't hesitate. That's a no-brainer. If you could find a way to acquire him while keeping Sabonis, Fox, and Keegan Murray, I mean, everybody else is available. Do whatever else you want to do. I think he is a perfect fit. He's not a great, well, he's not looked at as a great defender. But you talk about putting him at the 3, moving Keegan to the 4, and now you have a starting line. Man, you have a starting lineup of Fox, Keon, Brandon Ingram, Keegan Murray, and Domantas Sabonis. 55 plus wins. Easy. Easy.
He'd make you better. I would agree with that. He's also only under contract for one more year at $36 million for next season.
Well, that's what we talked about when we brought him up with Paul George and a couple other people. We talk about somebody with some warts. That's the wart. You'd be giving up, a lot of your core
on a risk
that guy might not re-sign.
Yeah.
And I think that may be. I honestly don't think the Kings have enough to get into a bidding war, trade war with other teams. But that may be what brings the price down just a little bit, is that teams may not be willing to give up their star young player that New Orleans is asking for a guy that's on the last year.
New Orleans ain't getting a star young player, though, are they? From here?
Not from here. I'm talking about like what other teams have to offer that's more than the Kings.
I got you.
So I can't even think of a team right now.
No, I got you. I know what you. I just wanted to
Portland
be clear.
Shaedon Sharpe or something like that. Like Portland wouldn't be willing to give up Shaedon
on a year.
Yeah, this guy might be gone in a year. So that might bring him, if he is available, that might bring him into the Kings stratosphere just a little bit. But I'm still not sure they have enough. There's going to be another deal out there, I think.
Yeah, I also think that if they do move him, part of the reason is that Valanciunas is a free agent and they want to improve the center position. And so that's going to be the other piece. Like, what are they looking for? We heard
Alex Lynn.
Yeah, exactly. Who's a free agent, which you can't trade. But we heard that the murmurs of this around the trade deadline, that they were trying to engage Cleveland because they were hoping to get one of their young, like tall, skinny, lanky dudes, whether it was Jared Allen or Mobley or someone like that. So that might be something more that they're looking for is again, not trying to take a step back with a player, which is what I think everyone would understand, that if you're offering up Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter for Ingram, and then you're giving up a bunch of picks, you're asking a team to take a step back, like from their high end talent. Like they might have better depth with that deal. And it may open up a spot for Trey Murphy, but realistically, what the Pelicans are probably looking for is an adjustment in their roster where they're trading a really, really good player for another really good player who just happens to play a different position.
Well, it feels like this offseason is going to be full of, we just had a conversation about Brandon Ingram. It feels like we're going to be talking about next week. Hey, James, what about ... Hey, guys, what do we think about this player? Or a rumor popped up from the Cleveland Insider. I don't remember what the paper is called. But what are you thinking about? You've got that stupid look on your face where you're obviously thinking about something. What is it?
I'm just asking a question.
Okay.
Just asking a question.
This is going to be good.
This is what I want to do.
This is going to be a home run, James. This is going to be good.
Would you trade Keegan Murray to get Brandon Ingram?
I figured that's where you were going.
I think you got to think about it.
Sure.
Nothing wrong with I'll tell you, I would believe that the Kings would tell you that they believe that Keegan Murray will be better than Brandon Ingram and that he's cheaper and younger and you think that you've got that player. It would have to be something else.
So I don't disagree with you, but that flies in the face. Not saying you're wrong or anything like that, but that flies in the face of putting too much on Keegan's plate next year. Like, if I'm gonna pass up Brandon Ingram because I think you're gonna be better than Brandon Ingram, you need to get close to that next year. Because we have to make the playoffs next year.
I don't think you do. Yes,
you have to. Everybody, you have to. And
you have to get close
in,
to Brandon Ingram. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, if you're not going to bring nobody.
If the trade
in.
is on the okay.
Like if you're passing, this is an opportunity to bring somebody in, and you're like, nah, we think Keegan's going to be better. You either, number one, Keegan has to reach that level that I'm talking about, or number two, you better have a hell of an ace up your sleeve to go acquire somebody else.
Okay,
That's
so this is
Brandon Ingram caliber.
I'm going to put it in the what if I told you? What if I told you, Kenny, that in Brandon Ingram's first season, he averaged 9.4 points per game. And in his second season, he averaged 16.1. And in his third season, he averaged 18.3. And that's exactly the trajectory of Keegan Murray.
Brandon Ingram was also like 18 when he came in the league.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't totally matter.
I don't think that means as much.
Yeah,
I think experience in the league does matter. I do agree there's a level of maturity. There are things in play, but I think in terms of when you measure like a young player's growth, I think league years in the league has more weight than years on earth.
For sure. I understand. But I mean, he was still a kid compared to
No, for sure.
Keegan.
No, 100%.
As a young man.
100%.
Yeah, and in year 4, he jumped to 23 points per game, and he's been around that, give or take. I mean, this year he was down. He was a little less than 21 a game, but
different ask. Also, like that's important. Like the ask of Brandon Ingram is different.
Then we asked traded. We asking for Keegan to. At least I am. If you don't have nothing else up your sleeve, and I'm passing on Brandon Ingram, I can't. Like 16 ain't gonna get it. Like I'm gonna need you sometimes to be what you were in that first playing game.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I would just tell you that the way the Kings think of Keegan, like you would have every thought that he could be really close offensively to the player that Ingram is, and that defensively he's a better player. And so I would have a tough time doing that. And he's younger, and he's cheaper, and he's under team control for another 4 years after his rookie scale deal, which runs another 2 years. So,
well, you're not wrong, but all I'm going to say is fast forward a year later, and if we in the same situation, I don't want to hear that. You should have you have to make the playoffs next year. So if that's a gamble in itself. Ain't no developmental time no more. Like you got to make the playoffs.
No, I get that. Yeah, I mean Keegan has to take the leap in order for this to be what we think that, why the Kings believe so highly in him. He does. He's got to take another leap, and I just don't think he didn't. I think the leap he took this year, it felt a little weird because his offensive numbers dropped a little bit as far as like shooting percentage, at least 3-point shooting percentage, but overall you saw him take the natural progression step that a guy who usually ends up averaging around 20 a game takes. And so I would be comfortable with the Kings if I'm the Kings, like believing still that he's going to take that next step, whether it's 18, 19, 20 points per game this coming season. And then on top of that, like his defensive progress has been like bar none one of the most shocking things I've seen from a young prospect to come into the league and then out of nowhere go from middle of the road league average type defender to a plus defender.
For the record, I don't think I would make the trade, but it is not open and closed like it is for other people. Like I'd have to think about this, evaluate what else is going on in my offseason, what other deals I may or may not have. Like Brandon Ingram on the table, I got to think about that.
Shout out to everybody who went to lunch who have now all collectively left work. That's fine. That's cool. Everybody went to lunch, had a few drinks, came back, pretended to work for an hour, and went home. That's good.
Yeah, no, they really did come up for an hour.
They came back for an hour and left.
At the station?
Everyone got their stupid little backpacks and left. Shout out to Caro. She's the only one hard work in here. Unbelievable. These people. Can I push back on something a little bit? Because I think there's a little bit more context that is needed for Brandon Ingram. Brandon Ingram's biggest jump was year 3 to year 4. I mean, of course, he had a huge jump from year 1 to year 2. But like when he settled into that player, he jumped from year 3 to year 4. That's important to point out because it's the year he went from the Lakers to the Pelicans. And that's where his role changed a little bit.
And he was on a better team, I think. No, well, Pelicans might have been a little less, but that when he was with the Lakers, they weren't good.
Regardless, and fine. How do we factor in the fact Keegan's still the proverbial third man here? And
well, yeah.
Like if Brandon Ingram comes in, where does Ingram rank?
So
he's not 1.
No.
We know he can immediately be the number 2 scorer, but like, what does that mean?
That Tuesday, real quick, James, that Tuesday Kings Warriors game was a glimpse into what could be. Like the third man doesn't have to be just 15 points per game. There are going to be nights when De'Aaron, with the type of player he is, Sabonis, the type of player he is, and what I mean by that is they are willing passers and willing to say, yo, you want to get your stuff up tonight? Let's go. Like, give us 27 tonight. I'll give you my 21. I'll give you my 19. You give us 27, 28. And that Keegan got to be ready to take that and do that and say, all right, tonight's mine. I got a mismatch tonight, or I'm cooking. I'm about to get up 25 shots up tonight, and I'm going to give you, or 20 shots up tonight, and I'm going to give you 28. And we saw that, it feels like 2 or 3 times this past year. Second year, going into the third year. Third year, I don't want to see that 2 or 3 times. I want to see that 14 to 17 times.
I know it sounds strange, but the way that you get there is by Keegan becoming a better ball handler and a better distributor for his teammates. That's how you get Keegan to take this next step, which is something that I believe that they're going to work on nonstop. I found it interesting when we did exit interviews with Keegan. He said very clearly, he's like, the last couple of weeks of the season, I learned a lot because even though I've been asked to score in the past, I haven't been asked to be that guy. You know, when Malik went out and Kevin went out, it's like, hey, man, you have to put up 20 a game. And he said that it was a major growth piece for him because he started to realize how difficult that is to like each and every night. And then on top of that, I think when you're looking at Keegan, like if he can figure out how to get in the 2-man game with Sabonis, there's an extra 5 points a game right there. Like just him, like going to the basket with Sabonis running alongside him, which is something that's helped. It's helped Kevin. It's helped Harrison get back on track at certain points in the season. Clearly, it's what helps Malik Monk be so effective. And if Keegan can grow as that type of pick and roll player, which I think the Kings are going to spend the entire offseason doing, they're going to have him working with Fox again, but they're also going to have Sabonis and him working on these 2-man game things. The pocket pass that we hear so much about in the Kings offense. If Keegan can be that player, especially at 6'8", and taking guys off the dribble and going downhill, he's going to have so many wide open looks at the basket just as a finisher as well. And that's where I think you're going to see him just take this monstrous leap, or he has a potential to take a monstrous leap.
All right.
Oh, we see it.
Yeah.
Oh, we see it because I like
Keegan. This is all on you, buddy.
I like his game. I like the fact at the end of the season, I think he did step up. You know, when me and Kyle and even James were saying like, "Yo, you gotta have your 18 shot attempts again. You got to be aggressive. We can't hope for that." And he stepped up, and like James said, he learned something. So I'm looking for him to take what he learned and now apply that to if Malik Monk comes back or, whatever. Like, just this is your game moving forward. This is what it is. This team needs you to be aggressive on that level every single night. And he seems to recognize it and apply it next year.
Yeah, I tell you too, real quick, because I know we're up against it. Kevin talked about like sort of the same thing, but in the reverse. Like he thought he had worked on Excuse me.
James is dying. Oh no. Oh no. Good for ratings,
Jesus.
but
He had worked on so much of what the Kings offense was to DHO and how to come off that screen. And then when teams took that away from him, he didn't have anywhere to go because he'd spent the entire offseason kind of working on one facet of the game. And that's where, Keegan needs to work on this other facet of the game that opens everything up for him, as opposed to closing his mind to, like all of the other things that he does. So yeah, I think it's an opportunity. This is going to be a really good opportunity for Keegan to take another leap forward.
all right, we are out of here. We have night 2 of the NFL draft coming up here. Full coverage of the NFL draft all weekend long. Stay tapped in. You absolutely will not miss a thing. And we'll be back here beginning at 10 a.m. on Monday with James and Kyle on the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Gigantes.
Can you get that out our ear real quick? My man. All right, guys. Appreciate you. We got to head over to KSFM. I'm monitoring everything that's going on over there pretty closely. We appreciate you guys. Thanks for the love. Thanks for the great week. Hit the thumbs up before you go. And see you guys on Monday. Have a great weekend.